The morning of August 6, 1945, dawned over the city of Hiroshima, a city brimming with life and unaware of the horrors approaching from the sky. In an instant, a blinding flash tore through the horizon as the world's first atomic bomb detonated, reducing buildings to rubble and turning streets into rivers of fire. Smoke and ash filled the air, shadows of the innocent burned into stone, and the cries of survivors echoed across a city transformed into a surreal, nightmarish landscape. Just 3 days later, Nagasaki faced the same fate, sealing Japan's surrender and bringing an unprecedented conclusion to the deadliest war humanity had ever witnessed. Tonight, settle in and let this full, uninterrupted journey through Hiroshima and Nagasaki guide you. Through the strategy, the suffering, and the human stories behind history's most devastating moments. Close your eyes, drift into the story, and let the sounds, sights, and narratives carry you through the final days of World War II. By the summer of 1945, the Second World War had stretched into its sixth relentless year, reshaping continents, governments, and human lives in ways never before imagined. Europe had only just emerged from the shadow of devastation, with Germany's unconditional surrender in May, but Asia remained locked in a brutal struggle. Vast cities lay in ruins across multiple nations, with infrastructure shattered. Economies collapsed, and millions displaced from their homes. Entire families had been uprooted, either by the force of occupation or the devastating aerial campaigns that had reduced once proud cities to smoldering rubble. In London, people breathed sighs of relief after years of blackout curtains and nightly bombing. Raids, yet food rationing and post-war austerity reminded them of sacrifices still ongoing. Across the Soviet Union, landscapes bore scars of titanic battles, villages burned, and a population drained by both death and forced labor. In China, after 8 years of grinding conflict with Japan, the countryside was starved. Civilians caught between Japanese occupation and Chinese Civil War factions. On the seas, the Allied navies held dominance, choking supply lines and bringing Japan closer to strangulation. Despite this, the Japanese military showed little sign of yielding, and fanaticism stiffened their resolve to fight. It was within this atmosphere of global exhaustion and desperation that the world teetered on the brink of an entirely new and terrible chapter. The Pacific Theater by 1945 had become a campaign of attrition, where geography itself turned into a weapon and every island became a fortress. The Allies, through their island-hopping strategy, had fought bitterly to seize places like Guadalcanal, Saipan, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa, each battle extracting an enormous human cost. On these volcanic islands, soldiers endured not just enemy fire but suffocating heat, monsoon rains, and the psychological terror of an enemy that refused to surrender. American Marines and soldiers became grimly accustomed to banzai charges, hidden caves, and defenders willing to fight until death rather than yield ground. Casualties mounted into the tens of thousands on both sides, a scale that foreshadowed what an invasion of Japan itself would cost. Naval battles had likewise escalated, with massive carrier strikes that rendered Japan's once mighty fleet nearly powerless. Yet kamikaze pilots brought new fear by turning their aircraft into human-guided missiles. The skies above the Pacific became stages of relentless duels, where American B-29 bombers penetrated deep into Japanese airspace, unleashing destruction on industrial centers. Cities like Tokyo, Osaka, and Yokohama were engulfed in firestorms created by incendiary raids, leaving hundreds of thousands dead. Yet the Japanese government, steered by militarists and ideologues, interpreted such devastation not as a call to surrender but as proof of national endurance. The Pacific had become a cauldron, boiling over with violence, stubbornness, and the looming question of how this war could possibly end. In Washington, President Harry S. Truman inherited not only the mantle of leadership after Franklin D. Roosevelt's sudden death in April 1945, but also the monumental responsibility of directing the final stage of the war. The new president, untested in foreign policy, was quickly thrust into high-level discussions of strategy, diplomacy, and an emerging weapon of unparalleled destructive potential, American political leaders weighed the cost of continued conventional war against the necessity of forcing Japan to unconditional surrender, a principle they had publicly committed to since the Casablanca Conference. Casualty projections for a land invasion of the Japanese home islands horrified even hardened military planners, with estimates ranging from hundreds of thousands of Allied dead to millions of Japanese military and civilian deaths. The Joint Chiefs considered Operation Downfall, a two-part invasion plan targeting Kyushu and Honshu, but every simulation revealed catastrophic human losses. Truman's advisors, both military and civilian, struggled to balance the ideals of democracy with the ruthless calculus of war, where victory had to be decisive and final. The war in Europe had demonstrated the costs of hesitation, and many believed that Japan's government would not be moved by negotiation alone. Every day the war continued, prisoners starved, forced laborers died, and Allied soldiers perished on distant battlefields. The weight of these realities pressed heavily on Truman as he grappled with decisions that would forever alter the course of history. Meanwhile, Japan itself was in a state of profound crisis, though its leadership cloaked the truth from its citizens. Food supplies had dwindled drastically, leaving urban populations malnourished, while rural areas struggled to sustain themselves amid requisitioning and wartime shortages. Transportation networks lay in tatters from repeated bombings, making distribution of essentials nearly impossible. Industrial output, once the pride of the Japanese Empire, had been crippled by resource scarcity and the destruction of factories. Entire neighborhoods had vanished beneath firebombing raids, yet propaganda continued to assure the people of inevitable victory or divine intervention. Civilians dug air raid shelters in backyards and schools, drilling children in survival routines while still clinging to notions of patriotic sacrifice. The Imperial Army maintained a strict hold on information, ensuring that defeat was never publicly acknowledged even as losses mounted. Resistance organizations or anti-war voices were suppressed, ensuring a culture of silence and fatalism spread among ordinary citizens. Spiritually, the cult of the emperor reinforced loyalty, convincing many that suffering was both necessary and righteous. Yet beneath the surface, despair crept through society, as parents and children alike asked quietly how much longer they could endure the unendurable. The brutality of the conflict extended far beyond battlefields, reshaping civilian life in occupied territories across Asia. In Korea, annexed by Japan since 1910, forced labor conscription and cultural suppression weighed heavily on millions. In Manchuria and China, Japanese occupation forces imposed harsh rule, extracting resources and inflicting widespread suffering through massacres, pillaging, and forced sexual slavery. The infamous comfort women system had torn countless young women from their homes, subjecting them to lives of exploitation under the military. In Southeast Asia, local populations endured famines, executions, and the collapse of established economies under occupation. Prisoners of war, captured during campaigns in Malaya, Singapore, and the Philippines, suffered unimaginable abuse, starvation diets, and brutal forced marches. Allied intelligence and Red Cross reports painted a grim picture, intensifying the Allied desire to end the war swiftly. At the same time, nationalist movements stirred beneath Japanese rule, preparing to challenge colonial systems that would resurface once Japan's empire collapsed. Civilian lives, regardless of nationality, had become the currency of the war, spent freely by leaders in Tokyo and beyond. For those living under occupation, liberation seemed both tantalizingly near and impossibly distant. The year 1945 was not only the climax of battles, but also the culmination of human suffering on a global scale. On the global stage, the alliance between the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union faced both cooperation and tension as victory drew near. The Yalta Conference earlier in February had seen leaders Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin attempt to carve the shape of the post-war order, but with Roosevelt gone, those agreements felt fragile. Britain was exhausted, financially crippled by 6 years of war, clinging to imperial possessions even as its power visibly waned. The Soviet Union, triumphant but ravaged, sought to expand its influence into Eastern Europe and beyond, fueling Western suspicions of future conflict. America, comparatively untouched at home, had risen as an economic and military superpower, ready to dictate terms in Asia and Europe alike. Behind the smiles of wartime diplomacy, each nation already eyed the coming struggle for dominance in the post-war world. For now, however, all attention turned to Japan, the last major Axis power still resisting. Stalin promised to join the war against Japan 3 months after Germany's defeat, but American planners questioned whether waiting for Soviet involvement was worth the cost in human lives. The tension between cooperation and rivalry foreshadowed a new geopolitical era, even before the war's final shots were fired. In 1945, the world was already preparing for peace that looked suspiciously like the beginning of another struggle. The psychological state of soldiers on all sides revealed both exhaustion and an eerie anticipation of what lay ahead. American troops, veterans of brutal campaigns, carried scars both physical and invisible. Haunted by comrades lost in battles fought on nameless hills and beaches, Japanese soldiers indoctrinated into a code of honor that rejected surrender, faced not only the enemy, but also the expectation of sacrificing themselves for the emperor. For prisoners of war held in Japanese camps, the end seemed agonizingly close, yet terrifyingly uncertain, as rumors of mass executions circulated. In Europe, soldiers had been demobilized or reassigned, some preparing for what they feared would be a final bloody confrontation in Asia. Propaganda on both sides continued to portray the enemy as monstrous, fueling hatred that justified even the most extreme measures. Soldiers carried letters from home, talismans of normalcy in a world consumed by violence, but few could imagine a swift resolution. War had become a way of life, a permanent condition where peace felt like an illusion more than a near possibility. For millions in uniform, the summer of 1945 was lived in limbo, waiting for the final battle that everyone knew would come. The human cost was measured not only in bodies, but in minds worn thin by endless campaigns. As history closed in on Japan, soldiers and civilians alike braced for impact, unaware of the unimaginable weapon that would soon rewrite the nature of war itself. Thus, by mid-1945, the world was at once victorious and broken, standing between the relief of triumph and the dread of unfinished conflict. Streets in Europe were filled with celebrations of victory, yet behind every smile lay memories of death camps, lost families, and cities turned to ashes. Asia, however, remained engulfed in fire and fear, where the Japanese Empire clung to dreams of survival, while its people paid the ultimate price. The Allied nations faced the paradox of immense military power paired with exhaustion, demanding a swift and decisive end. Leaders weighed options in smoke-filled rooms, aware that delay meant further rivers of blood across oceans and continents. Ordinary people, whether in Tokyo, Manila, Moscow, or San Francisco, carried on daily lives in the shadow of a war that seemed unending. The stage was set not only for a conclusion, but for a transformation of warfare itself, something neither soldier nor civilian could yet comprehend. From the rubble of cities and the graves of millions, humanity prepared to step into a new and uncertain future. The climax of the Second World War was not a battle still to be fought, but a decision about how to end fighting without surrendering humanity's conscience. In that fragile summer, the world stood at a crossroads, unaware that the path forward would unleash a weapon capable of shaking civilization to its very core. The Manhattan Project began not as a bold act of American ambition, but as a desperate response to fear that Nazi Germany, already pioneering rocket technology and advanced physics, might seize the most destructive weapon the world had ever imagined. In the late 1930s, scientists had discovered the phenomenon of nuclear fission, a process in which splitting the nucleus of an atom released staggering amounts of energy. By 1939, physicists like Albert Einstein and Leo Szilard warned President Franklin D. Roosevelt of the potential for weaponization, urging the United States to take action before Adolf Hitler's regime could succeed. This warning came in the form of the famous Einstein-Szilard letter, which alerted the White House to the terrifying possibility of a German atomic bomb. Roosevelt, cautious but intrigued, authorized a preliminary investigation, laying the first seeds of what would later become the Manhattan Project, At the time, no one knew just how massive and secretive this program would become, nor how it would forever change the course of history. The effort was shrouded in urgency, and what began as a small research endeavor quickly escalated into one of the most ambitious scientific undertakings the world had ever seen. By 1942, as the war spread across continents, the United States committed fully to the development of nuclear weapons, creating a project so secretive that even Vice President Harry Truman remained unaware of its details until he assumed the presidency. Under the leadership of General Leslie Groves, the project took on a military structure, combining the strict discipline of the armed forces with the intellectual genius of civilian scientists. The secrecy was extraordinary, enforced with layers of classification, code names, and restricted access that ensured few individuals ever understood the entire scope. Thousands of workers across multiple sites knew only fragments of their tasks, many unaware they were contributing to a bomb at all. This secrecy was not only about protecting the project from Axis espionage, but also about maintaining American unity, shielding the public from the moral and strategic debates raging behind closed doors. What emerged was a vast, compartmentalized operation that became as much about controlling information as about splitting the atom. At its core, the Manhattan Project was a collision between science and military power, bringing together some of the greatest scientific minds of the era under one unifying goal. Physicists like J. Robert Oppenheimer, Enrico Fermi, Niels Bohr, and many others worked tirelessly to transform theoretical knowledge into practical, deployable technology. The team included European émigrés who had fled Nazi persecution, carrying with them both trauma and urgency, knowing firsthand what the Reich was capable of. Oppenheimer, later known as the father of the atomic bomb, assumed scientific leadership, orchestrating diverse disciplines from theoretical physics to engineering to function as a coherent whole. The scientists confronted monumental challenges, not only in mastering nuclear fission, but also in designing a deliverable weapon capable of enduring transport and detonation. Each discovery raised new obstacles, yet progress marched forward with a relentless momentum fueled by wartime necessity. For many of these men and women, it was an unprecedented chance to harness science for victory, though the shadow of ethical unease grew longer with every breakthrough. The project sprawled across the United States with major research and production facilities established in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Hanford, Washington, and most famously Los Alamos, New Mexico. Oak Ridge became the center for uranium enrichment, employing massive machines known as calotrons to separate the rare isotope uranium-235 from the more common uranium-238. Hanford focused on producing plutonium through specially designed nuclear reactors, creating the other fissile material needed for bomb design. Los Alamos, hidden in the remote desert, became the intellectual hub where scientists assembled theories into weapon prototypes, experimenting with designs that pushed the limits of physics and engineering. These sites were isolated, heavily guarded, and cloaked in mystery, appearing almost overnight as bustling towns filled with workers sworn to secrecy. Families lived in cramped housing, guarded by military police, while scientists worked long hours under immense pressure, fully aware they were racing against time. The vast scale of these operations reflected not only scientific ambition, but also the colossal industrial might of the United States during wartime mobilization. The secrecy extended beyond the laboratories and into the daily lives of the thousands employed by the project. Workers at Oak Ridge, many of them young women recruited from rural towns, operated equipment without ever being told what they were enriching. Guards monitored their conversations, warning them never to speculate about their duties. Even the letters they sent home were censored, carefully screened to prevent accidental revelations. Scientists were equally constrained, forced to live in isolated compounds where their social lives blurred into their research, leaving little separation between work and existence. Families felt the strain of secrecy, often bewildered by the unexplained absences or sudden relocations of loved ones. To many, the project felt like a world unto itself, a shadow society sustained by silence, bound by an unspoken understanding that something monumental was unfolding behind closed doors. This culture of secrecy was essential to protect the project, but it also created an atmosphere of constant tension, where discovery and paranoia existed side by side. The scale of resources dedicated to the Manhattan Project was staggering, rivaling entire national economies. At its height, the project employed over 130,000 people and cost nearly $2 billion, an astronomical figure at the time, equivalent to tens of billions today. Massive quantities of raw materials were diverted into its pipelines, from uranium, ores mined in Africa, to the graphite and heavy water required for nuclear reactors. Every dollar and every ton of steel represented a gamble that this untested science could yield results before Germany or Japan. Yet the project faced constant hurdles, from technical failures in enrichment processes to disputes among scientists and military leaders. Despite setbacks, momentum was maintained by an unyielding belief that success was not optional but imperative. The Manhattan Project became a symbol of America's industrial strength and scientific determination, embodying the idea that victory in war demanded not just armies and weapons, but mastery over nature itself. Yet beneath the momentum lay a constant undercurrent of moral unease, especially among the scientists tasked with building a weapon of unprecedented destructiveness. Some, like Niels Bohr, urged caution, fearing the political consequences of unleashing atomic power into the world. Others wrestled with the paradox of their mission. They were creating something so powerful it might end wars forever, but at the cost of unleashing unimaginable devastation. Debates flared quietly in laboratories and dormitories, whispered discussions about whether the bomb should be used at all, and what responsibility the creators would bear once it left their hands. Oppenheimer himself was deeply conflicted, though he pressed forward with his role, driven by the urgency of wartime demands. The ethical dilemmas remained unresolved, buried beneath the pressing need to outpace the enemy. In this way, the Manhattan Project was as much an experiment in human conscience as it was in atomic science, testing not only the limits of physics, but also the boundaries of morality. As 1945 approached, the Manhattan Project had evolved into one of the most ambitious and consequential endeavors in human history. What began as a fearful response to Nazi potential had become an unstoppable juggernaut of science, secrecy, and industrial might. The project successfully produced two distinct types of bombs, a uranium base, design known as Little Boy, and a plutonium implosion design called Fat Man. These weapons represented not only the culmination of years of research, but also the dawn of a terrifying new age. The secrecy that had protected the project now gave way to anticipation, as leaders prepared to decide when and how the bomb would be used. For the scientists, soldiers, and civilians who had labored in silence, the truth was about to be revealed to the world in the most dramatic and destructive fashion imaginable. The Manhattan Project had succeeded, but its legacy was about to be written not in laboratories but in the skies over Japan. In the early 20th century, the atom was seen as the smallest building block of matter, indivisible and permanent. Yet, discoveries by scientists such as Ernest Rutherford and Niels Bohr revealed that the atom had a nucleus, and that nucleus held unimaginable energy. The concept of splitting the atom, nuclear fission, was first theorized in the 1930s when German chemists Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann succeeded in splitting uranium nuclei in a laboratory experiment. Their findings, interpreted by physicist Lise Meitner and her nephew Otto Frisch, revealed that splitting uranium released not just particles, but enormous amounts of energy. This discovery electrified the global scientific community, suggesting that the chain reaction of splitting atoms could, in theory, produce a weapon of unimaginable power. In the tense atmosphere of the late 1930s, as Hitler rose in Europe, scientists realized that nuclear fission might be harnessed for war. News of this potential weapon spread quietly through elite scientific circles, alarming many who feared Nazi Germany could seize the advantage. Thus, the science of splitting atoms moved from a matter of academic curiosity to a subject of military urgency. At the heart of the science lay two elements, uranium and plutonium, both capable of sustaining nuclear fission. Natural uranium was abundant but contained only a small fraction of the isotope, uranium-235, the variety capable of fission. Most uranium consisted of uranium-238, which was stable and resistant to splitting. This posed a major scientific and engineering challenge: how to separate the rare uranium-235 from the overwhelming bulk of uranium-238. The second path was plutonium, a man-made element that did not occur in nature, created by bombarding uranium-238 with neutrons in a nuclear reactor. Plutonium-239 proved highly fissionable and an attractive candidate for a weapon, but it brought its own difficulties in production and handling. Scientists at the Manhattan Project knew both materials would be needed, yet mastering their weaponization required entirely new methods. Every step forward brought the theoretical dream of a bomb closer to reality, but also exposed scientists to challenges that had never before been encountered in history. For uranium, the challenge was enrichment, the painstaking process of increasing the percentage of uranium-235. Several methods were proposed: gaseous diffusion, electromagnetic separation, and thermal diffusion. At Oak Ridge, Tennessee, entire factories the size of cities were built solely to perform these processes, consuming vast amounts of electricity. The electromagnetic separation method, pioneered by Ernest Lawrence and his cyclotron technology, used giant magnets to separate isotopes by weight. Meanwhile, gaseous diffusion forced uranium hexafluoride gas through thousands of porous barriers, slowly sifting lighter uranium-235 from uranium-238. None of these processes were simple, cheap, or quick. Each required machinery on an unprecedented scale. Scientists marveled at the precision and patience required, but they knew success would yield the raw material for one of the world's first atomic bombs. The science of uranium enrichment was not elegant. It was brute force engineering guided by atomic physics. Yet, it worked. By 1945, enough enriched uranium had been produced for a single devastating weapon. Plutonium presented an entirely different scientific path. Unlike uranium, plutonium did not exist naturally on Earth. It had to be created inside nuclear reactors. At the Hanford site in Washington State, massive reactors were constructed along the Columbia River to irradiate uranium-238 fuel rods with neutrons. This transmutation process gradually turns some of the uranium into plutonium-239, a fissile isotope capable of sustaining a chain reaction. Once formed, the plutonium had to be chemically separated from the irradiated uranium. Fuel, a dangerous and delicate process involving highly radioactive material. Engineers developed giant chemical separation plants where remote-controlled machinery handled the glowing rods and dissolved them in vats of acid. The newly created plutonium was extracted and purified under extreme secrecy. Though this method produced greater quantities of fissile material than uranium enrichment, it came with a new problem. Plutonium was too reactive for the simple bomb design planned for uranium. Scientists would have to rethink the mechanics of detonation itself. The question of detonation became the central scientific and engineering challenge of the Manhattan Project. For uranium-235, scientists believed a simple gun-type design could suffice. This design involved firing one piece of uranium into another with conventional explosives, forming a critical mass and triggering a chain reaction. However, plutonium proved far less cooperative. Even the slightest compression could cause premature detonation, leading to a fizzle rather than a full nuclear explosion. Physicists, including Robert Oppenheimer and his team at Los Alamos, realized plutonium required a more complex method: implosion. Instead of bringing two pieces together, implosion used precisely timed explosives, surrounding a plutonium core to compress it symmetrically to a critical density. This required not only advanced physics, but also revolutionary advances in explosive lens technology, ensuring the detonation was perfectly spherical. The success of this design would eventually give birth to the bomb dropped on Nagasaki. The chain reaction itself was the core of the science. When a neutron struck a fissile nucleus of uranium-235 or plutonium-239, the atom split, releasing energy and additional neutrons. These neutrons could then strike other nuclei, causing further fission in a self-sustaining cascade. The challenge lay in controlling the reaction long enough to allow an explosive release rather than a gradual burn. Too few neutrons, and the chain reaction would fail to sustain itself. Too many, and the bomb might detonate prematurely. The solution was to bring together enough fissile material, quickly and precisely, to exceed the critical mass threshold where the reaction became unstoppable. Within a fraction of a second, the energy released would equal thousands of tons of TNT. Scientists knew the theory, but until the Trinity test in July 1945, they could not be sure whether their equations would produce a fireball or a dud. The science carried within it both brilliance and terrifying uncertainty. Weaponizing the science meant moving from laboratory experiments to instruments of war. Every calculation was tested, retested, and translated into engineering blueprints for devices that had never existed before. The uranium bomb, nicknamed Little Boy, followed the gun-type design and was expected to work without further testing. The plutonium bomb, called Fat Man, was based on the far riskier implosion method, requiring countless experiments with high explosives and mock cores to refine its reliability. Scientists built prototypes using non-fissile materials to test the symmetry of implosions. Engineers invented detonation systems with milliseconds of precision, knowing even a slight imbalance would mean failure. The blending of theory and engineering turned abstract physics into weapons of absolute destruction. What began with splitting atoms in a German lab had become machinery designed to change the course of history. Every detail of uranium and plutonium weaponization was a story of relentless innovation under crushing time pressure. The science of the bomb was more than physics. It was a bridge between human intellect and human destructiveness. What began as a discovery about the atom's hidden energy ended as a practical weapon capable of erasing entire cities. The names uranium and plutonium became symbols not of laboratory curiosity, but of annihilation. The scientists who had once been fascinated by the elegance of atomic theory now watched as their work was transformed into tools of mass death. Some justified their efforts as a necessary step to end the war. Others feared what they had unleashed could never be controlled. Yet the science itself remained neutral, a set of principles dictated by nature. The weaponization of uranium and plutonium marked a turning point where theory met power and knowledge became destiny. It was here, in the invisible heart of the atom, that humanity's future was irreversibly altered. As the summer of 1945 approached, the war in Europe had ended, but the Pacific remained a battleground of unimaginable intensity. American planners faced the grim reality that Japan showed no signs of surrender, despite firebombing campaigns that had destroyed entire cities and killed hundreds of thousands. In this context, President Harry S. Truman was confronted with the ultimate question: should the United States deploy an atomic bomb, a weapon whose power was unlike anything ever known to humanity? Within the White House, advisors, scientists, and military leaders debated fiercely, each presenting perspectives shaped by both strategy and morality. Secretary of War Henry Stimson urged caution, yet acknowledged that the bomb could save countless American lives by avoiding a costly invasion of the Japanese mainland. Military leaders, including General Dwight D. Eisenhower and Admiral William Leahy, voiced starkly different opinions, with some warning that the moral consequences could be catastrophic. Scientists who had built the bomb were split, with figures such as J. Robert Oppenheimer weighing the responsibility of unleashing such destructive force. Meanwhile, Truman, newly sworn in after Roosevelt's death, had to balance the urgency of ending the war with the ethical weight of annihilating cities. Every conversation was steeped in tension, uncertainty, and the shadow of human suffering. The decision rested not only on military strategy, but on a profound confrontation with the limits of human conscience. Within the corridors of the Pentagon, officers meticulously analyzed casualty estimates for a full-scale invasion of Japan. Operation Downfall, the planned amphibious assault on Kyushu and Honshu, projected hundreds of thousands of American casualties, with Japanese losses potentially reaching into the millions. Advocates for the bomb emphasized that its use could shorten the war dramatically, sparing lives on both sides, while demonstrating a force so overwhelming that Japan could not resist surrender. Yet, opponents argued that introducing a new and untested weapon of mass destruction might set a precedent that humanity could never undo. Moral theologians and public intellectuals questioned whether the United States had the right to target civilians in a citywide destruction regardless of the war's brutality. Debates in Washington reflected a broader unease. Could the strategic advantage justify unleashing a weapon capable of annihilating tens of thousands instantly? Scientific advisors provided detailed briefings on the expected blast radius, thermal radiation, and potential fallout, translating abstract physics into harrowing human consequences. Truman listened carefully, aware that history would judge his decision, not in the immediate context of victory, but in the moral aftermath. The ethical deliberations intertwined with calculations of national security, international prestige, and the psychological impact on both Japanese and American populations. The room was filled with the palpable tension of knowing that whichever path was chosen, the consequences would be irreversible. The Manhattan Project scientists themselves were deeply divided on the issue of deployment. Some, like Leo Szilard, drafted petitions urging that the bomb be demonstrated first, on an uninhabited area to coerce surrender without mass civilian casualties. Others argued that any demonstration might fail to convince Japanese leaders and could allow Tokyo to harden its resistance. Oppenheimer expressed a more pragmatic approach, recognizing that military command wanted certainty, and the psychological shock of destruction would be decisive. Military officers, however, rejected a test, arguing that Japan might ignore it or interpret it as a bluff. The debate was not merely theoretical, it engaged every dimension of human morality, strategic calculation, and political consequence. Every scientist understood that the success of the Trinity test had confirmed the bomb's lethality, yet knowing it worked did not solve the ethical dilemma. The tension between scientific achievement and moral responsibility weighed heavily on minds that had devoted years to building a weapon of mass destruction. These discussions were carried out in secrecy, shielded from the public and even many government officials. The question was not simply, can it be used, but rather, should it be used and under what circumstances? Truman, now fully briefed, met with military leaders in a series of high-stakes conferences. General George Marshall emphasized that Japan's fanatical defense would result in staggering casualties if an invasion proceeded. Admiral Leahy, in contrast, warned that using the bomb on cities might be remembered as a moral stain, describing it as a terrible weapon that could cause a loss of innocence for the United States. Secretary of State James Burns argued for swift use to end the war before the Soviet Union could expand its influence in the Far East, linking military strategy to geopolitical calculations. Each perspective forced Truman to weigh not only American lives, but the broader implications for global politics and post-war morality. He understood that the world was on the brink of witnessing the first use of nuclear weapons in history. Public opinion was not yet aware of the bomb's existence, but Truman recognized that future generations would scrutinize his decision. The president sought counsel from scientists, diplomats, and generals alike, attempting to navigate the perilous intersection of morality, military necessity, and political reality. Within these high-level discussions, the enormity of choice pressed upon every participant with almost unbearable weight. The room became a crucible where science, ethics, and strategy collided in an unprecedented way. Meanwhile, reports from the Pacific Theater painted a grim picture of Japanese resistance. Islands captured with extreme difficulty revealed the extent to which civilians and soldiers alike were willing to die rather than surrender. Okinawa and Iwo Jima had already demonstrated that conventional warfare exacted a horrific toll. These realities underscored the arguments of those pressing for immediate use of the atomic bomb. Planners calculated that Japanese cities were filled with military-industrial installations, communication centers, and dense civilian populations that could be targeted to maximize pressure. The moral calculus, however, remained agonizing. Civilian casualties were inevitable. Truman considered the warnings of advisors on both sides, balancing the expected death toll of an invasion against the uncertain but immense consequences of using the bomb. The choice became a matter of timing as well. A delayed decision could prolong the war, while a hasty one risked unnecessary destruction. Intelligence briefings highlighted Japan's continued mobilization and propaganda, emphasizing unyielding resistance. Each report reinforced the urgency of a decision that would resonate through history. The Allies faced additional pressures from geopolitical dynamics. The Soviet Union, having declared war on Japan on August 8, 1945, was advancing into Manchuria, signaling the possibility of post-war territorial claims. Some advisors suggested that using the bomb would not only end the war quickly but also demonstrate American military dominance to the Soviets. Others feared this could trigger a new kind of arms race or undermine post-war diplomacy. The ethical dimension, intertwined with strategic necessity, became even more complex. Truman needed to project power without appearing unnecessarily cruel. Military planners emphasized that Japan's leadership, particularly the Emperor and High Command, had yet to signal a willingness to surrender under any circumstances. Scientists and military leaders alike acknowledged that the bomb could save American lives, but at a staggering human cost to Japanese civilians. The president's deliberations were informed not only by calculations of immediate military advantage, but by the longer shadow of history. The stakes transcended victory. They encompassed morality, international relations, and the very nature of modern warfare. In the White House, debates moved from abstract morality to concrete operational planning. Target cities were assessed, maps were studied, and meteorologists evaluated weather conditions that could affect bomb delivery. The Joint Chiefs of Staff convened to determine the timing, scale, and targets that would achieve maximum psychological and military impact. Advisors discussed whether a demonstration on an unpopulated island could suffice, and whether Japan would surrender without a city destroyed. Truman weighed these options alongside the counsel of his inner circle and scientific advisors. Every calculation involved estimating not just physical destruction but human suffering, a number impossible to fully comprehend. Diplomats discussed warning messages and surrender ultimatums, seeking a path that might reduce casualties while preserving strategic leverage. The tension between urgency and deliberation consumed each hour of planning. In this period, Truman's role shifted from policymaker to the ultimate arbiter of life and death on an unprecedented scale. Every meeting, every briefing reinforced the gravity of the decision before him. Ultimately, the debate concluded not with consensus but with presidential resolve. Truman recognized the horror the weapon could unleash, yet believed that deploying the bomb might end a war that had already claimed millions. The ethical and strategic deliberations coalesced into a decision that would forever alter the course of history. Advisors, military officers, and scientists, though varied in opinion, understood that the president's choice would be singular and irreversible. The atomic bomb represented both the pinnacle of human ingenuity and the depths of destructive potential. Truman's decision would mark the first time a single human authority could direct devastation on such a scale. The discussions surrounding the bomb were not merely academic. They were a crucible of morality, warfare, and global consequence. In August 1945, the debate would end with orders to deploy, sealing the fate of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Every argument, every counsel, every report had led to this moment, where science, war, and ethics collided in a decision unlike any before in human history. The world waited, unknowingly, on the brink of the nuclear age. By mid-1945, Japan's cities were burning under relentless aerial assault. The United States Army Air Forces had shifted from precision bombing to massive incendiary raids designed to incinerate entire urban areas. Tokyo, the sprawling capital, became the primary target, a city of wooden structures and densely packed neighborhoods that would turn the firebombs into instruments of near total destruction. In March alone, Operation Meeting House unleashed over 300 B-29 superfortresses, dropping incendiaries that consumed 16 square miles of the city. Tens of thousands of civilians perished in the Inferno, many trapped by collapsing buildings or engulfed in flames that spread with terrifying speed. Hospitals and emergency services were overwhelmed, and survivors were left, wandering among ruins, their homes destroyed and their families scattered. The psychological impact was as devastating as the physical one. Japanese morale was shaken, yet the government maintained a public narrative of resilience. Firebombings extended to cities like Osaka, Nagoya, and Kobe, systematically crippling industrial centers vital to the war effort. Civilians endured not only the destruction of homes but also shortages of food, water, and medical supplies. The nation was reeling, yet Japan's leadership remained committed to a strategy of absolute resistance, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Alongside the aerial bombardment, the United States Navy implemented a near-total blockade of the Japanese archipelago. Aircraft carriers, battleships, and submarines patrolled the surrounding waters, intercepting shipping and strangling Japan's access to raw materials, food, and fuel. Merchant vessels were targeted mercilessly, leaving fishermen, farmers, and urban populations unable to sustain themselves. Rice and wheat imports dwindled, causing malnutrition to spread among children and the elderly, while industrial output slowed under fuel shortages. Starvation and disease began to claim thousands in urban and rural areas alike, compounding the devastation of the firebombings. Despite this, the Japanese government maintained a narrative of defiance, emphasizing honor and sacrifice as central to the national ethos. Propaganda reinforced the notion that surrender was unthinkable, portraying the Allied forces as ruthless invaders who would annihilate Japanese civilization. Families were encouraged to endure hardship, and children were trained to assist in civil defense, illustrating the total mobilization of society. Underground shelters, rationing programs, and emergency relief efforts could do little to stem the tide of suffering. Japan's population faced the dual horrors of modern warfare: overwhelming firepower and the slow, relentless attrition of starvation. The cumulative effect of firebombings and blockade was to push Japan to the edge of collapse, yet the military high command refused to consider unconditional surrender. Field Marshal Hideki Tojo and his advisors believed that a decisive, defensive stand on the home islands could force more favorable terms from the Allies. Japanese intelligence assessed the American forces as formidable but costly to attack, predicting that a homeland invasion would result in enormous losses for both sides. Civilians were increasingly recruited to assist in constructing fortifications, manufacturing weapons, and preparing for urban combat, creating an environment in which every citizen became a participant in total war. Propaganda reinforced the glorification of martyrdom, framing death in defense of the nation as the highest duty. Despite mounting casualties and the destruction of major cities, the government refused to broadcast the extent of suffering to maintain morale. International observers and remaining foreign diplomats reported scenes of desperation, hunger, and terror that underscored the human cost of continued resistance. Even in bombed-out cities, communities organized relief efforts, establishing makeshift hospitals and shelters amid ruins. The cumulative pressure of starvation, fire, and isolation, however, only heightened the sense of urgency within Japan's leadership to preserve national honor. The nation teetered between collapse and defiance, its survival dependent on a populace increasingly exhausted yet determined. Tokyo's firebombing in particular left an indelible mark on the Japanese consciousness. Streets once filled with life became rivers of ash and smoke, where bodies were scattered amid the remnants of homes and shops. Survivors described an inferno so intense that it melted metal, ignited wooden debris, and turned ordinary objects into deadly projectiles. The psychological trauma was immense, as entire neighborhoods vanished within hours, leaving families displaced and communities shattered. Hospitals and emergency services struggled to treat burns, smoke inhalation, and physical injuries with limited supplies and overworked staff. The destruction of transportation infrastructure further hampered relief efforts, isolating communities and delaying aid. Yet, amidst this devastation, the government continued to emphasize the narrative of endurance, praising civilians who assisted in firefighting, rescue, and rebuilding efforts. Air raid shelters became overcrowded as citizens sought refuge from the skies, and children were taught to recognize aircraft and respond to alarms. Despite suffering unimaginable losses, Tokyo's population displayed resilience, reflecting both cultural values and the pressures of authoritarian control. The relentless fires demonstrated not only the destructive power of modern warfare, but also the limits of civilian endurance under total war conditions. The naval blockade exacerbated Japan's suffering by severing the nation from critical imports. Coal, oil, and industrial metals were no longer reaching factories, halting production of aircraft, artillery, and munitions. Food shipments were intercepted, leaving urban centers in particular dependent on dwindling local supplies. Starvation became a daily reality, with malnutrition affecting soldiers and civilians alike. Children suffered from vitamin deficiencies, leading to widespread illness and heightened vulnerability to disease. The blockade also disrupted communication and transportation networks, isolating towns and making coordinated relief efforts nearly impossible. Fishermen and farmers, deprived of fuel and equipment, struggled to sustain production, further deepening food shortages. The psychological strain of scarcity, coupled with the fear of constant aerial attack, intensified civilian anxiety. Government rationing programs attempted to allocate limited resources, but corruption, logistical failures, and sheer insufficiency rendered them largely ineffective. The blockade demonstrated the strategic power of cutting off an enemy's lifelines, emphasizing that war extended far beyond the battlefield to the very sustenance of the nation. Despite suffering immense losses, Japan's leadership resisted surrender, motivated by ideology and the imperative of national honor. Emperor Hirohito remained a symbolic figure whose authority was intertwined with cultural and spiritual traditions, and the government feared that surrender could undermine the imperial institution. Military leaders advocated continuing the fight, believing that inflicting heavy casualties on invading Allied forces could secure better terms or even force negotiations. Civilian populations were mobilized as never before, with men, women, and even children preparing for urban defense. Propaganda framed the struggle as a sacred duty, portraying death in combat or in defense of the homeland as noble and desirable. Schools taught children to embrace sacrifice, while communities organized neighborhood militias and emergency response teams. Despite the widespread destruction of cities, industrial centers continued to operate at reduced capacity, maintaining some level of war production. Resistance was reinforced through social and cultural pressures, making the prospect of surrender politically and psychologically complex. The nation was locked in a cycle of endurance, suffering, and preparation for an invasion that seemed increasingly inevitable. Japan's resolve, while diminishing under the weight of destruction, remained a formidable obstacle to Allied plans. The psychological impact of relentless bombardment and isolation was compounded by the uncertainty of the war's end. Families feared nightly air raids, and rumors of impending defeat circulated alongside official denials. Civilians witnessed neighbors perish in fires, succumb to starvation, or be taken by disease, creating an atmosphere of pervasive anxiety and grief. Urban areas were littered with ruins, with streets impassable and essential services inoperative. Despite this, community cohesion often emerged as survivors banded together to search for food, provide medical care, and protect children. The constant tension between terror and survival shaped daily life, affecting morale and decision-making. Religious institutions, civic organizations, and local leaders struggled to maintain order and provide hope amid widespread despair. These conditions, however, did not break the will of Japanese leadership or the narrative of defiance, which continued to promote endurance as a patriotic duty. The population's resilience became both a testament to cultural identity and a challenge for the Allies, who faced the daunting prospect of breaking Japan's capacity and will to fight. The stage was set for a final, cataclysmic act in the war's closing chapters. By mid-1945, Japan's cities lay in ruins. The nation's resources were critically depleted, and yet the government's resolve had not wavered. Firebombings had obliterated urban centers, the naval blockade had strangled commerce and food supply, and civilians endured starvation, disease, and terror daily. Yet the narrative of honor, sacrifice, and unyielding resistance dominated public life, reinforcing the determination to continue the war at almost any cost. International observers noted the incredible endurance of civilians who survived nightly raids and harsh deprivation, while the Allied command recognized that invasion would be extraordinarily costly. Reports of suffering did not translate into capitulation, highlighting the depth of ideological and cultural factors shaping Japan's resistance. Military and civilian mobilization created a society prepared to confront annihilation rather than surrender. The combination of relentless attack and unbroken resolve produced a nation on the brink poised for the unprecedented introduction of nuclear weapons. The stage was set for Hiroshima and Nagasaki, cities chosen not only for strategic value but for the psychological shock required to compel surrender. The suffering, resilience, and moral dilemmas of this period illustrate the immense human cost of total war. Japan's struggle under siege underscores the extreme pressures that would culminate in the most consequential decision of the 20th century. In the final months of World War II, the United States faced a critical decision: how to end the conflict with Japan swiftly while demonstrating the unprecedented power of nuclear weaponry. Military planners tasked with the Manhattan Project and Allied command debated which cities would serve as potential targets for the first use of an atomic bomb. The goal was not merely to destroy industrial capacity, but to maximize psychological impact, hasten Japanese surrender, and justify the enormous expense and risk of the nuclear program. Hiroshima emerged as a leading candidate because it was a major military hub, home to the 2nd General Army headquarters and numerous troop barracks. Its geography, a flat, wide river basin surrounded by hills, would amplify the destructive power of an airburst, making it ideal for demonstrating the bomb's unprecedented effects. Kokura, another city under consideration, contained significant military and industrial installations but was ultimately spared on the first mission due to cloud cover. Nagasaki, with its shipyards and ordnance factories, was identified as a secondary target if the first strike proved ineffective. Kyoto, the ancient cultural capital of Japan, was initially included on the list, but later removed due to political concerns and its cultural significance. Planners meticulously assessed population density, military relevance, and terrain features to ensure that the bomb would have maximum impact. The process combined scientific analysis with military strategy, blending cold calculation with the weight of a moral and historical decision. Hiroshima's candidacy as a target was strengthened by its extensive military-industrial complex. Factories producing weapons, ammunition, and vehicles were concentrated in the city, alongside large military training facilities that housed thousands of personnel. The surrounding rivers created a natural barrier that would contain fires and amplify blast effects, creating a devastatingly efficient area of destruction. Civilian infrastructure, though not the primary objective, was inevitably entwined with these military installations, increasing potential casualties. The city's relatively limited prior exposure to conventional bombing meant that its destruction would provide a stark contrast to fire-ravaged urban centers like Tokyo. American analysts sought a city largely intact in order to measure the atomic bomb's true potential and document its unprecedented effects for both military and scientific purposes. Hiroshima's population of approximately 350,000 people presented a significant human target while offering a manageable scope for observation and assessment. Air reconnaissance and detailed mapping allowed planners to evaluate building density, industrial concentration, and likely blast patterns. The combination of geography, military importance, and civilian density made Hiroshima an almost perfect laboratory for the first atomic strike. Decision-makers understood that the results would not only be militarily consequential but would carry immense symbolic weight in ending the war. Kokura, in contrast, was a city with critical munitions plants and a significant military presence, making it a secondary but viable target. Located on the western coast of Kyushu, Kokura's industrial profile included ordnance factories and rail hubs essential for Japanese logistics. Military planners included it on the initial list because it combined strategic significance with a concentration of military assets suitable for demonstrating the bomb's effect on industrial targets. Weather conditions, however, introduced uncertainty. Cloud cover could obscure visual targeting, which was essential for ensuring the mission's success. Kokura was later spared when the Enola Gay's crew could not visually identify the city, and the mission diverted to the alternative target of Nagasaki. This last-minute change highlighted the critical role of reconnaissance, meteorological planning, and on-the-ground decision-making in the execution of atomic strikes. The ability to adapt target selection based on real-time conditions underscored the complexity of these unprecedented missions. The city's inclusion in the planning stage demonstrates the meticulous consideration given to potential military objectives, geography, and projected damage. Kokura's near selection also exemplifies the contingency planning that became standard practice for the Hiroshima and Nagasaki operations. While never struck, its role in the narrative reveals the careful balancing of tactical and symbolic factors behind target choice. Nagasaki, chosen as the secondary target, held a unique position in Japan's wartime industrial landscape. Its shipyards produced vessels vital for the Japanese Navy, while its Mitsubishi arms factories supplied artillery and ammunition for the front lines. The city's topography, with its hills and river valleys, presented challenges in terms of blast effects. But planners adjusted their calculations to anticipate concentrated destruction in low-lying areas. With Hiroshima struck first, Nagasaki became the default target for the second atomic bombing, ensuring continued pressure on Japan's military and civilian leadership. Its population, though smaller than Hiroshima's, included a significant number of workers essential to sustaining Japan's war effort. American military advisors emphasized that the second strike needed to demonstrate both repeatability and the indiscriminate reach of nuclear power. Nagasaki's selection illustrates the intersection of military necessity and psychological strategy. Designed to show Japanese leaders that no city, regardless of location, could withstand the bomb. Extensive reconnaissance missions prior to the strike ensured that observers could measure blast effects, casualties, and infrastructure damage with precision. Civilian impact, while acknowledged as tragic, was framed as a necessary component of compelling surrender. Nagasaki's experience would later serve as a sobering confirmation of the bomb's destructive potential and the human cost of total war. Kyoto, Japan's ancient capital, represented a very different category of target, blending cultural significance with strategic considerations. Initially included due to its industrial facilities and transportation infrastructure, Kyoto's dense population and cultural heritage raised complex moral questions. Secretary of War Henry Stimson personally intervened to remove the city from the target list, fearing international outrage over the destruction of irreplaceable cultural sites. Stimson argued that while military objectives were critical, the destruction of centuries-old temples, shrines, and architectural treasures would undermine the ethical justification for using atomic weapons. Kyoto's removal demonstrates how cultural, historical, and diplomatic concerns could influence operational decisions, even amidst total war planning. The city's preservation preserved invaluable records of Japanese civilization, while reinforcing the perception that target selection was guided by a mixture of military logic and political calculation. This decision also reflected a broader understanding of post-war considerations, including U.S.-Japan relations and historical memory. Kyoto's near inclusion emphasizes the tension between tactical necessity and humanitarian concerns. Even in an era defined by total war, planners were aware of the symbolic weight of destroying cultural landmarks. The city thus serves as a reminder of the nuanced deliberations that accompanied the unprecedented deployment of atomic weaponry. The criteria for target selection combined military, geographic, psychological, and symbolic factors. Cities with significant military infrastructure were prioritized to demonstrate that atomic bombs could cripple Japan's war capacity. Geography and topography were critical. Flat, compact urban areas allowed the blast and heat to maximize destruction, while hills and valleys could complicate targeting and reduce damage efficiency. Population density was considered both as a measure of civilian and industrial labor presence, and as a psychological lever to shock the government into surrender. Cultural and historical significance, as in the case of Kyoto, could exclude a city despite military relevance. Meteorological data, including cloud cover and visibility, influenced last-minute adjustments, as accurate visual targeting was required for bomb effectiveness. Reconnaissance missions mapped out roads, factories, and residential clusters to predict destruction and observe results. The overarching goal was to compel Japan's surrender with minimal delay, while validating the atomic bomb as a strategic weapon. Each target represented a balance of tactical utility, human cost, and symbolic impact. The selection process thus reflected the unique moral and operational dilemmas of the first use of nuclear weapons. Advisors from the Manhattan Project, the U.S. military, and the War Department collaborated closely on these decisions. Physicists, engineers, and strategists provided technical data on explosive yield, blast radius, and thermal effects. Military officers contributed intelligence on troop deployments, industrial hubs, and transportation networks. Diplomatic officials offered insight into potential international reactions, particularly from the Soviet Union and neutral nations. The target selection process was iterative, incorporating feedback from aerial reconnaissance, photographic surveys, and intelligence reports. Each city's candidacy was evaluated against a matrix of objectives: military impact, psychological shock, feasibility of a successful strike, and post-war considerations. Meetings at Los Alamos, the Pentagon, and the White House involved intense debate, weighing strategic urgency against potential humanitarian consequences. The meticulous attention to detail underscores the unprecedented nature of atomic warfare and the high stakes involved. Every decision carried weight not only for the immediate conflict, but for the future of warfare, international relations, and ethical precedent. The deliberations reveal a world grappling with power far beyond conventional comprehension. By the summer of 1945, the list of potential targets had crystallized, with Hiroshima, Kokura, Nagasaki, and Kyoto forming the framework for final decisions. Each city embodied distinct combinations of military significance, geographic suitability, population density, and symbolic resonance. The removal of Kyoto reflected early recognition of cultural and diplomatic factors, even in total war. Hiroshima's flat terrain and military infrastructure made it the ideal first target, while Nagasaki's secondary role ensured continued pressure on Japan's leadership. Kokura's cloud cover contingency highlighted the practical challenges of executing a visual bombing mission. The analysis combined scientific precision with human judgment, illustrating the fusion of technology, strategy, and ethics. These choices were more than tactical. They were statements about the future of warfare, the projection of power, and the psychological dimensions of surrender. The selection process captured the tension between destruction, deterrence, and moral responsibility, setting the stage for the first use of atomic weapons in human history. By understanding why these cities were chosen, we can grasp the enormity of the decisions that led to the bombings that would forever alter the course of World War II. As the summer of 1945 progressed, the culmination of years of secret research at Los Alamos reached its critical phase. The atomic bombs were nearly complete, and every detail of deployment was being meticulously rehearsed. Scientists, engineers, and military planners worked around the clock, ensuring that the fragile and unprecedented devices could survive the stresses of transport, loading, and detonation. At Los Alamos, physicists made final adjustments to the plutonium implosion bomb and the uranium gun-type bomb, carefully calibrating explosive lenses, timing circuits, and detonators. The tension was palpable. Each minute of delay or error could compromise the entire mission. Meanwhile, the Army Air Forces prepared the 509th Composite Group for deployment, ensuring that crews were trained to handle, arm, and drop the bombs with precision. Every aspect of the B-29 superfortresses, from fuel calculations to altitude profiles, was optimized to maximize bomb efficiency while minimizing risk to the aircraft. On Tinian Island in the Northern Marianas, logistics teams constructed special facilities to assemble and store the bombs under extreme secrecy. Each crate, each component, and each instrument was double-checked against diagrams that only a handful of personnel fully understood. Communication between scientists in New Mexico and the operational command on Tinian was continuous and secure, as any misstep could delay the decisive strike. The world watched unknowingly as these preparations quietly reshaped the future of warfare. The journey of the bombs from Los Alamos to Tinian required extraordinary planning, precision, and secrecy. Specially reinforced cargo planes transported the uranium and plutonium cores in discreet protective containers designed to survive turbulence, rough handling, and temperature extremes. Teams of scientists accompanied these cores, ready to address any mechanical or chemical issues during transit. On Tinian, elaborate bunkers and secure hangars had been constructed to allow final assembly without exposing the components to humidity, vibrations, or curious eyes. The airfield itself was reinforced and camouflaged, blending with the natural landscape to minimize detection from Japanese reconnaissance. Crews rehearsed loading sequences repeatedly, ensuring that the weight distribution, bomb release mechanisms, and safety procedures were flawless. Engineers monitored temperature, humidity, and alignment of the core components at all times, recognizing that even a minor deviation could render the bomb inoperative or dangerously unstable. Specialists tested and verified fusing mechanisms, electrical detonators, and aerodynamic stabilization fins. The complexity of this operation was unprecedented, combining top-secret physics, aeronautical, engineering, and logistical coordination in one isolated Pacific island. Each day's progress carried the tension of a high-wire act, with the knowledge that history was unfolding in silence beneath the tropical sun. At Los Alamos, a final cadre of scientists and military liaisons performed last-minute simulations and safety checks on both bomb designs. The plutonium implosion-type device, later known as Fat Man, required precise detonation of high-explosive lenses surrounding the core to create a symmetrical implosion. Any asymmetry would have resulted in a dud or incomplete detonation. The uranium gun-type bomb, Little Boy, relied on a simpler mechanism, propelling a subcritical mass of uranium into another to achieve criticality. Even so, physicists scrutinized firing mechanisms, shielding, and neutron initiators with painstaking care. Models were tested with small-scale explosives to verify timing sequences down to microseconds. Teams of metallurgists, chemists, and physicists oversaw the assembly, ensuring that every component met exacting specifications. Communication with Tinian provided constant feedback about environmental conditions and readiness of aircraft for final loading. Each adjustment was logged meticulously, a record that would later serve historians, studying the unprecedented combination of science and military application. By late July, all components were confirmed operational, and the countdown toward deployment began in earnest. On Tinian Island, the 509th Composite Group constructed special assembly facilities to handle the bombs with absolute precision. Reinforced steel structures housed cranes, hoists, and assembly tables designed for the massive and delicate devices. Protective measures, including sandbags, blast shields, and continuous monitoring, ensured that any accidental detonation was virtually impossible. Engineers and assembly crews worked in shifts, performing final assembly of electrical circuits, detonators, and aerodynamic stabilizers. Security was intense. Guards patrolled the perimeter, and only personnel with the highest clearance could enter restricted zones. Meteorological teams provided weather updates, crucial for timing the missions and ensuring visual targeting. Bombs were periodically transported to the airfield to test handling equipment, elevators, and hoists. The constant presence of senior officers and Manhattan Project scientists underscored the operation's unprecedented importance. Every step in the process was choreographed, rehearsed, and documented to minimize human error. The final weeks were a blend of scientific precision and military discipline, with the looming knowledge that these bombs could end the war or change humanity forever. Meanwhile, B-29 crews rehearsed every element of the mission, from takeoff to bomb release to photographic observation of the blast. Pilots, navigators, bombardiers, and gunners ran full simulations with mock bombs to ensure synchronization and coordination. Detailed maps, aerial photographs, and intelligence reports were studied intensively to identify key targets, approach paths, and emergency landing sites. Each crew member understood the unprecedented danger of carrying a nuclear payload and the importance of precision in altitude, speed, and trajectory. Maintenance teams worked tirelessly to guarantee engine reliability, hydraulic systems, and pressurization equipment under tropical conditions. Special bomb release mechanisms were installed and tested repeatedly, ensuring smooth deployment from the aircraft's bomb bay. Security and camouflage measures on the airfield were strict. No unnecessary personnel could enter or observe operations. Drills included contingency planning for engine failure, aborted missions, or unexpected weather. Simulations also involve photographic documentation and post-strike analysis, designed to evaluate the bomb's destructive effect. By mid-July, the crews were ready, their nerves steeled for a mission unlike any in history. The arming of the bombs on Tinian required the coordination of scientists and military personnel, working side by side. Each component was checked and rechecked, including explosive lenses, electrical connections, and fusing systems. The plutonium core for Fat Man was carefully inserted into the implosion assembly only hours before takeoff to minimize risk. Temperature and humidity were continuously monitored, as the exotic materials could react unpredictably under extreme conditions. Neutron initiators and firing circuits underwent repeated verification to ensure proper detonation sequences. Engineers employed specially designed hoists and cradles to maneuver the massive bombs into the B-29 bomb bays without contact that could destabilize the payload. The process required extreme patience, precision, and coordination, with each team member performing a critical role in a choreographed sequence. Observers documented every step, both for accountability and to preserve a record of humanity's first nuclear strike. Communication between Los Alamos scientists and Tinian engineers was continuous, guiding assembly decisions in real time. By the final night, both bombs were fully armed, and the stage was set for history. The tropical heat and humidity of Tinian presented additional challenges to the final preparations. Sensitive electronic equipment risked malfunction, and the metal components could expand, contract, or corrode under extreme conditions. Engineers employed protective covers, air-conditioned rooms, and constant monitoring to counteract these environmental risks. Security protocols limited personnel movement, while armed guards patrolled assembly areas around the clock. Cranes and hoists were carefully lubricated and tested under load to prevent accidental damage. Fueling and maintenance of the B-29 proceeded in tandem, ensuring that aircraft were ready to launch on short notice. The combination of scientific ingenuity, military discipline, and meticulous logistics reflected the unprecedented nature of the atomic mission. Teams worked through long hours, often in near silence, fully aware of the monumental consequences of error. Each adjustment, calculation, and precaution was made with the knowledge that the bombs represented both the pinnacle of human achievement and a terrifying instrument of destruction. By the end of July, the preparations were complete, poised on the edge of history. As the sun rose over Tinian in late July 1945, the final preparations signaled the convergence of science, strategy, and fate. Los Alamos scientists had delivered the bombs crews and engineers on. Tinian had readied aircraft, run simulations, and armed the payloads. Every precaution, calculation, and rehearsal was in place, a testament to years of unprecedented effort and secrecy. The world outside remained unaware of the magnitude of what was about to unfold, even as intelligence suggested Japan's inevitable defeat. Weather teams, navigators, and officers waited for optimal conditions to execute the first atomic strike. The tension was palpable, a mixture of anticipation, fear, and awe at the human capacity to create and destroy. These final preparations marked the transition from theory to action, from laboratory to battlefield, and from history to legend. Within days, the bombs would be airborne, carrying a destructive power humanity had never before witnessed. The stage was set for Hiroshima and Nagasaki, cities that would experience devastation on a scale unimaginable even to those who built the weapons. The preparations were complete, and the world teetered on the edge of a new era in human history. The Enola Gay, a B-29 superfortress, became an icon of history not because of its size or speed, but because of the men who would pilot it on a mission unlike any before. At the center stood Colonel Paul W. Tibbets, a decorated pilot with a reputation for precision, discipline, and calm under pressure, chosen specifically to lead the first atomic strike. Tibbets had spent years in the Army Air Forces, flying long-range bombers and mastering every aspect of high-altitude, long-distance navigation, bombing, and evasive maneuvers. Surrounding him was a hand-picked crew, each man selected for technical skill, reliability, and mental fortitude, understanding that this mission demanded perfection under extraordinary pressure. The crew included navigators, bombardiers, flight engineers, radio operators, and gunners, all trained for conventional missions, but now preparing for a mission that defied precedent. Weeks before the mission, training intensified with simulated bomb runs, precise timing drills, and emergency procedures for every conceivable scenario. Even as they drilled, a quiet tension settled over the men, the awareness that their target was not military but civilian, and that the weapon they carried represented an unimaginable force. They studied atomic physics in briefings, reviewed bomb mechanics, and rehearsed loading procedures to understand the payload they would deliver. Discussions were held in hushed tones, a mixture of curiosity, duty, and apprehension. Filtering through each conversation, the men were soldiers first, but they knew they were stepping into history with every flight hour logged. Training for the atomic mission was uniquely rigorous, blending standard bomber protocol with unprecedented experimental drills. Pilots and navigators practiced low-visibility approaches to simulated urban targets, accounting for wind patterns, altitude, and release timing. Bombardiers trained with inert replicas of Little Boy, learning precise calculations for altitude, speed, and detonation timing down to a fraction of a second. Flight engineers monitored complex engines under maximum load, simulating conditions at high altitude with full bomb weight. Gunners drilled continuously on defensive maneuvers, aware that Japanese fighters might attempt to intercept the aircraft. Radio operators rehearsed secure communication protocols, ensuring that messages could be sent and received without interception or miscommunication. Rehearsals also included emergency landings, bailouts, and procedures in case of accidental detonation. Throughout, the men were reminded of the psychological weight of their task, the ethical and moral implications of delivering a weapon of unprecedented power. Daily briefings emphasized the importance of discipline, precision, and coordination, leaving no room for error. By mid-July, the crew was physically and mentally prepared, though their emotions remained complex and conflicted. Paul Tibbetts' leadership played a central role in shaping the crew's cohesion and confidence. He insisted on discipline, punctuality, and rigorous attention to detail, but he also fostered open communication, allowing men to express concerns or ask questions freely. Each crew member understood that failure was not an option, but Tibbetts acknowledged the human weight of the mission, recognizing that fear, doubt, and anxiety were natural. Pre-flight briefings included candid discussions about potential risks, the destructive power of the bomb, and the consequences for both target cities and their own safety. Crew camaraderie grew through repeated simulations, shared meals, and moments of quiet reflection on Tinian Island, far from the devastation awaiting them. Despite the secrecy surrounding the mission, the men could sense that their actions would mark a turning point in the war. Emotional tension coexisted with technical focus. They trained as soldiers but thought as participants in an event that could change the course of history. Each flight drill, checklist review, and mock bomb run reinforced a sense of purpose mingled with unease. Tibbetts' experience and calm demeanor offered a psychological anchor, keeping the crew focused amidst the moral ambiguity of their task. The combination of training, leadership, and shared responsibility created a unit ready to undertake a mission that no human had ever executed before. Despite their rigorous preparation, the crew faced internal conflicts over the mission's ethical implications. Many were aware that the bomb would cause mass civilian casualties, yet military orders demanded execution without hesitation. Some crew members expressed private doubts, questioning the morality of their task while remaining committed to duty. Tibbetts encouraged discussion, but emphasized that hesitation could endanger the mission and their lives. Letters from home, personal reflections, and quiet conversations revealed the tension between patriotic duty and personal conscience. The enormity of the atomic weapon weighed heavily, even as excitement and professional pride emerged from being part of a historic operation. They were simultaneously historians in the making, soldiers, and witnesses to a new era of warfare. Emotional resilience became as critical as technical skill, with every man balancing fear, duty, and the anticipation of the unknown. Sleep was difficult, as minds replayed simulations, studied meteorological charts, and contemplated consequences. By the eve of the mission, each crew, Member had reconciled in varying degrees the duality of their role as both destroyers and participants in history. Tinian Island itself became a world apart, a crucible where the crew prepared for the final mission. The airfield buzzed with activity, though the operation remained shrouded in strict secrecy. Hangars were reinforced, bomb assembly areas were secured, and every flight path was planned meticulously. Pilots conducted multiple test runs, familiarizing themselves with terrain, approach angles, and emergency protocols. Navigators studied detailed maps and aerial reconnaissance photographs of Hiroshima, memorizing landmarks to ensure accuracy during the high-altitude drop. Crews rehearsed communication procedures, confirming signals and radio codes under pressure conditions. Bomb assemblies were reviewed repeatedly, and final checks on mechanisms were made under the supervision of Manhattan Project scientists. Even the small details, fuel levels, wind correction angles, and altimeter calibration, were critical to mission success. The men moved in precise coordination, a dance of logistics, science, and military discipline. The calm professionalism belied the underlying tension, an unspoken awareness of the unprecedented destruction that lay ahead. The personal backgrounds of the crew varied, yet each shared traits that made them suitable for the mission. Many had flown long-range bombing missions over Europe or the Pacific, gaining experience under fire and in high-stress conditions. Some were engineers, skilled in mechanics, electronics, or aeronautics, while others excelled in navigation, bombing, or aerial photography. Training honed their individual skills while reinforcing the importance of teamwork and mutual reliance. Each crew member carried a sense of responsibility not only to their comrades, but to the broader military and political mission. Personal letters, diaries, and reflections reveal both anticipation and unease, documenting the human dimension behind the technical precision. Tibbets maintained cohesion through a balance of discipline, empathy, and confidence-building exercises. The crew's diversity of skills and temperament created a complementarity that made the mission operationally feasible. Emotional intelligence, situational awareness, and professional competence were equally vital. Every man understood that the stakes went beyond the battlefield, extending to the moral and historical consequences of their actions. The final days before departure were marked by intense preparation, silent reflection, and final inspections. The B-29 Enola Gay underwent exhaustive maintenance, engines checked, hydraulics verified, and bomb bays inspected. The crew ran through emergency drills, simulated weather conditions, and navigational scenarios with precision. Fuel, armaments, and survival gear were loaded and checked repeatedly. Tibbets and senior officers reviewed the mission plan in detail, discussing approach vectors, release altitudes, and potential contingencies. The airfield operated under strict secrecy, with only essential personnel allowed near the aircraft. Anxiety and excitement mingled, creating an atmosphere of heightened alertness. Crew members engaged in last-minute personal rituals, moments of introspection or quiet prayer. Meteorologists finalized forecasts to determine the optimal launch window, accounting for cloud cover, wind, and visibility. As night fell, the Enola Gay stood ready on Tinian, a vessel carrying both, the culmination of human ingenuity and the weight of moral uncertainty. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the Enola Gay and its crew became the fulcrum of a mission that would reverberate across history. The men climbed aboard with calculated precision, checking instruments, confirming codes, and performing final pre-flight routines. Silence reigned in the cockpit, punctuated only by routine engine checks and radio confirmations. The crew's faces reflected a blend of concentration, anticipation, and the quiet acknowledgement of the enormity of their task. Tibbets, calm yet resolute, gave final instructions and encouraged steady focus. Every man understood the mission's unprecedented nature. This flight would deliver a weapon whose destructive capacity no human had experienced. Yet amidst the technical preparation, the human element remained. Fear, pride, doubt, and determination intertwined. As the B-29 lifted into the tropical sky, the crew became both agents and witnesses of history. Their training, skill, and emotional resilience were about to be tested in ways no simulation could fully anticipate. The flight of the Enola Gay marked the beginning of the end of war and the start of humanity confronting the consequences of unimaginable power. On the evening of August 5, 1945, Hiroshima appeared as an ordinary Japanese city bustling with life, oblivious to the cataclysm looming above. Streets were filled with lantern light, children's laughter, and merchants closing their shops. After a long day of trade, while trains rattled through stations carrying weary workers home, families gathered for simple meals, conversations drifting from daily hardships to dreams of post-war rebuilding. Soldiers and civil defense personnel patrolled quietly, their presence a reminder of a long and brutal conflict that had reached every corner of the nation. The riverbanks reflected the last rays of the sun, the water glinting against wooden bridges and stone embankments as fishermen untangled nets. The skyline was dotted with low-rise buildings, industrial smokestacks, and the iconic dome of the Hiroshima Prefectural Industrial Promotion Hall, its shape distinct and central, though its historical significance was yet unknown to the inhabitants. Children chased each other through narrow alleyways, unaware of the new weapon that would change everything. Lanterns floated along the river, casting ephemeral glows that mirrored the hopes and routines of a city worn by war, yet clinging to life. Elderly citizens rested on verandas, sipping tea and recounting memories from a time before the global conflict darkened their daily existence. In every home, ordinary activities, writing letters, repairing clothes, listening to radios, continued as if the world beyond their borders was distant and abstract. Hiroshima's civilian population moved through the evening with a deceptive calm, grounded in routine yet subtly scarred by years of conflict. Women carried water from wells, children returned from evening errands, and the aroma of simmering miso soup mingled with the cool August air. Soldiers stationed in the city maintained order, yet they too were weary, mindful of air raids and the distant threat of conventional bombings. The city's industry, though slowed by wartime shortages, hummed quietly, factories producing textiles, munitions, and machinery essential to the Japanese war effort. Students studied under dim lamps, completing assignments while aware of rationing and the scarcity of materials. Markets closed with lingering chatter between vendors and customers, bargaining over the few supplies available. Lantern-lit streets provided a sense of communal safety, a fragile illusion against the backdrop of war's uncertainty. Occasionally, the distant drone of aircraft reminded residents of ongoing military operations, though no one suspected the unprecedented scale of what was to come. Life continued with resilience, a mix of fatigue, hope, and human determination. Every action, from the simplest meal preparation to the closing of shutters, carried the weight of survival, yet none anticipated the horror awaiting the city. Children, blissfully unaware of the global machinations and scientific breakthroughs shaping their fate, played freely in open courtyards and along the banks of the Ota River. Their laughter echoed against wooden homes, their games of tag and hide-and-seek, punctuated by bursts of joy that masked the tension of wartime restrictions. Parents kept watch simultaneously, nurturing and anxious, torn between protecting their offspring and fulfilling daily tasks. Street vendors packed up the last of their goods, calling out to neighbors and familiar customers as they stowed vegetables, fish, and cloth under makeshift awnings. Elderly citizens shared stories of Hiroshima's past, tales of floods, earthquakes, and resilience that had shaped their community. Soldiers practiced drills, inspected defenses, and maintained communication lines. Though the advanced nature of the atomic bomb remained beyond comprehension, smoke from cooking fires mingled with the scent of the humid summer evening, drifting over alleys and bridges, a sensory tapestry of everyday life. Families lit lanterns and candles, casting long shadows that flickered across wooden walls and tiled roofs. Radios murmured news from the front, updates on battles in China and the Pacific, though nothing foreshadowed the immediacy of annihilation. Across the city, the rhythm of normalcy persisted, masking the invisible countdown that had begun in laboratories thousands of miles away. Hiroshima's civic leaders met in quiet offices, discussing logistics, resource management, and the continued maintenance of morale among citizens. They reviewed emergency plans for conventional air raids, unaware that a new threat existed beyond any scenario they had ever imagined. Hospitals remained open, treating minor injuries, illness, and the lingering effects of malnutrition, yet were largely unprepared for large-scale casualties. Clergy performed evening prayers, offering spiritual comfort and guidance to citizens who clung to faith amidst a prolonged conflict. Factory supervisors inspected machinery one last time, ensuring production could continue even under constraints. Street lamps flickered to life as night fell, illuminating cobblestones worn by years of foot traffic and military activity. Families shared meals on tatami mats, discussing the future, gossip and personal stories, blind to the devastation that would disrupt these intimate moments. Children's voices, warm and carefree, were juxtaposed against the silent vigilance of adults aware of the war, but unprepared for nuclear destruction. Pets roamed freely in alleys and courtyards, their playful movements blending seamlessly into the rhythm of domestic life. The city's heartbeat was steady, unremarkable, and profoundly unaware of the extraordinary forces about to reshape every aspect of existence. Throughout the evening, the air was heavy with humidity, and a calm wind rustled leaves along tree-lined streets, carrying the faint sense of cooking, river water, and summer blooms. School children recited lessons at home, their parents correcting mispronunciations and encouraging diligence despite food shortages and fatigue. Soldiers patrolled the perimeters of strategic locations, maintaining order, while observing the distant hills and rivers for any sign of intrusion. Families paused at the windows, watching the sun dip below the mountains, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, a breathtaking scene now destined to be forever contrasted with fire and shadow. Small shops closed with careful attention to locking doors and securing wares as shopkeepers whispered about rationing and the uncertainty of the coming months. The streets grew quieter as night deepened, the occasional passerby crossing bridges and intersections with cautious steps. Lanterns swayed in gentle breezes, casting soft, elongated shadows that danced across facades, illuminating intricate architectural details. Dogs barked in alleyways, cats prowled quietly, and insects chirped in the thick night air, all part of the city's natural nocturnal symphony. In homes, quiet conversations about rationing, letters from soldiers, and local news formed the evening soundtrack. The city slept lightly, unaware that its heartbeat would soon be violently interrupted. Hiroshima's working-class districts were filled with the hum of last-minute domestic chores, water drawn from wells, and laundry hung to dry, silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Fishermen prepared nets for early morning launches, while bakers finished the last loaves for delivery at dawn. Market vendors counted coins and stowed remaining goods, some stopping to chat with neighbors about rumors of American advances far to the south. Children brushed their teeth and tidied their rooms, their nightly routines normal in every respect, even as the world teetered on a precipice of unprecedented destruction. Soldiers stationed near factories and bridges conducted final rounds, checking radios, barricades, and emergency supplies, their minds trained for conventional warfare but unprepared for atomic devastation. The prefectural industrial promotion hall, a centerpiece of the city, stood silently under the starlit sky, its steel frame and brickwork reflecting a centuries-old history that would soon be incinerated. Families shared evening meals, discussing personal plans, birthdays, and trivial disagreements, oblivious to the fateful day to come. The river's water shimmered under moonlight, carrying lantern reflections. Downstream, a peaceful illusion of continuity and serenity. The tension of war lingered in hushed undertones, but it was overshadowed by routine, domestic rhythms, and the familiar patterns of city life. In every corner of Hiroshima, human activity, laughter, and vigilance coexisted with a profound and tragic ignorance. As midnight approached, the streets emptied, leaving only the distant hum of the Ote River and the occasional footstep of patrolling soldiers. Night watchmen in factories and municipal buildings remained alert, scanning the horizon for conventional threats, unaware that an entirely new form of warfare would soon arrive. Lanterns were extinguished in homes, families huddled in rooms, and children drifted into sleep, dreams untouched by the shadow of the atomic age. Radio operators continued intermittent transmissions, carrying coded messages and routine military updates, oblivious to the unprecedented mission thousands of miles away. The industrial district, usually alive with activity, lay in near silence, machinery resting after a long day of labor. Clergy and community leaders offered prayers for continued survival. And peace, unaware that peace was moments from being obliterated. Soldiers in training camps rested, their minds focused on conventional combat drills, never anticipating the invisible destructive force descending upon them. The city itself seemed to breathe slowly, each district, alleyway, and bridge a part of a larger organism, alive and vibrant. Every life carried on in normal rhythm, from domestic chores to leisure activities, while fate silently prepared its cruel intervention. The calm before the storm, August 5th, was a fragile illusion, a final night of human normalcy before history would be irrevocably altered. As dawn approached on August 6th, Hiroshima remained unaware of the approaching disaster, its citizens moving through early morning routines with a quiet diligence. Fishermen pushed boats into the water, factory workers lined up for early shifts, and students prepared for lessons, unaware that these simple acts would soon be shattered. Streets that had been lively the evening before now carried only the footsteps of the early risers, the city beginning another ordinary day under the summer sun. The early hours of August 6, 1945, dawned over Tinian Island in the Mariana Archipelago with an unusual clarity, the ocean reflecting a soft, golden light as the Enola Gay prepared for its historic mission. Crew members moved with precision across the flight deck, checking instruments, fuel lines, and bomb release mechanisms, their movements practiced and disciplined from countless training exercises. Paul Tibbets, the aircraft's pilot and mission commander, reviewed the flight plan one last time, eyes scanning charts that detailed the Japanese mainland with pinpoint accuracy. Meteorologists on the island relayed weather reports, noting cloud cover, visibility, and wind patterns, knowing that clear skies over Hiroshima were essential for visual targeting. Ground crews performed final calibrations, carefully weighing the atomic bomb, verifying its internal mechanisms, and ensuring the fuse was armed correctly. The air was tense but controlled, a combination of military routine and the unspoken understanding that this flight carried an unprecedented weapon. Pilots and navigators reviewed the timing of each leg, calculating fuel consumption, altitude changes, and emergency contingencies in minute detail. Engineers inspected the B-29's engines, ensuring the massive aircraft could handle the weight and the long Pacific flight without incident. Radio operators tested communication channels with command headquarters, confirming encryption protocols and backup frequencies. Every man on Tinian understood the gravity of the operation, though few could fully comprehend the historic consequences awaiting the morning skies above Japan. As the sun rose, the island's heat began to climb, casting long shadows from the hangars and support vehicles onto the concrete runways. Ground crews hustled to secure loose equipment, watching the Enola Gay taxi into position, engines humming with controlled power. Tibbets and his CO pilot performed pre-flight checks, verifying altimeters, artificial horizons, and oxygen systems, each instrument meticulously calibrated. The bombardier, Captain Thomas Farabee, reviewed his target charts and the bomb release checklist, mentally rehearsing each step of the sequence. The navigator, Theodore Van Kirk, cross-checked coordinates and plotted potential adjustments based on wind drift, air currents, and predicted weather over Hiroshima. The flight engineer monitored fuel lines and engine performance, confirming that all four Wright R-3,350 duplex Cyclone engines were operating within optimal parameters. Communication with the command tower remained constant, each radio transmission crisp, direct, and essential. Crew members donned oxygen masks and life vests, conscious of the long flight ahead over hostile territory. The atmosphere inside the aircraft combined disciplined calm with a palpable undercurrent of tension, a prelude to the unimaginable task before them. Every moment on Tinian, from takeoff checks to engine revs, was part of a sequence that had been rehearsed, planned, and calculated to near perfection. Outside the aircraft, the tropical air shimmered in the morning sun, the Pacific waves glittering below, the cliffs of Tinian reflecting a serene beauty that contrasted sharply with the lethal mission at hand. Ground personnel waved farewell, standing at attention, fully aware that history was being made with each passing moment. Pilots and crew whispered final instructions, verifying responsibilities and mentally reviewing contingencies for enemy interception or mechanical failure. Observers monitored the sky for cloud formations and potential turbulence, knowing that perfect conditions were vital for bomb accuracy. The flight deck, typically a place of controlled chaos, seemed suspended in time, a calm punctuated only by the growl of the B-29 engines as they warmed. Crews and other support aircraft prepared for observation and photographic documentation, ensuring that the mission's progress and outcomes would be fully recorded. Every motion was choreographed, from the release of ground chocks to the sequential takeoff of accompanying aircraft, each step critical to mission success. Mechanics performed last-minute inspections under the wings, verifying control surfaces, hydraulic lines, and bomb bay integrity. The heat rising from the tarmac mirrored the rising tension inside the cabin, a sensory reminder of the stakes involved. In these final moments, all eyes and thoughts were focused on the path ahead, the Pacific horizon, and the unknown that awaited above Hiroshima. At precisely 2:45 a.m. local Tinian time, the Enola Gay began its taxi, engines roaring, tires gripping, the runway with deliberate force as the aircraft prepared for liftoff. Crew members adjusted their seats, tightened harnesses, and confirmed that all safety protocols were observed, their training guiding every movement. Tibbets signaled to the tower, receiving clearance for departure, the voice calm yet carrying the weight of responsibility. With a final nod, the massive B-29 surged forward, accelerating down the runway, the tropical dawn stretching ahead like a pathway into history. The aircraft lifted smoothly, engines whining with power, the combined weight of fuel, crew, and the atomic bomb making every adjustment crucial. Below, Tinian's coastline receded, blue waters shimmering, the island shrinking from view as the mission advanced into open sky. Inside, crew members monitored altimeters, engine temperatures, and fuel levels, aware that a single miscalculation could jeopardize everything. The bombardier reviewed the bomb's configuration, each wire, dial, and timing device checked multiple times over. The navigator cross-referenced maps, ensuring the plotted course over the Pacific was exact to the mile, accounting for drift and the Earth's rotation. Every second of the climb was measured, deliberate, and purposeful, the calm of the sky masking the storm of consequences to come. As the aircraft reached cruising altitude over the Pacific, the sun now fully above the horizon, the crew settled into a rhythm of observation, calculation, and anticipation. Oxygen levels were maintained carefully, crew members speaking in measured tones to conserve energy and reduce strain. Tibbets reviewed the target brief once more, mentally overlaying intelligence, reports, city layouts, and weather data for Hiroshima. The flight engineer continually monitored engine output, adjusting throttle and mixture for optimal performance at high altitude. Radio operators transmitted routine updates to command, noting position, speed, and conditions, maintaining a link to headquarters thousands of miles away. Observers recorded cloud density and wind patterns, knowing that even slight deviations could compromise bomb accuracy. The atomic bomb, stored in the bomb bay, rested quietly in its mounting, a terrifying weight in both literal and moral terms. Crew members occasionally exchanged brief words, the tension palpable, but controlled, each aware of the historic magnitude of their mission. Above, the vast Pacific stretched uninterrupted, a silent, indifferent witness to the unfolding operation. Every instrument, chart, and checklist represented hours of preparation, expertise, and the precise coordination of men and machines poised on the brink of history. The Enola Gay continued its flight, steadily approaching the Japanese mainland, the crew's eyes fixed on instruments, maps, and distant weather formations. Clouds hovered at varying altitudes, the bombardier calculating adjustments, ensuring a clear visual path for the bomb release. Tibbets, ever vigilant, scanned the horizon, anticipating any enemy aircraft while maintaining steady flight. Fuel calculations were double-checked, Each gallon accounted for the long return journey, contingencies, and potential evasive maneuvers. Crew members maintained oxygen levels, hydration, and composure each, aware that fatigue or error could have catastrophic consequences. The navigator adjusted for wind drift, noting changes in speed, altitude, and direction, ensuring the aircraft stayed precisely on course. Outside, the Japanese coastline came into view, mountains and rivers unfolding with startling clarity from the high altitude. Crew members prepared cameras and observation instruments, ready to document the events that would soon redefine warfare. The aircraft's internal hum and vibrations became a constant background, a reminder of the massive power contained in the engines and the weapon beneath. Inside, thoughts oscillated between duty, anticipation, and the moral weight of the unprecedented mission ahead. As Hiroshima approached, the crew received final weather updates confirming that visibility over the city was sufficient for a visual bomb drop. Clouds parted just enough to allow an unobstructed view of the target. The river grid, bridges, and urban sprawl laid bare from above. Tibbets adjusted altitude and speed, coordinating with the bombardier for the precise moment of release. Crew members mentally rehearsed each action, from the activation of the bomb's fusing mechanism to the immediate climb after release. The atomic bomb, codenamed Little Boy, was armed, the hum of its internal systems a silent testament to human ingenuity and destructive potential. Every eye in the aircraft was trained on instruments in the horizon, measuring distance, angles, and alignment. Outside, the city appeared calm, unaware, bathed in morning sunlight, smoke-free and utterly ordinary. Inside, the crew felt the tension of history in motion, the weight of responsibility pressing on each man. Navigational charts and altimeters were cross-checked with the precision of surgeons, every adjustment critical. The calm before the storm persisted, a fleeting moment suspended between normalcy and annihilation. Minutes stretched into tense anticipation as the Enola Gay neared the coordinates for Hiroshima. The city's streets, homes, and landmarks visible in minute detail from altitude. The crew prepared for the final sequence, reviewing checklists silently, hands steady, yet minds alert. Radios transmitted last-minute confirmations to command, though there were no new instructions, only the affirmation of routine and procedure. The bombardier's instruments indicated optimal conditions, the alignment perfect for a visual drop, the culmination of years of research and meticulous preparation. Tibbets maintained calm, speaking softly to reassure the crew, reinforcing focus and precision. Engines thrummed steadily, the aircraft slicing through the air like a blade, carrying the most destructive weapon ever deployed in human history. Outside, the city remained tranquil, unaware of the imminent devastation, the ordinary rhythms of life continuing under the morning sun. Crew members checked oxygen masks, altimeters, and fuel gauges. Last time, every variable accounted for with obsessive precision. The flight path, target visibility, and timing all converged in a single decisive moment, the air above Japan charged with the tension of anticipation. In this final stretch, the calm before the storm was absolute. A breath held across time. Space at 8:15 a.m. local time. On August 6, 1945, the Enola Gay passed over Hiroshima, the city sprawling beneath in quiet normalcy, unaware of the momentous event about to unfold. Pilot Paul Tibbets maintained steady altitude, speed, and heading, ensuring the aircraft remained precisely on the pre-calculated flight path. Bombardier Thomas Farabee confirmed visual alignment, adjusting for wind, drift, river patterns, and urban landmarks to guarantee pinpoint accuracy. At 31,000 feet, the B-29's massive frame carried the 9,700-pound uranium bomb, codenamed Little Boy, its mechanisms carefully armed and ready. Farabee released the bomb over the designated target point, the weapon dropping. With a brief, seemingly innocuous fall through the thin morning air, ground observation instruments measured the trajectory, speed, and angle, capturing every moment of descent. Inside the aircraft, crew members watched the release sequence with tense concentration, instruments recording altitude, velocity, and timing. The bomb fell silently for 43 seconds, a mechanical inevitability poised to unleash destruction. Clouds below partially obscured the view, but the city's grid of streets and river channels became increasingly visible. Every second of this descent was calculated, precise, and irreversible, a countdown to an unimaginable detonation. As Little Boy plummeted toward the city, the bomb's internal fusing system began its activation sequence, ensuring detonation occurred at the optimal altitude for maximum impact. A radar altimeter and barometric triggers monitored the bomb's descent, measuring proximity to the urban landscape with extreme precision. Crew members inside the Enola Gay monitored the instruments anxiously, aware that any malfunction could result in failure or catastrophic consequences for their own aircraft. Below, Hiroshima appeared ordinary: factories, schools, river bridges, and homes bathed in the golden morning light, entirely unprepared for the event. Descending upon them, the bomb's uranium core, compressed into a subcritical mass, remained stable, but lethal, ready to initiate an unprecedented nuclear chain reaction. Tibbets maintained steady control of the aircraft, keeping it level while adjusting for minor air currents. Observation windows framed the city below, offering a panoramic view that would soon be forever altered. Crew radios were silent, every man focused on procedure and timing, their training guiding their actions with clinical precision. The last few moments before detonation seemed to stretch, each second weighted with history and moral ambiguity. In the bomb's descent, the intersection of human engineering and destruction became terrifyingly apparent, a physical embodiment of science's potential for devastation. At precisely 1,968 feet above the city, the bomb's detonation sequence initiated, a cascade of nuclear reactions beginning in microseconds. Inside the weapon, conventional explosives compressed the uranium core, forcing it into supercritical mass and triggering an uncontrolled chain reaction. Energy released in these fractions of a second would soon manifest as the most powerful explosion humanity had ever witnessed. The B-29, at a safe distance, felt only the initial shockwave of air displacement and light reflecting off the cloud tops. Below, Hiroshima's landscape was instantly transformed, the initial flash visible even from the Enola Gay, blinding in its intensity. Buildings closest to the epicenter were vaporized immediately, concrete, timber, and steel reduced to dust and molten remnants. Streets, parks, and riverbanks were engulfed in an expanding fireball, temperatures soaring to tens of millions of degrees Fahrenheit at the core. Shadows of those caught in the instant of detonation were burned into stone, clothing, and walls, a haunting imprint of human presence. Crew members shielded their eyes briefly from the blinding brightness, instruments recording radiation, pressure, and blast radius data. In this instant, Hiroshima's ordinary morning was replaced with a cataclysmic display of human technological power. The shockwave radiated outward at supersonic speed, leveling structures within a 1-mile radius, while the fireball expanded further, consuming anything combustible in its path. Streets buckled under the force, bridges collapsed, and vehicles were crushed beneath debris, rendered unrecognizable. Trees were incinerated, their trunks vaporized into ash, leaving behind skeletal fragments against a rising column of smoke. Residents caught in the open were subjected to searing heat, intense radiation, and concussive forces, the combination instantly lethal for many. The river, once serene, began to boil along its banks as the explosion's energy disrupted water molecules and vaporized surfaces. The Prefectural Industrial Promotion Hall, later known as the A-bomb dome, withstood partial structural collapse, its skeletal frame a lasting testament to the blast. Fires ignited across city blocks, merging into a vast, uncontrollable inferno, fueled by broken gas lines, wooden structures, and industrial materials. The radiation released penetrated materials and living tissue, initiating burns, sickness, and eventual fatalities for those in the surrounding areas. From the sky, the Enola Gay's crew observed an expanding mushroom cloud, its base rising in rolling fiery plumes, while the upper column formed the iconic stem of smoke and debris. The scale of the destruction was beyond comprehension, a city transformed into a tableau of instant annihilation. Radiation surged through Hiroshima, invisible yet deadly, searing internal organs, damaging DNA, and leaving a lingering, insidious killer behind the initial firestorm. Survivors at varying distances experienced symptoms immediately: nausea, disorientation, and acute burns, while the ground trembled beneath the force of the explosion. Buildings designed to withstand conventional bombings were shredded, walls collapsed, and roofs torn off, leaving interiors exposed to flame and debris. Cars, bicycles were flattened, twisted metal bent into grotesque shapes by the shockwave. Bridges and river embankments crumbled, severing transportation routes and complicating any immediate rescue or evacuation efforts. Fires raced through wooden districts, consuming neighborhoods in minutes. The conflagration intensified by high temperatures and scattered debris. Shadows of victims, etched into walls and pavement, became a grim visual, record of the instantaneous impact, haunting future generations. Crew members recorded altitude, speed, and blast radius, their data crucial for understanding the unprecedented nature of nuclear explosions. The city's power grid was obliterated, telecommunication lines destroyed, leaving survivors isolated in a newly imposed chaos. As the mushroom cloud ascended into the stratosphere, the scale of human suffering and structural destruction became fully apparent even from the air. Within moments, the devastation spread beyond the immediate blast zone, firestorms, consuming secondary neighborhoods as wind currents drew flames outward. Wooden homes, shrines, and schools ignited spontaneously, creating a cascading wave of destruction across the cityscape. Survivors ran in panic, often toward riverbanks, seeking refuge from the inferno and radiation, though few would find safety. Medical facilities, already limited, were instantly overwhelmed by the injured. With staff unprepared for the scale and uniqueness of the trauma, the energy released shattered glass, dislodged roofs, and sent debris hurtling at lethal velocities through streets and open squares. Military installations and supply depots were obliterated, leaving defense coordination impossible and eliminating any organized response. The air became thick with smoke, dust, and radioactive particles, reducing visibility and choking survivors attempting to flee. Emergency response efforts were delayed, hindered by blocked roads, collapsing structures, and the sheer scale of the destruction. Fires burned unchecked for hours, merging into a massive inferno that consumed much of Hiroshima's urban footprint. From the air, the mushroom cloud continued to rise, its upper regions glowing and billowing, a symbol of the new age of warfare. By mid-morning, the full magnitude of the bombing was evident. Tens of thousands of lives lost instantly, countless more injured, and the city's infrastructure largely obliterated. Smoke and dust mixed with the rising heat, creating turbulent columns that carried debris high into the atmosphere. Radiation continued to radiate outward, affecting those miles from the epicenter, a slow killer invisible to the eye. Rescue efforts began in fits and starts, hampered by fire, collapsed buildings, and chaotic conditions. Survivors sought water, medical assistance, and safety, navigating streets rendered unrecognizable by fire, blast, and debris. Hospitals were destroyed or inaccessible, leaving only open-air triage under desperate conditions. Communication with the outside world was almost entirely severed, isolating Hiroshima and compounding the crisis. The mushroom cloud, now fully developed, stretched tens of thousands of feet above the city, its iconic shape a lasting emblem of nuclear power. Crew members of the Enola Gay observed and documented each moment, noting damage patterns, city layouts, and fire spread for post-mission analysis. The immediate aftermath revealed the catastrophic potential of a single nuclear device, an event with ramifications that would ripple across history. As the Enola Gay turned for its return flight to Tinian, Hiroshima lay in ruins beneath a rising sun, the once bustling city now a landscape of fire, ash, and shattered lives. Radiation and heat continued to claim lives, a grim tally that would grow in the hours and days to follow. Fires smoldered across neighborhoods, consuming everything combustible, while survivors staggered through streets filled with debris, smoke, and despair. Buildings once vibrant with human activity were reduced to skeletal frames, concrete ruins, and charred timber. The river carried ash, debris, and the remnants of humanity downstream, reflecting a surreal apocalyptic light. The city's populace was left in shock, trauma, and incomprehensible loss, struggling to grasp the magnitude of destruction. Military strategists recorded observations, analyzing the effectiveness of the atomic strike in unprecedented detail. The bomb's detonation marked not just the destruction of a city, but the advent of a new era in warfare, one defined by nuclear capability. Crew members reflected on their role, the tension of duty intertwined with the moral weight of history's first nuclear attack. The first instant of detonation unleashed a blinding flash, a brilliant white light so intense that it momentarily rivaled the sun itself, searing eyes, skin, and memory simultaneously. For those unfortunate enough to witness it without obstruction, the flash burned indelible. Silhouettes into walls, streets, and surfaces, the exact positions of humans frozen in time. Temperatures at the center of the explosion reached tens of millions of degrees, vaporizing matter instantaneously, transforming concrete, wood, and steel into molten remnants or fine ash. The fireball expanded with a terrifying speed, engulfing city blocks in a dome of white-hot incandescence that climbed thousands of feet into the morning sky. Within seconds, buildings within a 1-mile radius were completely annihilated, their structural integrity unable to withstand the combined force of heat, blast, and radiation. Streets buckled under the extreme thermal expansion, pavements fractured, and river surfaces boiled as the air itself seemed to catch fire. Those caught in the open were vaporized or incinerated, their forms leaving behind haunting imprints on remaining surfaces. In the skies above, the Enola Gay's crew observed a rapidly expanding, luminescent sphere, a terrifying testament to human ingenuity and destructive power. Smoke, ash, and incandescent debris were hurled upward, forming the embryonic stages of the mushroom cloud that would soon dominate the horizon. The first seconds were incomprehensible in scale. A collision of physics, chemistry, and human tragedy played out in real time. As the fireball grew, its intense heat radiated outward in all directions, igniting fires on impact and setting ablaze anything flammable within a vast radius. Wooden houses, shops, and schools erupted into flames instantly, the temperature sufficient to ignite clothing and paper without contact. Concrete and steel structures, though partially resistant, cracked, melted, or collapsed under the sudden expansion and heat. The air above the city shimmered with extreme thermal gradients, creating turbulence that accelerated the spread of fire and debris. Windows shattered violently from the shockwave's pressure, sending glass shards into fleeing civilians with lethal force. Trees, foliage, and riverbanks ignited spontaneously, the firestorm expanding like a predator consuming everything in its path. Survivors, dazed by the sudden brilliance and heat, sought cover, often running blindly toward rivers, streets, or any perceived shelter. Radiation, invisible but deadly, penetrated bodies and materials alike, delivering instantaneous cellular damage and ensuring a grim post-blast toll. The sound of the explosion, initially a distant rumble, grew into an earth-shaking roar as the shockwave reached further into the city. In these first moments, the combination of heat, light, and kinetic force created a scene of apocalyptic magnitude, incomprehensible to any human observer. The shockwave followed the fireball, a supersonic wall of pressure that tore through streets, buildings, and infrastructure with relentless force. Timber-framed homes were splintered into matchsticks, concrete walls cracked and buckled, while metal frames twisted grotesquely under the stress. Vehicles were overturned, bridges collapsed, and river embankments fractured, creating new hazards for those attempting to flee. Survivors were hurled from their feet, doors ripped from their hinges, and windows shattered in every direction. Objects in the streets became deadly projectiles, propelled by the initial blast with force capable of crushing or impaling anyone in their path. The fireball's radiant energy continued to rise, the heat wave following immediately, scorching anything left exposed. Those within several thousand feet of ground zero suffered instantaneous burns, their clothing, skin, and hair igniting almost simultaneously. Buildings partially shielded some residents, though the combination of blast and heat often overcame these weak protections. The intensity of the shockwave caused structural resonances, amplifying damage in surrounding neighborhoods, shaking even sturdy industrial facilities. In the span of mere seconds, the coordinated effects of fire, heat, and Pressure transformed Hiroshima into a landscape of absolute devastation. The mushroom cloud began to form almost immediately, its base a churning column of ash, smoke, and vaporized debris ascending thousands of feet into the sky. Rising rapidly, it carried with it charred fragments of buildings, molten metal, and dust from streets and riverbeds, creating an apocalyptic visual that would become iconic worldwide. Thermal updrafts inside the fireball caused violent turbulence, pulling oxygen into the center and intensifying the inferno below. The light emitted from the explosion illuminated the cloud, casting shadows and reflections that accentuated its monstrous size and scale. Survivors farther from Ground Zero witnessed an intense glare followed by the growing plume, its majesty and terror incomprehensible at a distance. The shockwave, continuing to radiate outward, caused secondary fires to ignite, turning entire city blocks into uncontrolled infernos. The firestorm generated hurricane-like winds, pulling oxygen and debris, creating tornado-like gusts that compounded destruction. Buildings already weakened by blast forces collapsed into the consuming flames, creating cascading structural failures. People caught in partial shelters or basements were subjected to intense heat, smoke, and radiation seeping through walls, leaving few safe havens. The first minutes after detonation became a symphony of destruction, light, and heat, each element compounding the others to produce a scene never before witnessed on Earth. Within seconds, the blinding flash had caused severe retinal and skin damage even, miles from Ground Zero, leaving survivors disoriented and temporarily blinded. Clothing, paper, and foliage spontaneously ignited as thermal radiation spread outward, creating additional fires beyond the immediate blast radius. Streets were littered with debris, molten fragments, and bodies, the chaos compounding with every passing moment. Structures that had withstood conventional bombings crumbled under the combined pressure and thermal load, their collapse adding fuel to the firestorm. Trees were stripped of bark, branches, and leaves, transformed into blackened stumps or glowing embers. The riverbanks began to reflect a fiery glow as water evaporated in localized zones, steam rising to mix with the smoke from burning neighborhoods. Survivors screamed and ran, seeking cover, unaware that radiation exposure was an invisible killer beyond the immediate blast. The initial fireball reached temperatures capable of vaporizing most materials within the epicenter, leaving a cratered, molten scar on the earth. Secondary explosions from ruptured gas lines, industrial chemicals, and boilers magnified destruction, spreading flames into previously untouched districts. In these first moments, the city's normal morning routine was obliterated, replaced with fire, ash, and an all-encompassing inferno. The shockwave traveled outward at supersonic speed, flattening wooden districts, shattering reinforced buildings, and leaving survivors in stunned disbelief. Air pressure changes caused roofs to collapse, walls to fracture, and furniture to become deadly projectiles. Rivers that had been calm just moments before were disturbed by collapsing embankments and boiling surfaces. Bridges crumbled under the force, severing escape routes for those fleeing the firestorm. The winds generated by the fireball reached hundreds of miles per hour, carrying flames, debris, and intense heat across streets and open areas. Survivors found themselves trapped, disoriented, and exposed to both immediate physical dangers and the insidious effects of radiation. Smoke and ash filled the air, making breathing difficult, while falling debris added to the chaos. The combined effects of blast, heat, and fire created a self-sustaining inferno, consuming oxygen and generating hurricane-like conditions. Emergency structures and shelters collapsed or caught fire, leaving almost no safe havens for residents. Within the first 5 minutes, Hiroshima was irreversibly transformed, the cityscape and its human population shattered beyond comprehension. From the air, the Enola Gay's crew observed the mushroom cloud ascending, its column twisting and billowing as it rose tens of thousands of feet above the city. The glow of the fireball reflected off the underside of clouds, casting an eerie orange-red light over the horizon. Ground Zero was now unrecognizable, a wasteland of molten debris, flattened buildings, and raging fire. Winds and shockwave continued outward, flattening structures and propelling debris miles beyond the initial explosion. Radiation spread silently, penetrating walls and objects, its effects unseen but lethal. The combination of light, heat, and blast caused the city's materials to combust spontaneously, leaving nothing untouched. Secondary fires coalesced into a single massive inferno, consuming neighborhoods block by block. Observers noted the rapid expansion of the smoke column, recording height, density, and composition for scientific and military analysis. Survivors at the periphery experienced partial burns, temporary blindness, and concussive injuries, a preview of the suffering that would continue over hours and days. In these moments, the scale of nuclear destruction, unlike anything previously witnessed, became undeniable to all who observed from both near and far. Within 10 minutes of detonation, Hiroshima was a city transformed, a scene of instantaneous apocalypse blending fire, shockwave, and radiation. Streets were obliterated, structures demolished, and thousands of lives lost in the initial moments of the blast. Fires consumed neighborhoods with a self-sustaining intensity, while survivors staggered through smoke, ash, and debris in search of safety. Radiation exposure began its lethal work, causing sickness, burns, and internal injuries invisible to the naked eye. Emergency response became impossible, roads blocked, bridges destroyed, and communication severed. The mushroom cloud continued to rise, a monstrous column of destruction, marking the epicenter of the most lethal weapon ever deployed. Crew members of the Enola Gay recorded every moment, aware that they were witnessing history, yet also contemplating the moral magnitude of their actions. The combination of heat, light, and pressure created a tableau of total annihilation, a new benchmark for human conflict. Hiroshima's morning, ordinary only moments before, had been replaced with fire, ash, and the first visible consequences of nuclear warfare. In the smoldering ruins of Hiroshima, voices began to emerge, shaken, trembling, but determined to testify. Survivors, later called hibakusha, would become living witnesses to the unimaginable. Many recalled the instant when day became brighter than the sun, a light so fierce that it seared shadows into stone. One woman described shielding her child, only to find that both had been burned despite her embrace. A factory worker remembered being thrown to the ground, his ears ringing with a silence that was somehow louder than any sound. Another recalled the smell of burning flesh filling the air, clinging to every breath. These recollections were etched with such precision that they carried more weight than official records. They were not merely stories, but living imprints of horror engraved into human memory. Each voice formed a fragment of the shattered mosaic of Hiroshima. Together, these testimonies painted a haunting portrait of the first moments after the blast. One survivor, a young boy at the time, spoke of seeing his classmates vanish in an instant. He described children whose bodies glowed faintly from burns, wandering aimlessly, calling out for mothers who would never answer. He remembered reaching for a friend's hand, only to find the skin slipping away like melted wax. Another hibakusha recounted the terrifying silence before the cries began, a city frozen in disbelief before erupting into chaos. Many mentioned that their wounds were not immediately felt, as the shock numbed them until the pain roared back later. The rivers quickly became crowded with scorched bodies, both alive and dead, as people desperately sought relief from the flames. A young nurse remembered pulling water from the river, only to discover it was already full of ash and blood. She could not quench thirst, only prolong agony. For survivors, these images became their eternal companions. Long after the rubble was cleared, the memories remained raw. Another account came from a man who had been a soldier stationed nearby. He recalled running into the city to help, only to realize there was no city left to save. Instead, he found masses of people whose skin hung in strips, their faces unrecognizable. He remembered one mother carrying what appeared to be a bundle of cloth, but it was the charred body of her infant. The soldier's training failed him, for no manual had prepared anyone for this. He described his boots sinking into streets that still smoldered with heat, as if the ground itself had been set ablaze. Survivors begged him for water, their lips cracked and blackened from burns. Yet he had none to give, and their cries haunted him for the rest of his life. His memory was not one of triumph or duty fulfilled, but of helplessness in the face of something beyond comprehension. Such testimonies revealed the deep scars carried even by those who were not directly struck by the blast. Children who lived through the bombing offered some of the most heartbreaking testimonies. One girl recalled running through the streets, barefoot, her feet blistering on hot asphalt that felt like fire. She remembered seeing her school collapse, burying dozens of her classmates beneath falling beams. Another boy spoke of seeing his father engulfed by flames as their home caught fire, leaving him orphaned in an instant. Survivors described how the injured crowded open fields, their moans filling the night sky. Some children survived only because they had been on the outskirts of the city during the blast, yet even they returned to find their families gone, their homes obliterated, and their world forever altered. Their young eyes carried images that even adults could not bear. These childhood testimonies conveyed the cruelest truth, that the bomb had stolen not just lives but entire generations of innocence. For decades, their stories would serve as the voice of silenced classmates and vanished families. Medical workers who tended to the injured added another layer to the memories of that day. One doctor recalled how makeshift clinics were overwhelmed within minutes, with patients lying on the floors and in the streets. He had no medicines, no bandages, not even clean water to offer. Burns covered bodies so extensively that treatment seemed futile. Nurses described cutting away clothing fused to skin, their own hands trembling as they worked. Some remembered the eerie glow of radiation sickness appearing days later, hair falling out, gums bleeding, and bodies wasting away. The medical testimonies were filled with a sense of despair, as even the most skilled professionals realized they were powerless. A nurse remembered weeping quietly as she walked among rows of dying children, unable to save them. These stories highlighted not only the devastation of the bomb but also the collapse of any hope of recovery. For many survivors, the hospitals were not sanctuaries but places of endless sorrow. Some hibakusha recounted not only the physical horror but also the overwhelming loneliness that followed. Survivors often found themselves surrounded by the dead, unable to locate loved ones. One woman described calling out for her husband in the ruins, searching through debris until she realized she was stepping on charred bodies. A boy told of clinging to his mother's body until rescuers forced him away, knowing she was already gone. The emotional trauma became as deep a wound as the burns and injuries. Survivors carried guilt, wondering why they had lived while others perished. For years, many refused to speak of their experiences, fearing the pain would return if they gave it voice. Yet when they did share, the words carried unbearable weight. The loneliness they described was not just the absence of others, but the shattering of entire communities. Hiroshima had not only lost its people, but the bonds that held families together. Religious figures who survived added another dimension to the testimonies. A Buddhist monk recalled walking through streets that resembled hell itself, with fires consuming temples and shrines. He remembered praying over the bodies of strangers, unable to identify them in their burned condition. Another survivor, a Christian missionary, described hearing desperate prayers in the ruins, voices crying out to God in agony. Survivors' memories revealed how faith both comforted and tormented them, as many questioned why such suffering had been allowed. One priest described holding the hand of a dying child, whispering prayers as the child faded away. The blending of faith, despair, and grief became a recurring theme in hibakusha stories. They spoke of an apocalypse that had erased their city, but left them alive to witness it. Their memories were not only personal but spiritual reckonings. These accounts demonstrated how the bombing forced people to confront both mortality and meaning at the same time. Decades later, the hibakusha continued to tell their stories with vivid clarity. Even as old age set in, they remembered the light, the heat, and the cries as if they had happened yesterday. Their testimonies became essential for historians, educators, and future generations. Survivors often spoke in schools, warning children about the dangers of nuclear war. They described their lives not as personal tragedies, but as messages to humanity. Their memories were not just accounts of survival, but calls to prevent repetition. Many hibakusha found strength in sharing, transforming trauma into activism. Their voices became living monuments to the dead, ensuring that silence would not erase history. In their words, the bomb was not merely an event of 1945, but a wound that continued to bleed across time. These testimonies stand as the most powerful evidence of what nuclear war truly means. Through their voices, Hiroshima lives and warns. When the dust began to settle in Hiroshima, the scale of destruction defied comprehension. Entire districts that had once thrived with markets, temples, and homes were reduced to indistinguishable piles of ash and charred timbers. The central part of the city was almost flattened, with structures within a 2-kilometer radius erased from existence. Concrete buildings that had stood proudly for decades were gutted, their windows blown out and their walls scorched black. Wooden houses, which comprised the majority of the city, had been instantly incinerated, leaving only smoldering foundations. The Great Aoi Bridge, the aiming point for the bomb, stood damaged yet eerily intact amidst the sea of rubble. Fires raged uncontrollably, leaping from ruin to ruin, as if determined to erase any remnants of human achievement. The streets that once bustled with children, merchants, and workers were now carpeted with debris and motionless bodies. The few survivors staggered through this wasteland in shock, their minds unable to grasp how one moment of blinding light had undone centuries of progress. Hiroshima was not merely damaged, it was annihilated, and its ruins spoke louder than words of the weapon's magnitude. Amid the destruction, firestorms became the next great terror for the city. The bomb's intense heat had ignited countless small blazes, and in the hours that followed, they merged into walls of flame that devoured entire neighborhoods. The oxygen in the air was sucked into the Inferno, creating violent winds that whipped flames in every direction. Survivors trying to flee were overtaken by the smoke and collapsed from suffocation before the fire reached them. The heat grew so intense in some quarters that glass melted, tiles cracked, and iron twisted like paper. Wooden beams from fallen houses continued to feed the flames, and the once busy streets were transformed into blazing corridors of death. Families who had survived the initial explosion now faced impossible choices, whether to stay with the dying or risk running into fire-choked alleys. In the heart of Hiroshima, the firestorm burned so fiercely that it erased landmarks people had used for generations. For many, the fires were more terrifying than the blast itself, for they pursued survivors relentlessly, leaving no refuge in their path. By evening, Hiroshima had become a vast furnace, and the line between earth and sky blurred in waves of rising heat and smoke. The collapse of buildings compounded the disaster, trapping thousands of people under debris. Those who had sought shelter in factories, schools, or government, buildings were buried alive as roofs caved in and pillars snapped. In hospitals, ceilings fell upon doctors and patients alike, killing many instantly. Rescue was nearly impossible, as the destruction was too widespread, and the fires too intense for survivors to organize meaningful aid. Cries for help echoed from beneath fallen beams and rubble, gradually growing weaker as hours passed. Those pinned but still alive faced an agonizing choice between burning in advancing flames or being crushed where they lay. Few tools were available to dig survivors out, as even the fire brigades had been obliterated by the blast. The collapse of Hiroshima's infrastructure meant that its people were left entirely on their own, with no outside assistance possible in those first crucial hours. Families who tried to save loved ones often perished alongside them when structures gave way. The ruins of Hiroshima were not just a testament to destruction, but a burial ground for thousands entombed in their homes and workplaces. Perhaps most haunting were the early signs of a mysterious illness that survivors could not yet comprehend. In the hours and days following the bombing, many who seemed uninjured at first began to collapse. They vomited without warning, their skin erupted in purple blotches, and their hair began to fall out in clumps. Burns that initially appeared superficial grew worse, festering and refusing to heal. Some survivors described strange sensations of heat radiating through their bodies, even when far from the fires. Others experienced nosebleeds that would not stop, weakening them further. The Japanese people, already burdened by war shortages, had little medicine or supplies to treat such symptoms. Doctors were baffled, unable to explain why patients who had walked into makeshift shelters alive and seemingly strong were dying within days. They did not yet know it was radiation sickness, the invisible killer released by the atomic bomb. This silent, unseen menace spread suffering far beyond the immediate devastation, ensuring that even those who survived the fire and rubble were not safe. The rivers of Hiroshima, usually symbols of life and calm, became scenes of desperation. Thousands of burned and injured survivors staggered to the water's edge, their bodies aflame or blistered, seeking relief in its coolness. Many collapsed on the banks and slipped quietly into death, while others drowned as their strength failed in the current. The rivers themselves became clogged with corpses, floating silently downstream in haunting processions. Children cried out for water, their lips cracked and swollen, only to die before their pleas could be answered. Those who tried to drink from the rivers found them fouled with ash, debris, and human remains. Yet still the desperate crawled toward the water, their last instinct to quench a thirst that seemed unendurable. Survivors later recalled that the smell of death clung to the rivers for weeks, as summer heat accelerated decay. The same waters that once nurtured the city's fields and industry now bore witness to unspeakable human agony. In this way, Hiroshima's lifeblood became its graveyard, a stark emblem of the bomb's reach. Hospitals and medical facilities, already overwhelmed from years of war, were utterly incapable of handling the catastrophe. The Red Cross Hospital, one of the few reinforced structures left standing, quickly filled with thousands of wounded. Doctors who had survived the blast worked tirelessly with whatever supplies they could find, often treating hundreds of patients in a single day. Yet morphine, bandages, and antiseptics ran out almost immediately, leaving physicians to watch helplessly as men, women, and children writhed in agony. Nurses tore their own clothing into strips to make dressings, but even these were soon soaked with blood. Many medical staff themselves were injured, burned, or fatally exposed to radiation, reducing their numbers as hours passed. Corpses piled up around hospitals because there was no time, manpower, or fuel to bury them properly. Disease soon spread among the wounded as flies swarmed untreated injuries. The sense of hopelessness among doctors and patients was profound, as the scale of suffering far exceeded human capacity to respond. In the broken hospitals of Hiroshima, humanity's limits were laid bare against the enormity of nuclear devastation. The devastation extended beyond human life to the very fabric of the city's culture and memory. Temples that had stood for centuries, shrines visited by generations, and schools filled with children's laughter were reduced to rubble. The Hiroshima Prefectural Industrial Promotion Hall, later to be known as the Atomic Bomb Dome, stood as a hollow shell amidst the wreckage, a grim survivor of total annihilation. Libraries, museums, and archives were burned, erasing records of art, literature, and civic history. Shops and marketplaces that had formed the beating heart of daily life were leveled, leaving survivors without food or supplies. Gardens and parks were scorched, their greenery reduced to ash as if even nature itself had been incinerated. The destruction was so total that many survivors described a sense of disorientation, as if the city they knew had been replaced by an alien wasteland. With every cultural landmark destroyed, Hiroshima lost not just lives but centuries of accumulated heritage. The city's identity, carefully built through generations, was undone in a single morning. What remained was a broken landscape that defied recognition. By nightfall, Hiroshima was a city of silence punctuated only by the cries of the dying. Fires continued to burn, casting an eerie glow that lit the ruins like a funeral pyre visible for miles. Survivors huddled in open spaces, too terrified to return to unstable structures, yet too weak to search for family or friends. Mothers cradled lifeless children in their arms, refusing to let go, while others called out names into the darkness, receiving no reply. The smell of charred flesh and smoke hung thick in the air, coating every breath with the taste of death. Soldiers tried to organize rescue efforts, but many were dazed and themselves badly wounded, unable to provide meaningful aid. The once thriving city, alive with commerce and culture, now resembled a ghostly ruin where human presence seemed almost erased. And yet, scattered among the ruins, faint lanterns flickered where survivors clung stubbornly to life. The first night after the bombing was not just a time of mourning but of incomprehensible shock, as people tried to accept that Hiroshima as they had known it no longer existed. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the outside world knew nothing of what had transpired in Hiroshima. Radio broadcasts in Japan carried vague reports that a major American air raid had struck the city, but the true scope of the devastation remained hidden. In Washington, President Harry Truman was already aboard the USS Augusta, returning from the Potsdam Conference, when the coded message confirming the bomb's detonation was delivered. The scientists and military planners who had labored for years at Los Alamos and Tinian followed every incoming report with hushed anticipation, aware that history had turned an irreversible corner. Yet even among America's top leaders, there was still uncertainty about how the public would respond when the weapon's existence was revealed. The bomb had been tested only once, and now it had been unleashed on a living city. Shockwaves reverberated first through military circles, and then quickly into the political world. For those who understood the magnitude, the question was no longer whether Japan would surrender, but how soon and at what cost. In Japan, confusion reigned. The government in Tokyo received fragmentary reports that Hiroshima had been completely destroyed, but no one understood by what means. Initial military briefings suggested the possibility of a massive conventional firebombing, similar to the raids that had leveled Tokyo and other cities earlier that year. Yet pilots dispatched to survey the scene reported something different. A single bomb, delivered by a lone aircraft, had leveled the heart of Hiroshima in a matter of seconds. Communications from Hiroshima itself were cut, as telegraph lines, radio stations, and postal services had been obliterated. For hours, the Japanese High Command refused to believe such destruction could come from a solitary strike. Scientists within the government began to speculate that America had developed a new type of bomb, though few grasped the revolutionary physics behind it. The truth was slowly dawning, but it was a truth too terrible for many to accept. News agencies in Japan were tightly controlled by the state, and the military sought to restrict information about Hiroshima. Civilians across the country knew only that an important city had suffered catastrophic damage. Rumors circulated that America had used poison gas or a chemical weapon of unprecedented strength. Others whispered about a massive explosion caused by sabotage or underground fuel depots detonating. Survivors who stumbled into neighboring towns told shocking stories of blinding light, a roaring wave of heat, and a fire that consumed everything in its path. Yet without photographs or official confirmation, these accounts sounded fantastical, even unbelievable, to those who had not seen the devastation firsthand. The Japanese government itself hesitated to reveal the scale of the disaster, fearing it would sap morale and undermine the nation's determination to continue fighting. For the ordinary citizen, Hiroshima became shrouded in uncertainty and fear. Meanwhile, in Washington, officials prepared to inform the American public of what had been achieved. On August 6 at 11 a.m., President Truman delivered a historic announcement from the White House. In calm but firm tones, he revealed that the United States had dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, introducing the world to a phrase that would forever change human history. He described the bomb as possessing more destructive power than 20,000 tons of TNT, and warned Japan that further use of such weapons would follow if they refused to surrender. The statement was carefully crafted, balancing pride in scientific achievement with an ominous message of deterrence. Few Americans grasped the full implications of what they were hearing, but many felt a surge of relief that the terrible war in the Pacific might finally end. Newspapers rushed to print extra editions, and the word atomic blazed across front pages nationwide. The world's first atomic strike had become public knowledge. Reactions among America's allies varied from astonishment to cautious unease. In Britain, where scientists had contributed heavily to the Manhattan Project, Prime Minister Clement Attlee expressed admiration for the technical breakthrough, while also sensing the dawn of a dangerous new era. In the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin received the news with outward calm, but inwardly he accelerated his own nuclear ambitions, already aware from his intelligence network of the American project. French leaders who had been sidelined from the Manhattan Project marveled at the weapon but also resented their exclusion. In occupied Europe, populations exhausted by 6 years of war greeted the announcement with confusion, unsure whether to celebrate or fear the implications. The balance of power in the world had shifted overnight, and few yet understood what it would mean for the decades to come. The global press struggled to convey the unprecedented nature of the atomic bomb. Journalists reached for metaphors to describe the force: a new sun, a thunderbolt from the sky, a revolution in warfare. Scientists who had worked in secrecy now began to appear in articles and interviews. explaining in broad strokes that atomic energy had been harnessed. Yet censorship remained strict, and details about the inner workings of the bomb were withheld to protect military secrets. Even in the United States, photographs of Hiroshima's destruction would take days to emerge, and the true human toll was not yet widely known. Instead, the public imagined the weapon as an abstract triumph of science, something wondrous and terrifying at once. For many, the atomic bomb seemed like a miracle of American ingenuity, a divine tool for ending the war quickly. Only later would the darker side of this miracle become clear. In Japan, the reality was unavoidable for those who traveled to Hiroshima. Military investigators, journalists, and scientists arriving days later were stunned by the scope of the destruction. Buildings had been reduced to skeletons, entire districts turned into ashes, and survivors staggered through ruins with burns covering their bodies. Radiation sickness, an invisible, mysterious affliction, was beginning to claim more lives, though at the time no one understood its cause. The government debated how much to reveal, fearing that acknowledging the true nature of the weapon would confirm Japan's vulnerability. Yet even as Tokyo attempted to suppress details, word-of-mouth accounts spread among civilians, carried by evacuees and whispered in hushed tones on trains and in markets. The nation sensed that something beyond conventional warfare had struck Hiroshima, a weapon that defied comprehension. The whispers of a new bomb became impossible to silence. Thus, in the days immediately following Hiroshima, the world teetered between disbelief and revelation. For some, the atomic bomb was a symbol of salvation, a means to end the bloodshed and bring soldiers home. For others, it was a harbinger of annihilation, proof that humanity now possessed the power to destroy itself. Governments scrambled to interpret the implications, while ordinary people tried to imagine a future shaped by atomic fire. Censorship, secrecy, and propaganda distorted the first narratives, but the enormity of the event could not be contained for long. Hiroshima had been reduced to ashes by a single bomb, and soon Nagasaki would follow. The whispers of a new weapon were becoming a thunderous reality that the entire world would have to confront. Humanity had entered the atomic age, and nothing would ever be the same again. In the aftermath of Hiroshima's destruction, Tokyo's corridors of power were plunged into chaos as ministers, generals, and advisors tried to comprehend what had happened. At first, many senior officers in the Imperial General Headquarters could not believe that a single bomb had annihilated an entire city. Some suspected that the Americans had secretly launched a massive raid disguised as one weapon, while others dismissed reports as exaggerated Japanese propaganda. Yet within hours, aerial reconnaissance confirmed that Hiroshima was indeed gone, reduced to a smoldering plain of ashes by something never before witnessed. The silence of disbelief gave way to tense arguments as leaders debated how such a catastrophe was possible. Japan's communication networks buzzed with frantic reports of tens of thousands dead, flames still burning, and hospitals overwhelmed with unknown sickness. For the Supreme Council for the Direction of the War, the so-called Big Six, the bomb forced an urgent reassessment of their positions. The generals clung to visions of continued resistance, pointing to stockpiled weapons, and still loyal divisions waiting for the decisive defense of the homeland. The diplomats and peace advocates, by contrast, saw the bomb as undeniable proof that Japan could no longer endure. The emperor's advisors realized the entire nation stood at a turning point, though no consensus emerged in those first frantic hours. At the center of this turmoil was Emperor Hirohito, a figure both sacred and distant, whose divine image was shielded by layers of protocol. For much of the war, the emperor had received filtered reports carefully, shaped by military leaders who sought to preserve morale and limit dissent. Now, however, even his insulated court could not hide the scale of the Hiroshima disaster. Through photographs, first-hand accounts, and whispered descriptions of survivors staggering through ruins, Hirohito learned that something entirely new had struck Japan. He listened as scientific advisors explained the term atomic bomb, describing a force that harnessed the power of the sun itself. Unlike traditional firebombings, this weapon required only a single plane and a single device to destroy a metropolis. Hirohito, who had long carried doubts about Japan's chances of victory, understood immediately that this changed the war completely. Yet his voice alone could not command surrender. for the militarist factions still dominated much of the government. The emperor's subtle influence, his carefully chosen words, and his rare interventions in council meetings would now decide the nation's fate. Every pause, every statement, and every hesitation carried immense weight in the shadow of Hiroshima. Inside the Supreme War Council, debates grew increasingly fierce as generals clashed with civilian ministers over the meaning of the bomb. Army leaders like General Anami Korechika argued that Japan could still force a more favorable surrender by inflicting heavy casualties on any invading American forces. They pointed to Japan's geography, the resilience of its people, and the examples of Iwo Jima and Okinawa, where defenders had bled the Americans at great cost. The Navy, shattered but still proud, echoed these calls for resistance, insisting that honor demanded at least one more great battle. Opposing them were Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo and Marquis Kido, advisors who urged immediate negotiation through diplomatic channels. They believed the Soviet Union could be approached as an intermediary, though. They had not yet realized Moscow was preparing to declare war on Japan. The clash was not merely strategic but ideological, pitting Bushido-driven warriors against pragmatic realists who saw no path forward. Tempers flared as ministers accused one another of betraying the nation or condemning it to annihilation. These arguments stretched into late nights, with council members emerging exhausted but unyielding. The longer the deadlock persisted, the more civilian suffering mounted, creating a sense of paralysis at the highest levels. Meanwhile, the Japanese press and public were shielded from the full truth by government censorship. Newspapers reported only that Hiroshima had suffered severe damage from a new type of bomb without elaborating on its unique horrors. Ordinary citizens knew nothing of radiation sickness, of the skin peeling from survivors, or of the silence that blanketed the destroyed city. The military feared that admitting the weapon's true nature would shatter morale, which was already strained by food shortages, bombings, and looming invasion. Yet rumors spread quickly through underground channels and word of mouth from relatives fleeing Hiroshima. Families whispered of strange burns that did not heal, and of the blinding flash that consumed everything in an instant. In Tokyo, the leadership faced a dangerous paradox they had to make. Decisions based on truths they concealed from their own people. The military used censorship as a shield, hoping to buy time for a last-ditch defense strategy. Peace advocates, on the other hand, saw the lies as further proof that the government was out of touch with reality. Beneath the controlled headlines, fear and confusion eroded public trust, creating a quiet undercurrent of despair. The internal crisis deepened with the looming presence of the Soviet Union. Japanese leaders had pinned their last hopes on Stalin mediating peace, imagining that Moscow might broker softer terms with Washington and London. However, intelligence reports hinted that Soviet troop movements in Manchuria and Siberia signaled preparation for war, not diplomacy. Still, hardliners clung to illusions, insisting that only through Soviet intervention could Japan preserve its imperial system. Foreign Minister Togo, however, began to realize that time was slipping away and that Japan had been outmaneuvered. He urged direct negotiations with the United States, but his proposals were drowned out by military voices demanding one last decisive battle. Emperor Hirohito, though cautious, began leaning toward Togo's position, seeing in the bomb an undeniable warning from history itself. The court nobles, too, whispered that Japan's survival as a nation was now more important than clinging to honor in defeat. Every passing day without decision magnified the pressure on the leadership as the world waited for Japan's response. The fragile balance between delusion and pragmatism hung by a thread. As the debates dragged on, Hirohito broke precedent by directly attending critical meetings of the Supreme Council. His presence was both shocking and symbolic, for the emperor rarely engaged so openly in political disputes. In calm tones, he asked his generals whether they truly believed Japan could withstand such destruction repeated on other cities. His question, quiet but unanswerable, struck at the core of their arguments. Anami and other officers insisted Japan still had reserves of strength, but their confidence wavered under his gaze. Hirohito listened carefully, absorbing each side, and weighed the catastrophic consequences of prolonging the war. He asked about the safety of his people, about the survival of culture, and the possibility of national extinction. These questions reframed the debate, making the cost of honor less abstract and more immediate. His interventions did not silence opposition, but they began to tilt the fragile balance toward peace. In the emperor's voice, there was a gravity that no general could dismiss. The hardliners, however, were not easily persuaded, and their resistance bordered on fanaticism. Many saw surrender as a fate worse than death, believing it would dishonor the emperor and doom Japan's future. They pointed to kamikaze pilots and soldiers who fought to the last bullet, demanding that the government show equal resolve. To them, Hiroshima was not a reason to quit, but a call to fight harder, to prove Japan's indomitable spirit. Some even fantasized about a final national suicide, where the entire country would perish gloriously rather than accept defeat. These extreme positions frightened moderates, who feared a coup if surrender was proposed too forcefully. Indeed, whispers of disloyal officers plotting to prevent peace circulated through Tokyo, adding a layer of danger to every council meeting. The divide between factions grew so wide that compromise seemed impossible, with each side accusing the other of betraying Japan. This ideological deadlock made Hirohito's subtle interventions all the more vital. Without his personal authority, the government might have fractured entirely. By early August 8th, Japan's leadership stood paralyzed, suspended between surrender and defiance. Hiroshima's ruins still smoldered, yet the army prepared for invasion, stockpiling weapons and digging tunnels for guerrilla resistance. Diplomats quietly probed for peace, while generals plotted for total war, creating a surreal dual reality in Tokyo's inner chambers. The emperor watched anxiously, knowing that hesitation invited disaster, but bound by tradition and fear of rebellion. Every moment of indecision risked further catastrophe as the Americans prepared their next strike. Then came the news that the Soviet Union had declared war on Japan, shattering any last illusions of diplomatic rescue. With one move, Stalin had eliminated Japan's final bargaining chip and sealed the encirclement of the empire. For Hirohito and his advisors, this was the breaking point, though they had not yet revealed it to the council. The crisis had entered its most dangerous stage, with surrender now both necessary and perilous. Japan's leaders faced an impossible choice, and the emperor's hand would soon be forced by events beyond his control. In the late hours of August 8, 1945, as Japan reeled from the devastation of Hiroshima and struggled to make sense of the reports emerging from the ruins, another hammer blow fell from a direction many had feared but hoped might be delayed. The Soviet Union, which had remained officially neutral against Japan due to the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact of 1941, announced that it was entering the war. The declaration came precisely at midnight Moscow time, crafted to coincide with the expiration of the Neutrality Agreement and to honor Joseph Stalin's promise made months earlier at the Yalta Conference. The timing was not coincidental, it was deliberate, ensuring that Japan was caught off balance. As Soviet forces prepared to unleash their assault, Tokyo's leaders were confronted with the collapse of one of their last diplomatic illusions, that the USSR might mediate a peace settlement. For weeks, Japanese envoys had been attempting to open secret channels with Moscow, hoping to secure favorable surrender terms through Soviet intercession. Those overtures were now rendered meaningless by Stalin's calculated entry into the conflict. What Japan faced instead was a new front of war stretching across Asia. For the Japanese leadership, the nightmare had just deepened. For the world, the balance of power in the Pacific was about to shift dramatically. The Soviet campaign began with a scale and speed that few in Japan had anticipated. In the pre-dawn hours of August 9th, waves of Red Army forces surged into Japanese-held Manchuria, a vast territory critical to Japan's empire. The operation had been meticulously planned for months, with Soviet divisions redeployed from the European front after Germany's defeat. Tanks, mechanized infantry, and artillery poured across the borders of Manchuria, overwhelming the Japanese Kwantung Army that guarded the region. Once considered among Japan's elite forces, the Kwantung Army had by 1945 been hollowed out by years of transfers and attrition, leaving it ill-prepared to face a Soviet onslaught. The Soviets employed a classic blitzkrieg approach, combining rapid armor, thrusts with aerial bombardments that shattered Japanese defenses. In less than 24 hours, Japanese units were retreating in disarray, their communication lines severed and their morale collapsing. The Red Army had effectively unleashed one of the most powerful and coordinated offensives of the entire Second World War. For Japan's military command, this was the nightmare scenario, a simultaneous fight against the United States and now the Soviet Union with no hope of holding both fronts. The Soviet invasion was not limited to Manchuria alone. Within hours, Soviet amphibious forces also advanced into northern Korea, the southern half of Sakhalin Island, and even threatened Japan's northernmost home territories. This sudden spread of battlefields demonstrated the Soviet Union's determination, not merely to weaken Japan, but to carve out strategic influence in East Asia. Stalin's generals were under clear orders to push rapidly and claim territory before the United States could respond. Each step forward represented not only a military victory but also a political stake in the post-war order. The Japanese garrisons stationed in these far-flung regions, often poorly supplied and cut off from reinforcements, were quickly overrun or forced into chaotic retreats. For civilians in Korea and Manchuria, the Soviet arrival was a mixture of terror and relief. Terror at the chaos of sudden war, and relief at the possible end of years under Japanese rule. The swiftness of the Soviet advance underscored how vulnerable Japan's imperial holdings had become. It also shattered any illusions in Tokyo that the empire could still shield its farthest territories from collapse. The empire was crumbling at every edge. Inside Tokyo, the news of the Soviet declaration landed like a thunderclap. Emperor Hirohito and his advisors had clung desperately to the hope that the Soviets might broker an acceptable peace deal. Their diplomatic channels, including approaches by Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo, had repeatedly sought to persuade Stalin's government to act as an intermediary. Now, with the Red Army charging across Asia, those hopes disintegrated overnight. The government realized with brutal clarity that they had been outmaneuvered and deceived. Stalin had played his cards close, pretending neutrality while mobilizing one of the largest armies on Earth for the strike. Military leaders in Tokyo convened intense meetings, their divisions deepening between those who demanded continued resistance and those who now saw surrender as inevitable. The emperor listened quietly, his face described by aides as grave and troubled, but he spoke little. The arrival of the Soviet threat meant Japan faced the one scenario it had most feared: total encirclement. To many in the leadership, it now seemed that the empire's end was no longer a matter of if, but of when. For the soldiers of the Kwantung Army, the Soviet invasion was nothing short of catastrophic. Once renowned as the pride of the Japanese military, the Kwantung Army in 1945 was a shell of its former self. Years of sending experienced divisions to other battlefronts had left behind poorly trained conscripts and second-rate equipment. Against the Red Army's modern tanks and heavy artillery, the Japanese defenders stood little chance. Eyewitnesses described scenes of chaos as Soviet forces sliced through Japanese lines with terrifying efficiency. Columns of Japanese troops were forced into retreat, abandoning weapons and vehicles along the way. Entire units were surrounded and annihilated before they even understood the scale of the assault. Prisoners were taken by the thousands, overwhelming Soviet processing camps. For those Japanese soldiers who had been indoctrinated never to surrender, the collapse was both humiliating and demoralizing. The pride of Japan's empire had been crushed in days. This stark reality underscored to Tokyo's high command that their military could no longer shield the empire from annihilation. The Soviet entry into the war also carried enormous implications for the United States. Washington had been pressing Japan for unconditional surrender, but until this point, Tokyo had stalled in hopes of Soviet mediation. With Stalin now an active combatant, America recognized that the opportunity to force Japan's capitulation was suddenly much closer. Yet U.S. leaders also understood that the Soviet presence in East Asia posed a post-war challenge. If Stalin's armies occupied large swaths of Asia, the balance of power in the Pacific would tilt in Moscow's favor. This reality accelerated Washington's urgency to use the atomic bomb to bring the war to a swift conclusion before the Soviets could claim too much ground. In a sense, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not only aimed at ending Japan's resistance, but also at limiting Soviet influence in Asia. The Soviet invasion thus became intertwined with the nuclear strikes, both converging to force Japan's hand. In the halls of power, leaders in Washington and Moscow were already maneuvering for the coming Cold War. The battlefields of Asia were the first stage in that looming global rivalry. For Japan's civilians, the Soviet invasion was both distant and immediate. In the cities of the home islands, the news filtered slowly, overshadowed by the devastation of Hiroshima and the daily fear of American bombings. But for Japanese settlers in Manchuria, Korea, and Sakhalin, the invasion meant sudden terror. Families fled along railways clogged with refugees, carrying what little they could salvage. Eyewitness accounts describe chaotic scenes of trains crammed with civilians, women clutching children, and soldiers trying to control panicked crowds. Soviet troops, hardened by years of brutal warfare against the Nazis, showed little mercy to retreating Japanese forces or their dependents. Stories of violence, looting, and reprisals spread rapidly, fueling a sense of dread. For many, the war that had once seemed far away had arrived at their doorstep overnight. The collapse of Japan's colonial holdings marked the unraveling of decades of imperial ambition, and for ordinary Japanese it meant an uncertain future filled with fear, loss, and displacement. The empire was disintegrating, and they were caught in the wreckage. The Soviet invasion of August 1945 was more than just another front in the war. It was the final nail in Japan's strategic coffin. Hiroshima had already shocked the world, but it was the Soviet entry that destroyed Tokyo's last hopes of negotiating peace on favorable terms. Japan now faced annihilation from two great powers, each determined to end the war on their own conditions. For the emperor, this convergence of disaster forced him closer to a historic decision. The army's hardliners still urged resistance, but the truth was undeniable. Japan was surrounded, shattered, and bleeding. The Red Army's rapid victories stripped away any illusions of continued defense. With every mile the Soviets advanced, the possibility of Japan's survival diminished. Combined with the looming threat of another atomic strike, the Soviet invasion left Japan's leadership with no cards left to play. The war was racing to its end, and the choices now were surrender or total destruction. In the days following the destruction of Hiroshima, Japan's highest leaders were confronted with a diplomatic crisis unlike any they had ever faced. The Allies had already issued the Potsdam Declaration weeks earlier, insisting on Japan's unconditional surrender or face prompt and utter destruction. At the time, Tokyo had dismissed the warning, hoping the declaration was bluff, and that the United States had no weapon more powerful than firebombing. Now, with Hiroshima leveled in a single strike, the demand took on a new and ominous weight. Yet, within the corridors of Japan's imperial palace, the government remained divided. The army clung to the belief that a decisive homeland defense could inflict enough casualties to force the Americans to negotiate softer terms. The Navy, decimated but still prideful, argued against capitulation, fearing humiliation. Civilian leaders and diplomats, however, urged immediate surrender before further devastation. This clash of perspectives hardened into a deadlock, paralyzing decision-making. Every hour of indecision meant more suffering for the nation. The phrase unconditional surrender carried a poison that Japan's ruling elite could not swallow easily. For the military, surrender meant not only the end of the empire's territorial ambitions but the destruction of their honor and careers. Many generals feared they would be tried as war criminals, executed, or stripped of the privileges they had long enjoyed. Even for those who might escape punishment, surrender was culturally unthinkable, an admission of shame worse than death. Civilian ministers such as Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo, however, emphasized that the alternative was national annihilation. Togo argued that Japan had already lost the war materially, with its industry ruined, cities burned, and food supplies dwindling. He pressed for negotiations that would preserve at least the emperor's throne, believing that was the only non-negotiable condition. But the military would not hear of conditions dictated by the enemy. Thus, the very wording of the Allies' demand became the fault line that split the Japanese cabinet. Adding to the tension was the Allied strategy of maintaining silence after Hiroshima, allowing fear and uncertainty to work on Japan's leaders. Washington and London were deliberate in their messaging, reiterating that only Unconditional surrender would be accepted, but offering no detailed assurances. Tokyo's diplomats abroad, especially in neutral capitals like Stockholm and Bern, sent desperate cables back home asking for clarification of Allied intentions. They wondered, would the emperor be preserved, or would he be dethroned? Would Japan be occupied indefinitely, or would sovereignty be restored? The lack of clear answers deepened the paralysis in Tokyo's leadership. Some hoped that silence meant there was room to negotiate. Others feared that hesitation would only invite a second catastrophe. The uncertainty proved as damaging as the bomb itself, for it prolonged debate and stalled decisive action. Meanwhile, Japan's allies, Germany and Italy, were already gone, leaving the island nation diplomatically isolated. No neutral power could realistically intervene on its behalf. Attempts to reach out to the Soviet Union through Ambassador Naotake Sato in Moscow had ended in frustration. Stalin and his ministers gave polite but evasive replies, never promising mediation. Tokyo's leaders continued to cling to the hope that Moscow might broker a conditional peace, despite mounting evidence that the Soviets were preparing to declare war. This misplaced reliance on Soviet diplomacy was a symptom of Japan's inability to face reality. It was easier for the ruling class to believe in a diplomatic miracle than to confront the painful truth. Unconditional surrender was the only path left. Yet this fantasy consumed valuable time, days in which the U.S. prepared its next strike. The diplomatic deadlock was not just a political crisis, but a fatal miscalculation. The emperor himself, Hirohito, was informed in carefully filtered terms about the gravity of the situation. He had been shielded from direct political battles for much of the war, his role cloaked in ritual and symbolism. But after Hiroshima, even he could not remain a passive figurehead. Advisors reported to him that a new, terrible weapon had destroyed an entire city. They explained that this weapon might continue to be used until Japan surrendered. Hirohito quietly expressed concern for his people and hinted that peace should be sought. Yet his voice, though revered, did not carry decisive authority in a government dominated by military hardliners. Instead, his suggestions were treated as guidance, not commands. The very structure of Japan's wartime governance made swift surrender difficult. The emperor's will could influence, but not dictate. Thus, his inclination toward peace was blunted by the louder voices of resistance in the cabinet. On the Allied side, leaders in Washington, London, and Chongqing, the Chinese wartime capital, monitored Japan's hesitation closely. President Truman, after authorizing Hiroshima, awaited word of surrender, but was prepared to strike again if none came. His advisors, including Secretary of State James Burns, emphasized that wavering now would squander the bomb's psychological impact. The British cabinet, led by Clement Attlee, echoed these sentiments, convinced that only relentless pressure would break Japan's resolve. Chiang Kai-shek of China, though less directly consulted, pushed for Japan's swift defeat to finally liberate his country from occupation. To the Allies, there could be no compromise. Unconditional surrender meant total acceptance of Allied control, including disarmament and occupation. They believed that only such terms would prevent Japan from ever rising again as a military power. From their perspective, Japan's hesitation was proof that only ironclad demands could succeed. Inside Tokyo, the deadlock deepened as reports of Hiroshima's devastation trickled in. News from the city was censored heavily, yet eyewitness accounts could not be fully suppressed. Military leaders tried to downplay the scale of destruction, suggesting that the bomb was simply an exaggerated incendiary attack. Civilian ministers, however, brought forward more accurate reports of a city erased in a single moment. These contradictory narratives fueled arguments within the government. Some clung to the belief that Hiroshima was a one-time strike, an experimental weapon unlikely to be repeated. Others warned that Japan's cities were all now vulnerable to the same fate. But every discussion circled back to the same impasse. Could Japan surrender without conditions? Could it surrender without ensuring the emperor's position? The inability to resolve these questions left Japan suspended in deadly indecision. The diplomatic deadlock in early August 1945 was thus both a political and cultural standoff. To the Allies, their demand was a matter of principle and strategy, rooted in a desire to crush militarism permanently. To Japan's leaders, it was a matter of survival, pride, and identity, bound up in the fate of their emperor. Each side spoke in terms the other could not accept. For the Allies, delay was intolerable, and for Japan, surrender without assurances was unthinkable. This impasse, sharpened by mistrust and miscommunication, created a narrow and dangerous window in which history teetered. Within days, the Soviet Union would invade, and a second atomic bomb would fall. But in these tense hours, the war balanced on a knife's edge, sustained, not by battles in the field, but by words locked in deadlock. The cost of hesitation was about to be measured in yet another catastrophe. In the early hours of August 9, 1945, the crew of Boxcar, a B-29 bomber commanded by Major Charles W. Sweeney, prepared for a mission that carried the second atomic bomb, codenamed Fat Man. Unlike the Hiroshima operation, the target was not entirely fixed but dependent on conditions, with Kokura chosen as the primary objective and Nagasaki as the secondary. The men moved with a mix of routine precision and visible tension, aware that the weapon aboard their aircraft was even more powerful than the one that had destroyed Hiroshima 3 days earlier. Inside the cavernous bomb bay, Fat Man, a plutonium implosion device, rested inside, its cradle encased in protective casings and armed with deadly potential. Engineers and ordnance officers checked its mechanisms repeatedly, ensuring that every component was functional and secure for the long flight ahead. The atmosphere on the airfield at Tinian was heavy, not only with tropical humidity, but with the awareness that history would again be rewritten in fire and light. Some crew members exchanged brief words while others remained silent, adjusting their gear or lost in private thoughts. The aircraft itself, Boxcar, had not originally been assigned to this mission. It was swapped in at the last moment due to technical issues with another bomber. That last-minute substitution, seemingly trivial, would come to shape the events of the day in unpredictable ways. Engines roared to life, propellers slicing through the humid night air, and the bomber prepared to take off into history. As dawn approached, the bomber lifted off from the runway, its heavy load straining the engines as it gained altitude over the Pacific. The mission plan called for rendezvous with 2 accompanying aircraft, one to carry instrumentation and another to photograph the effects of the detonation. Coordination, however, began to falter almost immediately as mechanical issues and navigation problems caused delays in assembling the group. Time ticked away while Boxcar circled at high altitude, consuming precious fuel in the process. Major Sweeney and his crew grew concerned, but orders dictated they must continue with the mission despite the complications. The target of Kokura was nearly 1,500 miles away, and fuel reserves would be crucial to the success or failure of the operation. The crew was acutely aware that unlike in routine bombing missions, there was no margin for error when carrying such a weapon. In the cramped interior, men shifted uncomfortably in their stations, listening to the constant hum of the engines and the chatter over the radio. Frustration mounted as the rendezvous dragged on longer than anticipated, draining the bomber's tanks at an alarming rate. Still, with the group finally assembled, they turned northwest toward Japan, the target city of Kokura awaiting its fate. Kokura, a major industrial city, had been chosen for its sprawling munitions, factories and arsenal facilities that supplied Japan's war machine. The Iwata Steel Works, visible from miles away, represented the industrial backbone of the region and made Kokura a strategic target of immense value. But as Boxcar approached the city, a new and unforeseen obstacle arose. Thick smoke and haze covered the skies. The cause was twofold: natural weather patterns and, critically, fires from previous conventional bombing raids that still smoldered in nearby areas. The crew peered anxiously through the windows and bomb sites, but Kokura lay obscured beneath a veil of shifting gray. Major Sweeney made repeated passes over the city, each time hoping for a clear visual identification, as strict orders prohibited dropping the bomb without sight confirmation. With each circuit, the bomber's fuel gauges inched closer toward danger, every maneuver burning through reserves that could not be spared. Below, the residents of Kokura remained largely unaware of their narrow escape, shielded by clouds, smoke, and the accidents of fate. In the cockpit, tension mounted as voices rose, crew members debating whether to continue circling or to abandon the attempt. The clock was against them, and the sky above Kokura refused to reveal its target. The circling over Kokura became increasingly desperate, and with each pass, the risks grew heavier. The bomber had already made 3 separate runs, and the city remained cloaked. Each turn brought the aircraft lower on fuel, yet Sweeney pressed on, knowing the magnitude of the mission. At one point, Japanese anti-aircraft defenses began to stir, spotting the bomber's silhouette against the clouded sky. Gunfire and searchlights probed upward, forcing evasive maneuvers that only further drained fuel reserves. The crew's anxiety was palpable. Each man understood that carrying such a weapon back to base was not a safe option. Protocol dictated that the bomb had to be dropped, either on target or at sea, but under no circumstances could it be allowed to return armed. Yet even as urgency mounted, Kokura remained concealed, as if shielded by fate itself. Minutes stretched into eternity, and inside the bomber sweat dripped from brows, the heat of the engines and the stress of the moment mingling into suffocating tension. At last, with fuel reserves critically low and no target in sight, Major Sweeney faced a grave decision. Reluctantly, he ordered the bomber to abandon Kokura and turn toward the secondary target, Nagasaki. The turn toward Nagasaki was made with heavy hearts and heavier concerns over fuel. The bomber had already burned far more fuel than planned, and the gauges showed dangerously diminished reserves. Navigation officers recalculated distances with tense urgency, unsure if they even had enough to reach the secondary target and still escape to a friendly base. Nagasaki had not been the first choice, yet it was also an important industrial center, with shipbuilding yards and factories that had long supplied the Japanese military. As the bomber approached, however, fate intervened once more. Nagasaki too lay under cloud cover. The crew exchanged anxious glances, fearing a repeat of Kokura's frustrating concealment. A second failure could mean returning with the bomb, an unthinkable scenario, or jettisoning it into the sea, which would be seen as both a failure and a waste of the United States' most secret weapon. Voices over the intercom revealed the strain. Navigators, bombardiers, and engineers all arguing options while Major Sweeney tried to keep control. It seemed as though nature itself was conspiring to prevent the second bomb from finding its target. Yet through a break in the clouds, a fleeting window appeared, and the bombardier prepared for release. Inside the bomber, the crew worked feverishly to prepare Fat Man for release, the bomb's arming mechanisms activated with meticulous care. The bombardier, Captain Kermit Behan, squinted through his sight, straining to catch every detail of the city below. The cloud break was narrow, just large enough to reveal a portion of Nagasaki's industrial valley, framed by surrounding hills. Behan locked in his aim as Major Sweeney steadied the bomber for the run. Crew members held their breath, the tension so thick it felt as if the aircraft itself was vibrating with anticipation. At precisely 11:02 a.m., Fat Man was released, the 10,800-pound bomb falling from the bomb bay into the air below. For a moment, the aircraft lurched upward, relieved of its massive burden. The sudden shift in weight sending vibrations through the fuselage. The bomb descended silently, its trajectory aimed toward the Urakami Valley, home to one of Nagasaki's key industrial districts. Few aboard the bomber spoke, each man gripped by the enormity of the moment, aware of what was about to unfold. The target had finally been acquired, and history's second atomic strike was seconds away. Below, the residents of Nagasaki went about their morning routines, unaware that fate had just turned its gaze upon them. The Urakami district was home not only to factories and shipyards, but also to thousands of civilian homes, schools, and one of the largest Catholic communities in Japan. The bomb fell steadily, seconds ticking by as its internal mechanisms armed themselves mid-descent. At 1,650 feet above ground, Fat Man reached critical altitude, and the implosion mechanism triggered. A sphere of plutonium was crushed inward by precisely timed explosives, initiating a chain reaction unlike anything the world had ever seen before. At 11:02 a.m. local time, a second sun ignited over Nagasaki, bursting into blinding light and unfathomable heat. The city beneath was instantly consumed in fire and devastation, a sight that defied comprehension even to those who witnessed Hiroshima days earlier. From the cockpit of Boxcar, The crew shielded their eyes as the light engulfed the valley below. The mission that had faltered at Kokura had found its deadly conclusion here. In a matter of seconds, Nagasaki was transformed forever. As the fireball expanded and the mushroom cloud began its monstrous climb, Boxcar banked sharply to escape the blast radius. Yet, the danger was not over. The bomber's fuel situation was now critical, leaving little margin for return. The crew felt both relief and dread, knowing their mission had succeeded but at a cost of unimaginable human lives. From Nagasaki, columns of smoke rose high into the stratosphere, signaling to the world that a second atomic city had been born. The crew exchanged few words, their thoughts divided between the mechanics of survival and the moral weight of what they had unleashed. With fuel almost depleted, they turned toward Okinawa, unsure if they would even make it to safety. Each man was silent, lost in his own thoughts, listening only to the drone of engines straining under the load. In the distance, the mushroom cloud continued to rise, dwarfing everything around it in sheer scale. The memory of Kokura's shield of smoke lingered in their minds, a twist of fate that had spared one city only to doom another. And as the bomber pushed on, history itself was once again irrevocably changed. After repeated passes over Kokura, Major Charles Sweeney faced a harrowing choice as the B-29 bomber Boxcar circled overhead. Thick smoke, residue from prior firebombing raids, had concealed the industrial city from sight, making visual confirmation of the target impossible. Each orbit consumed precious fuel, creating a tense calculation in the minds of the crew. How long could they remain in the area before turning back became unavoidable? The navigator reported that fuel levels were perilously low, and any further delay could compromise the aircraft's ability to return safely to Tinian Island. Meanwhile, the bombardier strained his eyes through the Norden bomb site, desperate for a break in the smoky cloud cover, but Kokura refused to reveal itself. Orders were clear. The atomic bomb could not be released without visual confirmation, making every minute a test of nerve and endurance. Crew members exchanged tense glances, aware that failure at Kokura could have catastrophic consequences, both strategically and morally. The city below remained hidden, as if nature itself had intervened to shield its inhabitants from destruction. In the cockpit, Sweeney made repeated calculations, weighing the risk of continued attempts against the mission's imperative to strike. Finally, after 3 failed passes, a fateful decision was made. The secondary target, Nagasaki, would be engaged. The detour toward Nagasaki was immediate, yet it introduced new layers of complexity to the mission. The secondary target was over 50 miles away, requiring precise navigation and careful fuel management. Clouds blanketed much of the city, obscuring landmarks and complicating the bombardier's task. Tension in the cramped fuselage rose as the crew realized that weather conditions might again prevent a successful drop. Engineers monitored the fuel gauges obsessively, calculating the remaining margin for return or emergency landing. The navigator, Captain Frederick Ashworth, double-checked headings, adjusting for wind speed, cloud drift, and the curvature of the terrain below. Crew members whispered urgently, balancing the fear of mechanical failure against the knowledge that atomic devastation awaited their intended target. Each man was acutely aware that history rested on their shoulders, the weight of human life and global consequence heavy in the cockpit. The bomber pressed on through intermittent cloud layers, every minute heightening both anticipation and dread. Finally, a narrow opening appeared above the Urakami Valley, revealing Nagasaki's sprawling industrial district below. Major Sweeney ordered the crew to prepare Fat Man for release, ensuring that all arming mechanisms were properly configured. The 10,800-pound plutonium bomb rested in the bomb bay, encased in its protective cradle and primed for detonation. The bombardier, Captain Kermit Behan, focused intensely through the bomb site, aware that the atomic device required a precise release altitude and trajectory for maximum effect. Below, Nagasaki remained partially obscured, a city of hills and valleys, with industrial factories nestled among residential neighborhoods. The crew held their breath as the B-29 made its approach, adjusting for turbulence and wind currents. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching as the aircraft drew closer to its fleeting visual window. Communication was sparse, each man consumed with the dual tasks of survival and the fulfillment of a mission with unfathomable implications. The bomb's internal mechanisms were armed mid-flight, a process carried out with meticulous care to avoid premature detonation. Sweeney stabilized the aircraft, ensuring the steady path necessary for accurate release. In that moment, the line between history and catastrophe blurred, the decision resting solely in human hands. As the bomber approached the target, the city's contours became partially visible through the scattered cloud breaks. Nagasaki's industrial zones, including shipyards and arms factories, stretched across the valleys, interspersed with homes, schools, and churches. The crew could now see their opportunity, fleeting and fragile, to complete the mission. Sweeney ordered the plane into a precise bombing run, lowering altitude slightly to ensure sighting through the sporadic clouds. The bombardier aligned the Norden site with key industrial markers, calculating drop timing with exacting precision. Below, unsuspecting civilians went about their morning routines, unaware of the apocalyptic forces approaching from above. The B-29's engines hummed steadily, every vibration amplified in the tension-charged interior. Crew members held fast to their stations, knowing that any error could result in disaster for both the mission and themselves. Seconds felt like hours as the bomber closed in, clouds shifting and revealing glimpses of the city below. Finally, Captain Behan prepared to release the bomb, the culmination of years of scientific innovation and military planning. At 11:02 a.m. local time, Fat Man was released from the bomb bay, beginning its descent toward the Urakami Valley. The plutonium core, encased in carefully arranged explosives, was designed to implode, precisely upon detonation, creating an unprecedented nuclear chain reaction. The bomber banked sharply to the east to escape the expected blast zone, engines straining under the maneuver and remaining fuel. The crew watched intently as the bomb fell, descending silently through the thinning clouds, the city below expanding in detail. Residents, unaware of the bomb's presence, were still caught in the routines of daily life, the streets alive with commerce and activity. The internal mechanisms of the bomb armed themselves mid-descent, a precise sequence that would trigger the devastating explosion. Each man in the cockpit felt the weight of inevitability, the culmination of scientific ingenuity, military orders, and human decision. Clouds drifted briefly, revealing rooftops and factories in the shadow of impending destruction. The city itself, cradled in valleys and hills, offered no warning, its populace completely vulnerable to the imminent detonation. The moment was one of both technical precision and profound moral significance. As Fat Man neared its detonation altitude of 1,650 feet, the implosion mechanism activated with mechanical precision. The spherical plutonium core was compressed inward by high explosives, triggering a rapid nuclear chain reaction. A blinding flash of light erupted, consuming the valley in an instantaneous fireball hotter than the surface of the sun. Buildings disintegrated, trees vaporized, and the landscape below was reduced to a fiery wasteland in seconds. Thermal radiation radiated outward, igniting fires across residential neighborhoods, industrial sites, and cultural landmarks. The shockwave raced across the valleys, leveling structures and hurling debris in all directions. Crew members in boxcars shielded their eyes from the searing light, the violent flash silhouetting hills and rivers below. The mushroom cloud began its iconic rise, twisting into the sky like a monstrous pillar of smoke and fire. In Nagasaki, the combination of topography and cloud cover created a complex pattern of devastation, sparing some areas, while utterly destroying others. The precision, partially aided by the weather, ensured that the bomb's destructive power reached its maximum effect on the target city. Inside boxcar, the crew exhaled collectively, relief mingled with awe and fear at the scale of the destruction they had just witnessed. Fuel reserves were now dangerously low, and Sweeney immediately began calculations for the return flight to Okinawa. Each man processed the scene below differently, some focused on technical aspects, others on the human cost. The city, once bustling, was now a landscape of fire, smoke, and collapsing structures, a visual testament to the destructive power of nuclear energy. Debriefings later would capture the mixture of emotion aboard the plane, pride in mission accomplishment, fear of judgment, and the psychological burden of witnessing instantaneous mass destruction. Clouds shifted once more, obscuring the valley as the bomber climbed away from the blast zone. Communication among crew members was minimal, each lost in thought, aware that the world would soon know of Nagasaki's fate. The combination of weather, tactical decision-making, and rapid response had made the difference between success and potential failure. Every second since leaving Kokura had tested human endurance, judgment, and nerves to the limit. By the time the aircraft crossed the horizon, the second atomic bomb had irrevocably altered the course of history. As the bomber pushed onward, the smoke from Nagasaki rose into the sky, a towering column visible for miles. The crew monitored instruments, checked fuel, and ensured navigation remained accurate for the long journey home. Each man silently contemplated the scale of destruction, the human lives lost, in moments, and the strategic consequences that would reverberate worldwide. In Japan, the shock and confusion would soon give way to horror as survivors emerged, injured and bewildered, witnessing the full scope of the devastation. For Boxcar and its crew, the mission was a technical success, yet psychologically, it imposed a heavy and lasting burden. The detour from Kokura to Nagasaki had been dictated by fate, clouds, and circumstance, an unpredictable chain that changed the course of one city while sparing another. Even as the bomber returned to safety, the moral and historical ramifications began to unfold in real time. The detour, though unplanned, illustrated the interplay of chance, human decision, and technology in shaping the events of August 9, 1945. Major Sweeney and his crew would carry the weight of their actions for the rest of their lives, a burden both private and public. And so, with Nagasaki burning below, the mission concluded, leaving the world forever changed. At 11:02 a.m. on August 9, 1945, Nagasaki's Urakami Valley was transformed. In an instant, from a bustling industrial hub to a hellish landscape of fire and ruin, the Fat Man plutonium bomb detonated nearly 1,650 feet above the valley floor, releasing a blinding flash that outshone the summer sun and instantly seared the retinas of those exposed. Temperatures in the immediate blast zone soared to tens of millions of degrees, vaporizing people, trees, and wooden structures alike. Factories, shipyards, and armament warehouses crumbled under the pressure of the detonation. Twisted steel and concrete reduced to molten fragments. The shockwave radiated outward at supersonic speed, leveling buildings and sending debris hurtling through the air with deadly force. Fires ignited across the valley, merging into a conflagration that consumed entire neighborhoods within minutes. Survivors later recalled the eerie silence after the initial flash, followed by the roar of collapsing buildings and the shrieks of those trapped in rubble. Hills and valleys shaped the blast unevenly, creating areas of concentrated destruction while leaving some pockets temporarily intact. The plume of smoke and radioactive dust rose thousands of feet, forming a mushroom cloud that towered over the city, signaling the magnitude of the catastrophe. Emergency response was impossible as chaos, heat, and radiation combined to paralyze any organized effort. The industrial heart of Nagasaki, including Mitsubishi's shipyards and munitions factories, was annihilated within moments. Workers caught in the open were instantly incinerated, leaving nothing behind but shadows burned into pavement and walls. Machinery that had labored day and night in support of Japan's war effort melted and twisted into unrecognizable forms. Roads were rendered impassable by fallen buildings, vehicles crushed or overturned like toys in the blast's wake. Smoke and fire obscured the sun, creating an artificial darkness that added to the horror for survivors who crawled from rubble. Hillsides, once green, were charred, stripped of vegetation, and strewn with debris that had rained down from above. Water lines burst, leaving hydrants useless and fountains dry, while the heat ignited secondary fires that raced through wooden neighborhoods. Hospitals and clinics, themselves damaged or destroyed, could not accommodate the surge of critically injured civilians. Thousands of those who survived the initial flash suffered severe burns, radiation, sickness, and trauma that medical knowledge of the time could barely address. By the hour's end, the industrial valley that had been the lifeblood of Nagasaki lay in ruin, its economy and infrastructure decimated in a single act. The geography of Nagasaki's valleys amplified the destructive force, funneling the blast and creating corridors of extraordinary devastation. Buildings in low-lying areas were utterly obliterated, while elevated, neighborhoods experienced extreme but slightly lessened pressure. The blast's uneven impact meant that some factories were entirely flattened, while others were partially standing, though gutted by fire and debris. Streets disappeared under rubble, making movement nearly impossible for those attempting to flee. Survivors described the air as thick with smoke, dust, and a metallic, acrid odor of molten materials. The initial inferno consumed wood, paper, and cloth within seconds, producing winds of fire that intensified the conflagration. Waterways, once sources of life and transportation, were polluted with debris and chemical residues, complicating escape and rescue efforts. Bridges, essential for connecting neighborhoods across Nagasaki's riverine network, were reduced to splintered remnants. Communications were severed, telegraph lines snapped, and telephone exchanges destroyed, leaving the city isolated in its disaster. The industrial valley, a testament to human ingenuity, had been turned into a monumental scene of destruction. Radiation added a silent but deadly layer to the catastrophe, its invisible effects striking indiscriminately at the living. Those who initially survived the blast faced burning sensations, nausea, and dizziness as neutrons and gamma rays penetrated buildings and skin. Symptoms often appeared within minutes to hours, exacerbating injuries from burns and flying debris. Clothing itself became a secondary hazard, as material that had been exposed to intense radiation transferred contamination to the skin. Medical personnel, few in number and ill-equipped, were overwhelmed, as patients with radiation sickness arrived in increasing numbers. The combination of thermal burns, trauma from collapse, and radiation poisoning created an almost unmanageable medical crisis. Homes that had seemed intact during the initial explosion were contaminated with radioactive dust, forcing survivors to abandon shelters and seek open spaces. Agricultural land surrounding the valley was scorched, crops destroyed, and soil rendered temporarily unusable. The full effects of radiation would continue to claim lives long after the initial detonation, silently extending the scale of the tragedy. Survivors' testimonies would later describe this insidious aftermath, a new form of suffering beyond the visible flames. Civilian casualties were immediate and catastrophic, numbering in the tens of thousands within the first hours. Families were torn apart, with parents and children alike vaporized or severely burned, leaving few intact homes or support networks. Streets were littered with the bodies of those who had fled open areas, victims of both heat and the flying debris of collapsed structures. Even in partially sheltered areas, the radiant heat caused severe injuries to the skin, sometimes charring hair and clothing. Panic swept through survivors who had initially sought refuge, driving many into open fields or riverbeds that provided only temporary safety. Fires spread uncontrollably, fueled by wreckage and overturned fuel tanks, creating a conflagration that merged with the destruction from the initial blast. Witnesses later recalled the screams, chaos, and the eerie silence punctuated by collapsing buildings, a horrifying soundtrack to human catastrophe. Relief efforts were impossible in the immediate aftermath, as roads, bridges, and communication networks were obliterated. Essential services like water, electricity, and medical care ceased entirely, leaving survivors to fend for themselves amid fire and ruin. By midday, Nagasaki's industrial valley was an unrecognizable wasteland, a testament to both human ingenuity and its potential for unprecedented destruction. The cultural and spiritual landmarks of Nagasaki were not spared in the Inferno. Churches, temples, and shrines that had served communities for centuries were reduced to smoldering ruins. The Urakami Cathedral, a symbol of the city's Christian community, was flattened, leaving only fragments of its bell tower and shattered stained glass. Buddhist temples, long-standing centers of local traditions, were burned, their sacred relics destroyed or scattered in the blast. Cemeteries and monuments suffered damage, erasing markers of history and memory in a matter of moments. Schools and playgrounds, once filled with laughter, were transformed into sites of horror and death. The destruction of cultural sites compounded the psychological trauma for survivors, removing familiar anchors amid chaos. Even hospitals and religious buildings that could have offered refuge were largely destroyed or rendered unsafe. Fires and radiation ensured that whatever survived structurally would require extensive reconstruction and decontamination. In one morning, Nagasaki lost not only its industrial backbone, but its spiritual and cultural identity as well. Infrastructure collapse deepened the human catastrophe, paralyzing the city completely. Water systems were destroyed, rendering firefighting efforts nearly impossible and leaving survivors unable to hydrate adequately. Electric lines were severed, cutting off light, communication, and machinery. Roads and bridges were impassable, isolating survivors and preventing relief from neighboring areas. Railway lines were twisted and melted, stopping any transport of goods, medical supplies, or personnel. Telecommunication networks were obliterated, leaving Nagasaki cut off from both domestic and international contact. Gas lines ruptured, fueling secondary fires that raced across the industrial district and residential neighborhoods. Transportation vehicles, from bicycles to trucks, were crushed or buried under rubble, preventing evacuation. Hospitals that survived were overwhelmed, and makeshift clinics were established in open fields despite the heat and lingering radiation. The combined effect was a city rendered utterly immobile, trapped in a devastating new reality. By evening, Nagasaki's industrial valley was a smoldering, radioactive wasteland, its contours barely recognizable under smoke, ash, and fire. The mushroom cloud persisted for hours, a grim emblem of technological annihilation that would forever mark August 9, 1945. Emergency response remained minimal as survivors wandered through destroyed streets, searching for loved ones amid the unrelenting devastation. The immediate death toll was staggering, compounded by severe injuries and radiation, sickness that would claim countless additional lives in the following days. Historical records and survivor testimonies would later reveal the breadth of human suffering, a combination of fire, blast, and invisible radiation. Industrial production ceased entirely, military output halted, and the city's economy collapsed. The detour from Kokura had brought destruction to a city that, in another circumstance, might have been spared. Nagasaki had become a symbol of atomic power's catastrophic potential, a stark warning of what modern warfare could unleash. Each hill, valley, and river now carried the weight of death and ruin, memorializing both the bomb's power and the human cost. By the day's end, the industrial valley of Nagasaki was obliterated, leaving behind an indelible mark on history and human consciousness. In the immediate aftermath of the Nagasaki explosion, the survivors, known as hibakusha, emerged from shattered buildings and burning streets into a scene of unimaginable horror. Many were covered in soot, ash, and blood, their clothing partially melted to their skin, leaving them both physically and psychologically scarred. The streets were littered with bodies, some motionless, others writhing in pain from burns or radiation sickness, creating a grim mosaic of human suffering. Survivors wandered in shock, dazed and disoriented, unable to comprehend the scale of the destruction that had erased their familiar world in moments. Families had been torn apart, with children separated from parents and neighbors who had been lifelines were gone, leaving a profound sense of isolation. The heat of the fires lingered, causing painful burns even after the initial blast had passed, while smoke and dust made breathing laborious. Eyewitnesses later described hallucinations, vertigo, and a sense of unreality, as if the explosion had fractured not only the city but perception itself. Some survivors were trapped under debris, feeling the weight of concrete and wood pressing down as they struggled to free themselves. In this chaos, cries for help intermingled with silence as the scale of the disaster made it impossible to reach everyone. The first wave of human suffering had passed, but the second wave, burns, trauma, and radiation effects, was only beginning. Psychological shock gripped those who had survived the initial explosion, leaving many in a state of paralysis and disbelief. Adults wandered aimlessly through streets that had been flattened or engulfed in flames, unable to decide whether to flee, search for loved ones, or seek water. Children, often separated from their families, screamed and cried, their voices echoing across the ruins, a haunting reminder of the human toll. Survivors reported a strange numbness, a dissociation from the destruction, as if the mind refused to process the magnitude of the catastrophe. Many recounted seeing phantom fires or shadows, a psychological imprint of the blast burned into memory. The air was heavy with the smell of burning flesh, chemicals, and molten materials, a sensory assault that compounded the shock. Some survivors attempted to help neighbors or strangers, only to find themselves physically incapable due to injuries or exhaustion. The constant roar of collapsing structures and the crackle of fire added to the overwhelming sensory overload. For medical personnel, both trained and volunteer, the scale of trauma was beyond comprehension, as hospitals and clinics were destroyed or overflowing with patients. This psychological storm marked the beginning of a prolonged period of mental and emotional suffering that would persist long after physical wounds were treated. Radiation sickness soon began to manifest, producing an invisible yet devastating second wave of human suffering. Symptoms appeared unpredictably, from nausea and vomiting to severe fatigue, hair loss and bleeding, striking survivors indiscriminately. Those who had been sheltered inside partially intact buildings still experienced exposure, often more severely than those who had been briefly outdoors. Eyewitness accounts describe people collapsing suddenly in the streets, some convulsing or vomiting uncontrollably, while others suffered from internal burns that could not be seen. Skin blistering and redness became apparent within hours for those closest to ground zero, causing severe pain and distress. Survivors attempted to assist one another, improvising makeshift bandages from clothing and sheets, but medical knowledge and resources were scarce. Water contamination compounded suffering, as survivors drank from unsafe sources and risked illness, sometimes worsening radiation effects. Many families tried to regroup, searching the ruins for relatives, only to encounter the lifeless or gravely wounded, deepening trauma. The invisible nature of radiation created fear and uncertainty, as people could not discern safe zones from contaminated areas. This second wave of suffering, injury, contamination, and the onset of radiation sickness brought a slow, merciless extension to the initial catastrophe. Amid the destruction, survivors began to share stories of heroism and endurance, testimony forming a crucial record of human experience during the bombing. Some recounted carrying neighbors to safety, navigating burning streets and collapsed structures despite intense pain. Others described finding children or elderly people trapped beneath rubble, lifting beams or using improvised tools to free them. The courage of survivors was often matched by the tragic necessity of choosing whom to save first, a harrowing moral decision compounded by limited resources. Personal belongings, photographs, and letters became prized tokens of memory, often salvaged from charred homes, symbolizing resilience amid devastation. Eyewitnesses described small acts of humanity, such as strangers sharing water or offering shelter, moments of light in an overwhelming darkness. Oral histories collected later revealed a deep psychological imprint, nightmares, anxiety, and recurring flashbacks that haunted survivors for years. Communities, though fractured, began to coalesce, forming ad hoc shelters and mutual support networks in the ruins. Religious figures and lay volunteers alike provided comfort and counsel, offering a fragile sense of hope. These testimonies form the human backbone of Nagasaki's story, giving voice to suffering, endurance, and resilience. The destruction of infrastructure left survivors unable to access basic necessities, compounding physical and emotional trauma. Water sources were contaminated, fires continued to burn, and transportation routes were blocked by debris. Those who sought medical attention often had to navigate miles on foot, carrying severely injured friends or relatives. Hospitals that had survived were overwhelmed beyond capacity, and makeshift clinics were established in open fields, tents, or partially standing buildings. Supplies were insufficient, forcing doctors and volunteers to improvise treatments using limited resources. Food scarcity added another layer of suffering, as survivors scavenged for edible remnants amid scorched farmland and urban ruins. Children and the elderly were especially vulnerable, their bodies weakened by malnutrition, exposure, and pre-existing health conditions. The combination of injury, starvation, and disease created a secondary humanitarian crisis that persisted for days and weeks. Relief efforts were further complicated by ongoing fires, radiation exposure, and the sheer scale of destruction. These conditions ensured that the human cost of the bombing extended far beyond the initial explosion, shaping the daily reality of survivors. Communication breakdown isolated survivors, heightening anxiety and uncertainty. Telephone lines, telegraph systems, and postal services were destroyed, leaving families unable to contact one another. Rumors and misinformation spread quickly, fueling fear and confusion about the scope of the disaster. Many survivors were unaware of whether relatives had survived or if neighboring districts were equally devastated. Emergency orders from local authorities were impossible to transmit reliably, leaving residents to make critical decisions independently. Religious institutions, schools, and municipal offices, previously sources of information and organization, were incapacitated. Survivors relied on word-of-mouth communication, often traversing dangerous terrain to relay information. The lack of communication contributed to psychological trauma, as uncertainty compounded grief and fear. Community leaders and volunteers began forming networks to coordinate relief, but the scale of the disaster limited effectiveness. Isolation amplified the second wave of human suffering, as the emotional toll of uncertainty became nearly as severe as physical injuries. Survivors reported sensory and environmental effects that magnified trauma in the hours after the blast. The air remained thick with smoke, ash, and radioactive dust, creating an acrid, choking environment. Fires raged across neighborhoods, consuming what remained of homes, schools, and factories, while the sky turned a persistent gray-black haze. Sounds of distant explosions, collapsing structures, and human cries filled the ruined streets, producing a constant, oppressive backdrop. Scorched vegetation and ruined terrain disoriented survivors, making navigation through once familiar streets perilous. The psychological impact of seeing landmarks and personal homes obliterated was profound, as the city's identity itself seemed erased. In many cases, survivors described hallucinations or disorientation, symptoms intensified by dehydration, shock, and radiation exposure. Smells of burning materials, flesh, and chemicals created enduring sensory memories of trauma. Even areas that were less physically damaged were contaminated with radioactive debris, leaving survivors uncertain where it was safe to tread. The environmental assault combined with injuries to create an overwhelming multi-sensory experience of catastrophe. By the end of the day, the human cost of Nagasaki's atomic bombing had entered a second prolonged phase. Survivors faced an ongoing struggle against injury, disease, radiation sickness, and psychological trauma. Families sought to regroup, medical personnel worked tirelessly, and volunteers assisted, where possible, all under the shadow of continued fires and environmental hazards. Testimonies collected in subsequent years revealed recurring nightmares, flashbacks, and long-term health consequences. Children orphaned or separated from parents faced an uncertain future, while the elderly contended with compounded vulnerabilities. Social and cultural networks, damaged or destroyed, were slowly reassembled in makeshift communities. The collective memory of the event formed the foundation for the hibakusha's enduring identity and advocacy. Even in chaos, acts of courage, empathy, and solidarity emerged, shaping the narrative of survival. The second wave of human suffering was thus defined not only by physical injury but by psychological, social, and environmental trauma. Nagasaki became a living testament to the complex and ongoing consequences of atomic warfare. In the wake of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Japanese leadership was confronted with an unprecedented reality. Two cities had been annihilated in a manner unlike anything before in human history. From the Imperial Palace in Tokyo to the highest military headquarters, reports filtered in describing mushroom clouds, flattened neighborhoods, and tens of thousands dead in an instant. For many, the scale of destruction defied comprehension, as aerial photographs and eyewitness accounts painted a picture of total urban obliteration. Emperor Hirohito, previously shielded from the full horrors of combat by advisors and generals, was forced to confront the tangible consequences of atomic warfare. Cabinet ministers and military strategists debated the implications, struggling to reconcile their desire to continue fighting with the evidence of catastrophic vulnerability. In both Hiroshima and Nagasaki, infrastructure, Homes, factories, and cultural landmarks had been erased, leaving only a landscape of rubble and fire. Survivors' testimonies began to reach the capital, describing not only the physical devastation but the human suffering that defied prior experience. The psychological shock was universal. Military leaders, bureaucrats, and civilians alike were forced to acknowledge the unprecedented destructive capacity of the bomb. Japan's realization was not gradual but immediate, a visceral understanding that their nation faced a weapon capable of annihilating cities in minutes. This moment marked a turning point in strategic perception, compelling a reevaluation of what war now meant for the nation. The Imperial Japanese Army and Navy, accustomed to conventional warfare and conventional bombings, were stunned by the implications of nuclear destruction. Air raid reports from previous years, while harrowing, could not compare to the absolute erasure witnessed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Entire regiments, civilian populations, and logistical hubs had been obliterated in a single strike, leaving nothing but scorched earth and ash. Military planners were forced to consider that even large-scale conventional defenses would be ineffective against such weapons. Communications from the cities described survivors wandering in shock, hospitals overwhelmed, and fires that could not be contained, a testament to the scale of annihilation. Intelligence officers grappled with reconciling fragmented reports from reconnaissance planes and intercepted communications with the human testimony now arriving. The stark reality dawned that the bomb was not a tactical weapon limited to battlefields, but a strategic instrument of mass destruction, capable of targeting entire cities and populations. These assessments shook confidence within the military hierarchy, creating a sense of urgency mixed with disbelief. Discussions in war councils increasingly focused on surrender negotiations, previously considered politically unthinkable. The message from the two cities was unequivocal. Japan could no longer continue the war under traditional assumptions. The civilian population, receiving fragmented news through radio, telegrams, and word of mouth, slowly began to comprehend the enormity of the attacks. Families anxiously awaited news of relatives, while rumors of entire cities vaporized in flash and fire circulated across prefectures. Newspapers cautiously described new types of bombs and devastating explosions, often under government censorship intended to maintain morale. Yet the scale of destruction could not be hidden. Evacuees from nearby towns brought first-hand accounts describing mushroom clouds and entire neighborhoods erased from the map. Panic and anxiety began to spread as citizens realized that no urban center, no matter its cultural or industrial significance, was safe. Urban planning offices and municipal leaders started assessing damage reports, only to find that their previous models of civil defense were inadequate. This collective awareness created a national reckoning with vulnerability and mortality, shaking faith in military leadership. Spiritual and religious leaders were called upon to provide counsel and solace, recognizing that ordinary citizens were grappling with trauma and uncertainty. The human toll of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, combined with the indiscriminate nature of the destruction, communicated a stark and inescapable warning. The psychological impact extended beyond the two cities, instilling a pervasive fear of total annihilation. Strategists and diplomats within the Japanese government struggled to interpret the message of the bomb in terms of military calculus and national survival. They understood that the atomic attacks could not be replicated in a localized or incremental way, but represented a capability that could continue to destroy cities at will. Military planners calculated that Japan's industrial and logistical centers were now exceptionally vulnerable, and that continued resistance could lead to the eradication of additional urban populations. The High Command debated whether to attempt dispersal of industrial functions or continue defending cities, recognizing the futility of conventional responses. Scientific advisors provided grim assessments. The nuclear chain reaction was not an isolated phenomenon, but a technology that could be scaled to immense destruction. These assessments highlighted a fundamental shift. The war was no longer a contest of armies, but a contest of survival against a weapon capable of annihilating society itself. Political leaders, aware of the civilian impact, began reluctantly discussing terms of surrender with caution and secrecy. The realization that one bomb could destroy an entire city, and that two had already done so, created a climate of urgency within government corridors. Every department and ministry began reassessing policy, emergency measures, and disaster relief strategies under the new reality. The message of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was not just military, it was existential, demanding national reflection. Among military officers, a split emerged between hardliners who sought to continue resistance and pragmatists urging acceptance of the bomb's reality. Some insisted that conventional counterattacks or guerrilla strategies could still mitigate American advances, underestimating the psychological and technological impact of nuclear weapons. Others, confronted with vivid reports from survivors and reconnaissance data, argued that Japan could no longer endure the systematic annihilation of its urban centers. Tensions escalated as cabinet meetings turned into debates of survival versus pride, honor versus pragmatism. The emperor's advisors wrestled with the optics of surrender, aware that the bomb had rendered any victory meaningless. Army and Navy factions argued over potential retaliation, even as intelligence reports highlighted the impossibility of countering the nuclear threat. The stark evidence from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the dead, the ruined cities, the human suffering, became impossible to deny. Even those committed to prolonging the war began to recognize that nuclear attacks represented a new order of warfare, one that conventional military power could not match. In this sense, the two cities had spoken a singular, unavoidable truth to Japan's leadership. The dual bombings crystallized the urgency for decisive action, shaping discussions that would culminate in surrender. The civilian dimension of understanding was no less significant as ordinary. Citizens began grappling with the incomprehensible scale of destruction. Word of the bombings reached towns and villages far from the blast. Sights, carried by evacuees, postal messages, and news broadcasts. Citizens struggled to imagine cities turned to ash in seconds, a level of destruction previously reserved for apocalyptic imagination. Fear spread rapidly, accompanied by widespread panic about the potential for further attacks. Local authorities attempted to maintain order, issuing vague instructions for evacuation and shelter, though infrastructure and communication lines were badly damaged. Community networks mobilized to care for refugees and assist survivors arriving from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The sudden awareness of vulnerability transcended social, economic, and geographic boundaries, instilling a collective anxiety about survival. Mothers, children, and elderly alike faced the psychological reality of being targets in a total war. Spiritual leaders interpreted the events through cultural and religious frameworks, seeking to provide comfort amid an existential crisis. The civilian population began to internalize the implications. 2 cities had been destroyed, and the possibility of more loomed ominously. Internationally, news of the 2 bombings sent a ripple through governments, military establishments, and the public. The Allies recognized the bomb's potential to end the war swiftly, while neutral nations and observers marveled at the destructive power humanity had unleashed. Within Japan, however, the message was stark and immediate. These were not isolated attacks, but demonstrations of a capability that could target any city, any population, and any center of industrial or cultural importance. Reports from diplomats and observers emphasized that continued resistance was likely to provoke additional atomic strikes. The dual bombings shattered any illusions that Japan could negotiate a more favorable peace while retaining national integrity. Military communication lines recorded a mixture of shock, disbelief, and rapid recalculation of strategy. Intelligence analysts interpreted the events as a turning point in both the Pacific War and in the history of warfare itself. Civilians and officials alike now understood that the atomic bomb represented a new paradigm, the potential to end war in a single strike or devastate nations completely. Japan's grasp of the annihilation wrought in Hiroshima and Nagasaki crystallized a strategic and moral urgency. The message was inescapable, echoing across the archipelago and penetrating the psyche of leaders and citizens alike. By the end of August 9, 1945, Japan had fully absorbed the stark reality conveyed by the atomic attacks. The destruction of 2 cities was no longer an abstract possibility. It was a vivid, indisputable truth. Discussions at the highest levels of government reflected both horror and calculation, as leaders weighed surrender against honor and survival against pride. The civilian population, traumatized yet resilient, began organizing relief efforts for survivors and anticipating the future of a nation in ruins. The bombings had sent a singular, unified message. The age of conventional warfare was over, and humanity had entered a new epoch where annihilation could be delivered in moments. For the emperor, military high command, and civilian authorities, understanding the scale of the destruction prompted immediate reconsideration of war strategy. The events also signaled a moral reckoning. The human cost of continued resistance was now inescapable. Across Japan, the dual horrors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki became an urgent imperative to act, shaping both decision-making and national consciousness. In essence, the two cities spoke as one, delivering a clear and devastating message that could not be ignored. Japan's comprehension of annihilation would ultimately lead to the surrender. That ended the war, marking a pivotal moment in human history. On the morning of August 15, 1945, a hushed anticipation gripped Japan, as preparations were made for a broadcast that would forever alter the nation's destiny. For the first time in history, Emperor Hirohito would speak directly to his people, bypassing centuries of protocol that had kept the emperor distant and symbolic. The palace staff meticulously prepared the recording, aware that the content, tone, and delivery would carry the weight of national survival. Across cities and villages, citizens adjusted radios, some in disbelief that their sovereign would address them, others with trepidation, sensing the gravity of the moment. The nation had been engulfed in war for over a decade, and the destruction wrought by Hiroshima and Nagasaki had shaken public consciousness to its core. Military and government officials worked to ensure that the broadcast could reach every corner of the archipelago from Hokkaido to Kyushu. The words to be spoken were carefully drafted, balancing the language of surrender with the preservation of imperial dignity. As the recording devices hummed, a quiet tension filled the air, both inside the palace and in households waiting tensely for news. The impending address represented not only a military capitulation but also a profound cultural rupture. Millions of Japanese citizens, unaware of the full content of the broadcast, sensed that a historic moment was imminent. When the moment arrived, the emperor's voice, calm yet solemn, resonated across the nation, piercing through the static of wartime radio transmissions. His words were deliberate, measured, and imbued with a sense of inevitability as he spoke of the need to endure the unendurable and accept the realities imposed by a destructive force unprecedented in human history. He recounted the devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki without explicitly naming the bombs, choosing instead to describe the new and most cruel bomb that had devastated cities. The language was formal, steeped in the ceremonial tone expected of an emperor, yet its human gravity was unmistakable. Citizens listening intently across villages, factories, and shelters realized that the emperor himself acknowledged Japan's vulnerability. The broadcast described the suffering of the nation and the imperative to preserve what remained of the Japanese people, framing surrender as an act of moral and civic duty rather than weakness. Soldiers in remote garrisons and urban civilians alike struggled to reconcile centuries of martial pride with the stark reality conveyed by the emperor. The address was unprecedented, not only for its content but for its format. The emperor, directly communicating with his subjects, dissolving the veil of imperial mystique. In homes, ears pressed to radios, families wept, contemplated, and braced for the post-war future. Across Japan, a profound silence accompanied the emperor's words as citizens grasped the implications of their nation's decision to surrender. The military, previously resistant to capitulation, was confronted with the emperor's unequivocal stance, creating a moment of profound internal upheaval. Generals and admirals had long debated the possibility of continued resistance even in the face of total destruction, but the emperor's directive left no ambiguity. Officers were compelled to transmit the message to troops scattered across islands, garrisons, and fortifications, many of whom were still positioned for defense. Communication officers relayed the emperor's speech verbatim, ensuring that every battalion understood the necessity of compliance. In naval fleets and army encampments, Commanders now faced the task of instructing soldiers to lay down arms, an order previously unthinkable in the context of Bushido and imperial loyalty. Soldiers, trained to fight to the death, were forced to reconcile the emperor's guidance with years of indoctrination and expectation. Dispatches indicated confusion, shock, and some instances of delayed compliance as individuals processed the unprecedented decision. Yet the symbolic authority of the emperor, long regarded as divine, made resistance untenable. The military apparatus, once the engine of national expansion and aggression, now became the vehicle for implementing surrender. Across Japan, the emperor's words cascaded through the chain of command, initiating the process of ending hostilities. For ordinary civilians, the broadcast was both a moment of relief and profound mourning, signaling the end of relentless suffering while exposing the scale of loss. Families reflected on the bombings, famine, and the cumulative toll of years of war as they absorbed the implications of surrender. In cities, citizens who had endured firebombings and scarcity recognized that the nightmare of daily survival would shift, but not disappear. The emperor framed surrender as a means of protecting life, emphasizing the need to endure hardship to safeguard the future of the nation. Street scenes in Tokyo, Osaka, and beyond revealed both tears and tentative smiles, as the realization of peace mingled with the grief for fallen loved ones. Community leaders began organizing relief and reconstruction efforts, guided by the understanding that the emperor's words implied a moral obligation to cooperate with post-war authorities. Children listened to the broadcast with a mixture of awe and confusion, unaware of the full historical magnitude but sensing the shift from total war to the uncertainty of peace. Radios, once instruments of mobilization and propaganda, now became tools of solace and guidance. Across the archipelago, citizens internalized a profound duality: the horror of past devastation and the fragile promise of a future free from atomic annihilation. The address marked the beginning of a collective reckoning with both trauma and hope. Within the halls of government, bureaucrats worked feverishly to implement the practical implications of the emperor's message. Ministries and prefectural offices began coordinating directives to ensure that cities, ports, and transportation hubs complied with the surrender instructions. Occupation and disarmament procedures, though still in planning stages, were communicated to local officials who would act as intermediaries between the central government and the populace. Intelligence divisions monitored compliance among remaining combat units and guerrilla contingents. Communication networks were reoriented from wartime propaganda to civilian information and guidance on surrender protocols. Civil servants organized logistical plans to feed populations and address the immediate aftermath of atomic devastation. Government publications now emphasized reconstruction, cooperation with Allied forces, and public safety measures. Public broadcasts were synchronized to reinforce the emperor's message and mitigate potential unrest or panic. Officials faced the unprecedented task of managing both national trauma and administrative transition in a country unprepared for unconditional surrender. The machinery of governance, once focused on war mobilization, pivoted toward preserving life and maintaining order. Diplomatic channels braced for the implications of the emperor's address, as Allied powers awaited confirmation of Japan's compliance. Embassies, consulates, and foreign observers in Tokyo monitored the broadcast closely, understanding that the words would determine the timing and conditions of formal surrender. Allies interpreted the speech as a signal that Japan was prepared to accept unconditional terms, opening the path for the formal signing aboard the USS Missouri weeks later. Intelligence reports assessed both the tone and content, noting the emperor's deliberate phrasing designed to balance acknowledgement of defeat with preservation of dignity. International media struggled to convey the uniqueness of the broadcast to a world unfamiliar with a monarch directly addressing subjects. The speech became both a diplomatic document and a psychological tool, communicating Japan's intent to halt hostilities while minimizing domestic unrest. Allied planners recalculated occupation strategies, anticipating the challenge of reconstructing cities, integrating demobilized soldiers, and addressing the humanitarian crisis. News agencies carefully reported the surrender announcement, balancing factual coverage with the sensitivity of ongoing negotiations. The broadcast thus served as a bridge between Japan's internal acknowledgement of defeat and the global process of formal capitulation. It represented the first step in a new chapter of post-war reconstruction and reconciliation. For historians and cultural analysts, the Emperor's address represented an unprecedented moment of national communication and psychological strategy. Traditionally, the Emperor had remained a remote symbol, inaccessible and divine, yet the atomic attacks necessitated a direct appeal to human reason and obedience. The speech's language combined traditional reverence, moral authority, and pragmatic guidance, ensuring that both military personnel and civilians understood the imperative to surrender. Scholars note that the broadcast exemplified the power of symbolic leadership, translating existential threat into actionable compliance. By framing surrender as a duty to preserve life, the Emperor mitigated the potential for internal rebellion or mass resistance. The address also conveyed moral responsibility, acknowledging the suffering inflicted upon the Japanese people while deflecting direct blame from the monarch. This careful balance of authority and compassion facilitated a smoother transition from wartime mobilization to post-war compliance. Across Japan, the broadcast became a touchstone for collective memory, marking the moment when national pride, honor, and survival intersected. The radio address demonstrated that communication, when wielded by a revered figure, could guide millions through existential crisis. In this way, the speech transcended mere information, becoming an instrument of social cohesion and national preservation. As the final echoes of Hirohito's voice faded from the airwaves, Japan entered a new historical era defined by surrender, survival, and reconstruction. Citizens across the islands contemplated the magnitude of the war, the atomic devastation, and the Emperor's directive, realizing that the nation's fate had irrevocably shifted. Families began planning for the practical realities of peace, rationing, and returning to civilian life under occupation. Military units prepared to disarm and demobilize, adhering to orders that were previously inconceivable within the strictures of loyalty and honor. The Emperor's speech became both a historical document and a psychological milestone, marking the formal beginning of the end of World War II in the Pacific. Across the nation, radio discussions, community gatherings, and public commentary reflected on the dual themes of loss and hope. The broadcast's impact was immediate, tangible, and enduring, as citizens, soldiers, and officials absorbed the full weight of unconditional surrender. In the weeks that followed, Japan would navigate occupation, reconstruction, and the moral reckoning of a population shaped by unprecedented catastrophe. The Emperor's voice, calm yet authoritative, had transformed despair into action, signaling the conclusion of hostilities. And in late August 1945, as the surrender of Japan was formalized, American forces began landing on the archipelago, initiating an occupation unprecedented in scale and scope. Soldiers, officers, and administrators arrived at ports and airfields, stepping into a country still reeling from atomic devastation, firebombings, and years of total war. From the moment they disembarked, they were confronted with scenes that defied imagination: cities reduced to rubble, streets littered with corpses, and survivors wandering in shock and disorientation. Hiroshima and Nagasaki in particular offered stark evidence of the destructive power of nuclear weapons, leaving American troops both awed and horrified. Occupation forces had anticipated resistance, yet the physical and psychological toll of the attacks made clear that traditional combat was no longer the primary challenge. Engineers, medical units, and intelligence officers immediately began documenting the damage, mapping destroyed infrastructure, and assessing the scope of civilian casualties. The scale of devastation challenged expectations, forcing planners to revise operational strategies for administration, relief, and reconstruction. Troops reported that even weeks after the bombings, fires smoldered, radiation sickness claimed lives, and the air carried a lingering scent of charred steel and ash. Their journals and reports conveyed a mix of disbelief, empathy, and the professional recognition of entering a nation utterly transformed. The initial phase of occupation was thus defined not only by authority but by the necessity to comprehend the full human and environmental catastrophe. American commanders quickly recognized that their role extended beyond mere military oversight, requiring urgent humanitarian intervention. Hospitals and medical units were mobilized to treat thousands suffering from burns, radiation exposure, and trauma-related illnesses. The sheer number of injured, coupled with the scarcity of functional infrastructure, presented logistical nightmares, demanding improvisation and swift coordination. Relief teams distributed food, water, and clothing, often facing shortages that mirrored the scarcity the Japanese population had endured for years. Engineers and surveyors documented the destruction of factories, bridges, and communication networks, preparing for the restoration of transportation and supply lines. Military photographers and intelligence officers recorded urban ruins, compiling detailed, visual records that would later influence nuclear policy and historical memory. Reports described children wandering amidst ruins, elderly survivors scavenging for necessities, and families desperately searching for missing loved ones. The juxtaposition of complete annihilation in bombed cities with the relative intactness of rural areas highlighted the asymmetric nature of destruction. For American soldiers, witnessing both immediate suffering and long-term societal collapse created a sense of moral responsibility coupled with operational urgency. The occupation's initial days were defined by this duality, enforcing authority while responding to unprecedented human need. In the streets of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, American troops observed scenes that would be etched into memory forever. Buildings once symbols of civic pride, schools, hospitals, factories, had been vaporized, leaving skeletal remains and foundations smoldering in silence. Corpses, some still clutching belongings, lay in streets or beneath the collapsed remnants of homes. Burned fragments of personal photographs, books, and household items littered roads, offering stark glimpses into lives abruptly ended. Survivors, their skin marked by burns, their hair singed, wandered aimlessly, speaking in hushed tones about loved ones lost in the incomprehensible flash of light. Soldiers reported a surreal stillness, broken only by the distant crackle of fires or the groans of the injured. Japanese authorities, constrained by shattered infrastructure, struggled to coordinate relief, leaving American forces to fill the gaps. Troops also noted environmental devastation, scorched trees, melted signage, and contaminated water sources. The visual documentation of these cities informed both military strategy and historical record-keeping. Observing such devastation firsthand profoundly influenced American perspectives on the human cost of atomic warfare and the scale of responsibility now entrusted to the occupation. Occupation forces were tasked with maintaining order amid the chaos, a challenge amplified by the scale of societal disruption. Looting, desperation, and miscommunication threatened stability, requiring disciplined deployment of military police and liaison officers. Local leaders, many of whom had survived atomic attacks, collaborated cautiously with American authorities to organize food distribution, shelter, and sanitation. The military's logistical network facilitated the arrival of essential supplies, bridging the gap between devastated local infrastructure and human need. Hospitals, overwhelmed by casualties, relied heavily on American medical teams, who treated burns, infections, radiation sickness, and malnutrition. Troops reported that even those who survived the bombings faced long-term health complications, complicating relief efforts. Engineers began rebuilding key transportation arteries, clearing debris from streets and reconstructing rail lines to enable movement of aid. Civilians were instructed on emergency protocols, radiation hazards, and cooperation with occupation forces. The initial phase of administration demanded a delicate balance of authority, empathy, and pragmatism. American officers recognized that success depended on both logistical efficiency and sensitivity to a population traumatized beyond conventional comprehension. The occupation also revealed the cultural and psychological dimensions of Japan's devastation. American soldiers encountered a society simultaneously disciplined, fearful, and disoriented, grappling with national shame and existential uncertainty. Temples, shrines, and cultural landmarks had been damaged or destroyed, leaving spiritual and symbolic voids alongside material ruin. Civilians conveyed stories of loss, survival, and resilience, often in fragmented, hesitant narratives that soldiers carefully documented. Photographs captured more than ruins. They recorded expressions of grief, shock, and disbelief etched across faces. The bombings had obliterated not only physical structures, but also social cohesion, prompting occupation authorities to mediate tensions and restore communal order. Education and propaganda had previously framed the war in terms of national pride and martial valor, now replaced by tangible evidence of vulnerability and defeat. The human and cultural impact of Hiroshima Nagasaki necessitated a sensitive approach, blending administrative oversight with humanitarian care. Officers noted the importance of addressing both physical and psychological trauma in restoring stability. These early encounters set a precedent for occupation policy, emphasizing reconstruction, moral responsibility, and cultural respect. The occupation became as much about healing a society as enforcing peace. In other cities spared from atomic attacks, American forces encountered widespread destruction caused by conventional bombings and years of war-related deprivation. Tokyo, Osaka, and Kobe bore scars from fire raids that had flattened large sections of urban fabric. Hospitals and shelters were overcrowded, rations scarce, and infrastructure damaged, illustrating that the consequences of total war extended far beyond Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Soldiers reported citizens scavenging for food, water, and medical supplies, highlighting the fragile state of post-war survival. Railways and roads, partially destroyed or clogged with rubble, impeded both military and civilian movement. Public services, such as electricity and water, were intermittent or non-existent, complicating efforts to stabilize the country. American administrators coordinated with Japanese officials to prioritize essential services, restore communication networks, and facilitate food distribution. Relief units often worked under extreme conditions, encountering resistance born of mistrust or trauma. Each step of reconstruction revealed layers of destruction, psychological strain, and societal adaptation. The occupation's scope extended beyond pacification, encompassing humanitarian aid, infrastructure rebuilding, and cultural mediation. American commanders documented both physical and sociological aspects of Japan. His devastation, producing extensive reports that informed future policy. Detailed assessments described destroyed neighborhoods, casualty figures, and environmental contamination, alongside population displacement and refugee flows. Observations included survivors' behavioral patterns, psychological conditions, and communal coping strategies, essential for anticipating challenges in governance and reconstruction. Engineers and planners used aerial photographs, maps, and field surveys to prioritize rebuilding efforts and restore critical transportation networks. Relief agencies coordinated with military administrators to provide medical care, food, and clothing while respecting cultural norms. Intelligence officers analyzed public sentiment, military compliance, and potential sources of unrest. The occupation strategy integrated lessons from these reports, blending logistical efficiency with cultural sensitivity. Troops were briefed on protocols for interacting with civilians, assessing radiation risks, and documenting urban recovery. These measures emphasized that occupation was not merely an assertion of authority, but an exercise in stewardship, rebuilding, and observation. The first-hand experiences of American forces in devastated Japan created a unique archive of human resilience and the consequences of modern warfare. By September 1945, the occupation had stabilized key regions, yet the full scale of Japan's transformation remained evident. Cities bore scars, both visible and invisible, while survivors struggled to navigate a new social and political landscape. American forces continued relief operations, monitored compliance with surrender directives, and assessed nuclear and conventional destruction for historical and strategic purposes. Soldiers and administrators reported back to Washington on both the devastation and the resilience of the Japanese people, shaping perceptions of post-war policy. Education, public health, and reconstruction became central priorities. Guided by lessons learned during the initial phase of occupation, the presence of Allied forces provided a sense of order while simultaneously underscoring the vulnerability of a nation that had surrendered unconditionally. Across Japan, citizens began to rebuild, reconcile loss, and confront the moral, psychological, and physical consequences of total war. The occupation exemplified the dual role of military authority and humanitarian responsibility, establishing frameworks for governance, reconstruction, and reconciliation. For American forces, witnessing the devastation firsthand left indelible impressions of both human suffering and the transformative power of modern warfare. The occupation of Japan marked the beginning of recovery, reflection, and the careful stewardship of a nation emerging from the shadow of unprecedented catastrophe. In the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the survivors, known as hibakusha, faced challenges that extended far beyond the immediate physical destruction. Radiation exposure had insidious effects, causing burns, hair loss, vomiting, and hemorrhaging within hours of the blasts, and leaving long-term health consequences that unfolded over months and years. Leukemia and various cancers emerged at alarming rates, silently claiming the lives of many who had initially survived the explosions. Children born to survivors faced uncertainty, as fears of genetic mutations and birth defects compounded parental anxiety. Hospitals were overwhelmed, and medical understanding of radiation sickness remained limited, leaving doctors struggling to provide care with inadequate knowledge and scarce resources. Survivors often endured severe malnutrition, chronic infections, and debilitating fatigue, while simultaneously coping with the psychological trauma of witnessing their families, homes, and entire neighborhoods obliterated. Amid these physical hardships, the social stigma attached to radiation exposure added a cruel layer of suffering. Many hibakusha found themselves ostracized, discriminated against in employment, marriage, and community life, as fear of contagion or genetic damage fueled prejudice. Despite their heroism in surviving unprecedented devastation, survivors were forced into silence, internalizing grief, and bearing societal marginalization. Their plight became a quiet tragedy, often invisible to the broader world even as they struggled for survival and dignity. Survivors faced the dual burden of invisible injuries and social alienation, a combination that eroded both body and spirit. Radiation sickness was unpredictable, with symptoms appearing weeks, months, or even years after the initial exposure, confounding both patients and physicians. Blood disorders, severe anemia, and immune system deficiencies became routine medical concerns, often exacerbated by Japan's post-war scarcity of food and medical supplies. The psychological toll was equally severe, as hibakusha carried memories of instantaneous death and destruction, mourning loved ones while coping with physical pain. Socially, stigma was reinforced by misinformation, rumors, and cultural fears surrounding radiation. As people avoided contact, and survivors struggled to find acceptance in workplaces or schools, employment discrimination was rampant, with many hibakusha unable to secure jobs, forced to rely on charity or support from other survivors. Marriage prospects were similarly constrained, as fears of hereditary illness led families to reject unions with affected individuals. Education became a battleground for normalcy, as children of survivors faced bullying, exclusion, and questions about their health. The pressure to conceal their condition, combined with ongoing physical suffering, created a culture of silence that left hibakusha isolated and voiceless. Their experiences illuminated the intersection of health, society, and trauma in the shadow of unprecedented nuclear devastation. Medical practitioners struggled to diagnose and treat the novel and complex effects of radiation, with limited research and resources complicating efforts. Doctors observed phenomena such as radiation-induced cataracts, gastrointestinal disorders, and cardiovascular abnormalities, often unable to fully comprehend their origins. Survivors were monitored through fledgling studies, and the uncertainty of their prognosis generated anxiety, as many could not predict how long they would live or what complications might arise. Hospitals, already strained from wartime, destruction, and limited infrastructure, became overwhelmed, leaving critical patients underprotected and undertreated. Field hospitals, often improvised from surviving buildings, lacked adequate sterilization, clean water, and consistent supplies of medicine. Many survivors turned to traditional remedies or local community support when formal medical care was inaccessible. Researchers began meticulously recording case histories, compiling data that would later inform global understanding of radiation effects. Yet the stigma surrounding exposure often prevented individuals from seeking medical attention, fearing discrimination or social exclusion. Mental health, barely acknowledged at the time, remained an invisible crisis, as survivors contended with flashbacks, nightmares, and survivor guilt. The medical landscape of post-war Japan thus reflected both scientific curiosity and profound human tragedy, as physicians worked in an unprecedented environment of suffering. Social stigma permeated every facet of survivors' lives, from employment to family planning, reinforcing isolation and hardship. Companies, schools, and local communities often refused to hire or admit hibakusha, citing fears of contagious illness or hereditary weakness. In rural areas, entire neighborhoods sometimes shunned survivors, exacerbating their loneliness and psychological distress. The stigma extended to reproductive rights, as affected individuals faced pressure not to marry or bear children due to perceived risks of birth defects. Some families concealed the presence of hibakusha within their households to avoid community backlash, deepening the culture of silence and invisibility. Public understanding of radiation was limited, and sensationalized stories sometimes amplified fear and discrimination. Survivors reported feeling invisible and forgotten, despite their profound experiences and sacrifices. Government and relief agencies provided some support, but bureaucratic inefficiencies and limited resources meant aid was insufficient. Over time, hibakusha formed networks to support one another, sharing medical knowledge, advocating for recognition, and providing mutual emotional sustenance. These networks became critical in preserving the voices and dignity of survivors amid societal neglect. Education and public discourse regarding the bombings were also constrained, further silencing survivors' experiences. Japanese schools initially struggled to integrate children from atomic-affected regions, who were often stigmatized and bullied. Teachers lacked resources to address the psychological trauma, while curricula focused on broader wartime narratives rather than individual suffering. Media coverage was cautious, and censorship limited discussion of radiation effects or the human toll, reinforcing survivors' sense of invisibility. Public memory of the atomic attacks developed slowly, with hibakusha often relegated to private suffering while broader societal recovery progressed. Memorialization was sporadic, and only gradually did monuments, museums, and advocacy groups emerge to recognize their plight. Cultural narratives emphasized endurance, stoicism, and collective survival, sometimes neglecting individual stories of loss and pain. Survivors had to navigate both physical rehabilitation and social reintegration, balancing recovery with silence imposed by society. Despite these constraints, many hibakusha became persistent voices for peace, documenting experiences and advocating against nuclear proliferation. Their stories, once marginalized, gradually became central to Japan's post-war identity and global consciousness. Radiation-related illness created long-term health crises that affected families, communities, and the nation. Survivors required ongoing medical monitoring, sometimes for decades, to track leukemia, cancer, and other late-onset conditions. Children born after the bombings faced uncertainty, as questions about genetic impact remained unresolved for years. Women, survivors in particular, confronted compounded challenges, balancing family obligations with personal health struggles, societal stigma, and economic hardship. Men faced employment barriers, unable to contribute fully to post-war reconstruction, creating financial strain. Community support networks, often informal, became lifelines, providing caregiving, advice, and solidarity. Government policies evolved slowly, with relief programs initially limited but gradually expanding to provide medical assistance, pensions, and recognition of exposure. Survivors also grappled with emotional trauma, survivor guilt, and the psychological toll of witnessing mass death. Cultural and religious coping mechanisms were invoked, as prayer, memorials, and ritual became integral to healing. The cumulative impact of radiation, stigma, and societal neglect defined the enduring struggle of Hibakusha in rebuilding both body and community. Economic and social reintegration proved equally daunting for Hibakusha, who faced structural barriers in addition to health challenges. Job markets were competitive, and employers often excluded survivors from professional and skilled positions. Marriage prospects remained limited, with families fearing inherited defects or social ostracization, leaving many survivors to remain unmarried or conceal their histories. Social programs and veterans' benefits gradually offered some relief, but bureaucratic hurdles and societal attitudes slowed access to support. Survivors often relied on informal labor, small businesses, or mutual aid networks to survive economically. Children affected by radiation sometimes experienced developmental delays, requiring educational adaptations and additional care. The psychological burden of being visibly different or marked by burns intensified social alienation. Despite these obstacles, Hibakusha communities formed advocacy groups, sharing information, lobbying for rights, and creating support systems. Their persistence ensured recognition and fostered awareness of the long-term human consequences of nuclear warfare. The resilience demonstrated by survivors underlined the intersection of individual suffering and societal responsibility in post-war Japan. By the 1950s, the legacy of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had become both personal and national, shaping Japan's post-war identity. Survivors continued to confront daily reminders of the bombs, from physical scars to social stigma. Yet their stories became central to the emerging narrative of peace and reconstruction. Advocacy for medical care, pensions, and social recognition gained traction, gradually reducing discrimination and acknowledging Hibakusha contributions. Cultural memory, memorial ceremonies, and educational initiatives highlighted both suffering and resilience, ensuring that future generations understood the human cost of nuclear war. International attention, spurred by survivor testimonies, contributed to the global anti-nuclear movement. Despite progress, survivors' struggles remained profound as radiation-related illnesses persisted, social prejudices lingered, and the psychological toll endured. Hibakusha emerged as both witnesses and educators, transforming personal trauma into advocacy and historical documentation. Their experiences revealed the complex interplay of physical suffering, social stigma, and institutional response. The post-war years were thus defined by reconstruction, remembrance, and the ongoing fight for recognition, healing, and dignity. In the shadows of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the human cost of nuclear warfare remained, a vivid and enduring testament to the resilience and vulnerability of survivors. In the immediate aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project faced a profound reckoning, confronting the tangible human devastation caused by their own creations. Many had envisioned the bomb as a tool to end a prolonged and bloody war, yet witnessing the scale of civilian casualties challenged the moral assumptions that had guided their work. Physicists, chemists, and engineers now grappled with images of entire cities reduced to ash, children burned beyond recognition, and survivors suffering radiation-induced injuries with no apparent relief. Letters, diaries, and personal memoirs reveal that many scientists oscillated between a sense of professional pride in their achievement and a gnawing ethical unease that the weapon had unleashed unprecedented horror. Discussions among the Manhattan Project's leadership became increasingly tense as individuals questioned the justifications for targeting densely populated urban centers rather than strictly military sites. The language of war, once abstract in laboratories filled with equations and experimental designs, now collided with the visceral reality of human suffering. Some scientists rationalized the bomb as a means to save countless lives by ending the war quickly, while others privately admitted that the destruction exceeded any conceivable military necessity. The complexity of moral responsibility weighed heavily, creating divisions within the scientific community about the boundaries of innovation and the obligations of knowledge. In scientific circles, the debate intensified, blending technical mastery with philosophical and ethical inquiry. Their reckoning was not merely intellectual, it was profoundly human, shaped by shock, guilt, and reflection on the consequences of unprecedented power. J. Robert Oppenheimer, the scientific director of the Manhattan Project, became emblematic of this moral turmoil, famously quoting lines from the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." His private diaries convey a mixture of awe at the technological triumph and anguish at the human cost, revealing a man haunted by images of instantaneous annihilation. Other key figures, such as Edward Teller and Enrico Fermi, experienced similar conflicts, though with varying degrees of guilt and justification. Teller, focused on the strategic utility of the bomb, often emphasized its role in ending the war, while Fermi expressed quiet unease, noting the profound ethical questions left unresolved. Many scientists felt a tension between professional accomplishment and personal conscience, struggling to reconcile years of rigorous experimentation with the immediate, horrifying impact of their work. Meetings and debriefings in the months after the bombings became forums where scientific and moral perspectives clashed, highlighting the spectrum of reactions, from pride to remorse. Letters to colleagues often reflected conflicting sentiments, as individuals justified the bomb as a war-ending instrument while simultaneously mourning the scale of civilian suffering. This internal struggle defined the post-war identity of nuclear scientists, who now carried both the prestige of innovation and the burden of historical responsibility. Discussions extended beyond the laboratory, permeating universities, professional societies, and public forums as scientists wrestled with questions of ethical accountability. The human dimension of scientific achievement, once abstract and confined to theoretical work, now demanded confrontation with catastrophic consequences. The ethical debate among scientists extended to the broader implications of nuclear weapons, encompassing both immediate use and future proliferation. Questions arose about whether any nation should wield such unprecedented power and if moral constraints could realistically govern its deployment. Scientific reports detailing radiation effects, casualty estimates, and environmental destruction only deepened the moral quandary, providing irrefutable evidence of the bomb's lethality. Some scientists, including Leo Szilard, actively lobbied political leaders to restrain or avoid the use of nuclear weapons on populated cities, advocating for alternatives or warning of the geopolitical consequences. Others argued that demonstrating the bomb's destructive capability was necessary to end the Pacific War swiftly, minimizing overall casualties, particularly those anticipated in an invasion of the Japanese mainland. The debate was layered and complex, intertwining empirical data with philosophical reflection, and revealing that scientific expertise carried profound social and moral obligations. The sense of guilt was heightened by the realization that the weapon had created a new paradigm of warfare, one in which civilian populations could be annihilated in seconds, redefining the human cost of conflict. For many, there was an unspoken recognition that the Manhattan Project had not merely created a bomb, but had irrevocably altered the ethical landscape of modern science. Papers, conferences, and correspondence became vehicles for negotiating these moral dilemmas, as scientists sought both justification and absolution. This reckoning shaped the emerging nuclear discourse, framing debates that would continue through the Cold War and beyond. Personal accounts reveal that guilt and justification were often intertwined, reflecting the psychological complexity of the post-bombing era. Survivors' stories, photographs, and news reports confronted scientists with the real faces behind casualty statistics, bridging the gap between theory and lived human experience. Some scientists experienced profound depression, insomnia, and existential anxiety, haunted by thoughts of their indirect role in unprecedented destruction. Others rationalized their actions through historical context, arguing that a rapid conclusion to the war had saved millions of lives that would otherwise have been lost in prolonged combat. Yet, even those who adopted utilitarian justifications could not escape the moral weight of obliterated cities and the lingering suffering of Hibakusha. The psychological burden was compounded by public scrutiny and emerging debates on nuclear ethics, as society began to question the legitimacy of targeting civilians and the principles guiding military decision-making. Within laboratory circles, these tensions generated heated discussions as younger scientists sought guidance from senior colleagues on reconciling innovation with responsibility. The dichotomy between technical accomplishment and ethical responsibility remained unresolved, leaving many to wrestle privately with the consequences of their work. Letters to family and friends often conveyed subtle admissions of distress, revealing an intimate portrait of guilt filtered through professional pride. The personal dimension of this reckoning underscored the human cost of scientific achievement in a world transformed by nuclear power. Scientific journals and post-war conferences became arenas for articulating both guilt and justification as researchers debated the morality of their contributions. Papers documented the physics of fission, the precision of bomb design, and the mechanics of detonation, yet often included caveats acknowledging the unprecedented human toll. Ethical reflections interlaced with technical discussions highlighting a community acutely aware of the societal implications of their work. Some scientists publicly defended the bomb's use, citing wartime exigencies and the strategic imperative to avoid prolonged invasion. Others adopted a reflective stance, arguing that the ethical cost demanded new frameworks for scientific responsibility and accountability. Dialogue between physicists and policymakers revealed tension between scientific insight and political expediency as recommendations were weighed against military objectives. Memoirs later recounted the internal debates within Los Alamos, the emotional strain of witnessing the bomb's deployment, and the silent grief of scientists confronted with their creation. International discussions emerged, emphasizing the need for treaties, non-proliferation measures, and ethical oversight in future scientific endeavors. Across the scientific community, reckoning was not uniform but characterized by a shared awareness that their achievements had irrevocably altered the fabric of human conflict. This era marked the beginning of a moral consciousness that would shape nuclear science and global policy for decades. The Manhattan Project had cultivated a culture of secrecy and urgency, yet the bombings forced a confrontation with the consequences of that secrecy. Scientists had worked under strict classification, isolated from the broader ethical debate until the weapon's use was imminent or complete. When the scale of destruction became known, this culture of secrecy compounded feelings of isolation as individuals realized that their work's consequences were now public, undeniable, and irreversible. Some scientists felt betrayed by the military's decisions, believing that their recommendations regarding targeting or alternatives had been sidelined. Others accepted responsibility, reflecting on the inevitability of their involvement once the project commenced. Letters and diaries reveal candid discussions of moral distress, the conflict between patriotism and humanitarianism, and the psychological toll of living with profound ethical ambiguity. The burden of secrecy contrasted sharply with the visible devastation on the ground, forcing an unprecedented confrontation between abstract experimentation and tangible human suffering. Social expectations and historical narratives further complicated this reckoning as society simultaneously lauded scientific ingenuity and condemned the consequences of its application. Scientists began to recognize the dual-edged nature of discovery, extraordinary power coupled with extraordinary responsibility. This period thus crystallized a new understanding of the ethical dimensions of modern science. In the years following Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the scientific community undertook efforts to reconcile achievement with ethical responsibility. Organizations emerged advocating for nuclear control, arms reduction, and transparency in scientific research. Scientists like Leo Szilard and Joseph Rotblat championed initiatives to prevent future nuclear catastrophe, leveraging moral authority and public influence to shape policy. Educational programs emphasized the ethical implications of physics, engineering, and chemistry, embedding considerations of human welfare alongside technical proficiency. Conferences on nuclear policy, both national and international, became forums where personal guilt intersected with collective responsibility. Debates continued over the justification for use, the targeting of civilians, and the role of scientists in wartime decision-making. Many scientists documented their reflections in memoirs and interviews, contributing to a historical record of moral reckoning and philosophical introspection. The duality of pride and remorse became a defining feature of nuclear scientific identity, influencing generations of researchers. Ethical deliberation became inseparable from technical inquiry, shaping both policy and pedagogy. The human conscience, once peripheral to experimentation, now assumed central importance in scientific discourse. Ultimately, the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki catalyzed a profound and enduring reckoning for the scientific community, one that intertwined technical mastery with ethical vigilance. Scientists confronted the reality that their discoveries had ended a war, but simultaneously inflicted unparalleled civilian suffering, leaving a moral legacy as inescapable as the physical devastation. The struggle to reconcile achievement with accountability defined post-war scientific thought, influencing policy, education, and advocacy for decades. Communities of physicists, chemists, and engineers sought to integrate lessons learned, promoting frameworks for responsible research and international oversight. The tension between justification and guilt persisted as the scale of destruction challenged simplistic narratives of victory or necessity. The human dimension of scientific innovation became undeniable, emphasizing that technological capability carries ethical consequences. The bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki unleashed not only unparalleled destruction, but also a storm of moral debate that has persisted for decades, questioning the very necessity of nuclear warfare. In the United States, the immediate post-war period saw a mixture of triumphalism and unease as citizens celebrated the end of the Pacific War, while scholars, journalists, and clergy began asking uncomfortable questions about civilian targeting. Historians examined military records, casualty estimates, and invasion plans to evaluate whether the bomb actually saved lives or if Japan might have surrendered without atomic intervention. Across the Atlantic, Allied nations weighed the ethical and strategic dimensions of the bombings, debating whether the use of nuclear weapons set a dangerous precedent for future conflicts. In Japan, survivors, historians, and political leaders grappled with the human cost, chronicling stories of burned cities, radiation illness, and intergenerational trauma that no conventional weapon could rival. The debate centered on two core questions. Could Japan have surrendered without the bombs? And did the scale of civilian destruction justify the military objectives? Public discourse quickly became polarized, reflecting divergent national perspectives, political agendas, and cultural memories of the war. Scholars, policymakers, and journalists produced voluminous analyses, each interpretation shaped by context, ideology, and emerging evidence. For decades, classrooms, textbooks, and media narratives wrestled with the moral dimensions, embedding the discussion in the broader historiography of World War II. The question of necessity was no longer merely historical. It had become ethical, political, and deeply human, forcing generations to confront the boundaries of wartime conduct. In America, the moral reckoning was complicated by triumphalism and national pride, with many framing the bombings as a strategic necessity that had ended a bloody war and prevented an invasion of the Japanese mainland. Military planners cited Operation Downfall, estimating potentially hundreds of thousands of Allied casualties and millions of Japanese deaths as justification for atomic intervention. Yet dissenting voices, including scientists like Joseph Rotblat and activists such as the Emergency Committee of Atomic Scientists, argued that Japan's defeat was already imminent due to conventional bombings, blockades, and Soviet entry into the war. Religious leaders criticized the indiscriminate killing of civilians, raising profound theological and moral questions about the ethical limits of state power in war. In universities, debates raged over utilitarian reasoning, weighing lives saved against lives deliberately destroyed, while journalists reported on the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Public opinion was divided. Many celebrated victory, while others, particularly veterans and intellectuals, wrestled with lingering unease about their nation's moral compass. The moral quandary also extended to policy, as American leaders sought to reconcile the demonstration of military might with international law and emerging principles of human rights. Books, films, and documentaries chronicling the bombings began shaping public perception, further complicating a national understanding of necessity and morality. Even decades later, historians would debate the timing, targets, and alternatives, reflecting the enduring complexity of moral reckoning. For many Americans, the question of necessity was inseparable from national identity, patriotism, and the legacy of victory. In Japan, the moral implications were immediate, visceral, and profoundly human. As survivors, hibakusha endured unimaginable suffering while the nation grappled with national humiliation and the collapse of imperial authority. Eyewitness accounts detailed the instantaneous death of family members, friends, and neighbors, while survivors struggled with burns, radiation sickness, and the psychological trauma of witnessing mass annihilation. Japanese scholars and citizens debated whether the bombings were militarily necessary or politically motivated, designed to intimidate the Soviet Union and assert American dominance in the post-war order. The psychological scars of the attacks shaped post-war culture, influencing literature, cinema, and collective memory, and embedding the moral reckoning into Japan's national consciousness. Political leaders faced the challenge of reconciling surrender with the human cost, acknowledging both the devastation of atomic weapons and the broader consequences of imperial ambitions. Debates within Japan often highlighted the ethical failure of targeting civilians, contrasting the humanitarian perspective with military arguments regarding the end of hostilities. Religious and philosophical discourse emphasized the sanctity of life, portraying the bombings as a moral catastrophe and a lesson for humanity about the limits of technological power. Schools and memorials were established to educate future generations about the bombings, ensuring that the ethical implications remained central to public consciousness. For Japanese society, the reckoning was not abstract. It was embedded in the lived experience of trauma, loss, and rebuilding. The question of necessity was inseparable from the moral imperative to remember and honor the victims. Globally, the bombings sparked a broader ethical debate, raising questions about the rules of warfare, civilian protection, and the responsibility of scientists and political leaders. Scholars in Europe, Latin America, and Asia examined the bombings through the lens of international law, evaluating whether the attacks constituted a violation of emerging humanitarian principles. Religious and philosophical thinkers debated the moral justification of using weapons capable of instantaneous mass destruction, contrasting utilitarian reasoning with deontological ethics. Human rights organizations began to emerge, advocating for protections against indiscriminate bombing and nuclear proliferation, framing Hiroshima and Nagasaki as turning points in the history of moral accountability. Media outlets and public intellectuals amplified the debate, highlighting survivor testimonies, scientific reports, and military analysis to explore both necessity and culpability. The debate also highlighted political motivations, suggesting that demonstrating nuclear power was as much about shaping post-war geopolitics as ending the Pacific conflict. Ethical discussions were intertwined with practical concerns. Could such weapons ever be controlled, and what mechanisms were necessary to prevent recurrence? International conferences, including the nascent United Nations, grappled with these questions, laying the foundation for arms control treaties and non-proliferation efforts. Academics and activists emphasized the need for transparency, public accountability, and ethical oversight in scientific research with military applications. In this global reckoning, Hiroshima and Nagasaki became symbols of both the destructive potential of modern technology and the enduring challenge of moral responsibility in war. The question of military necessity remained fiercely contested, with historians scrutinizing Japanese communications, surrender negotiations, and conventional bombing campaigns to evaluate whether atomic strikes were indispensable. Some argued that Japan's infrastructure and economy were already collapsing, that the Soviet invasion of Manchuria would have compelled surrender, and that alternatives such as demonstration detonations or conditional surrender proposals were feasible. Others emphasized the uncertainty of Japanese intentions, citing the refusal to accept unconditional surrender, the intensity of kamikaze operations, and the projected casualties from a conventional invasion. In this context, the atomic bomb was framed by proponents as a decisive, albeit devastating instrument to end hostilities quickly. Critics countered that the targeting of urban populations represented a moral transgression, a deliberate infliction of mass civilian suffering beyond military necessity. Public debates in the United States and Japan reflected these tensions, with opinion, polls, newspapers, and editorials capturing the spectrum of moral perspectives. Academic studies analyzed archival material, from military planning documents to diplomatic communications, to understand the rationale and ethical calculus behind the bombings. The debate extended into literature and film, where fictionalized and documentary portrayals explored the human dimension of moral decision-making in war. Across nations, the question persisted: could wartime imperatives justify unprecedented civilian destruction, or did Hiroshima and Nagasaki mark an ethical boundary crossed? This interrogation of necessity became a defining feature of post-war moral discourse. For many scientists, the moral reckoning was intertwined with personal responsibility and the consequences of knowledge, shaping both post-war advocacy and public debate. Manhattan Project alumni engaged in activism, lobbying for arms control and ethical oversight to prevent future nuclear catastrophe. Discussions centered on whether creating the bomb was morally defensible and whether complicity in its use carried lasting guilt or could be justified as a wartime imperative. Some scientists maintained that their role ended with invention, leaving ethical deployment to political leaders, while others embraced active responsibility, emphasizing foresight, advocacy, and international cooperation. Public forums, lectures, and publications became venues for conveying the complexity of scientific responsibility, as former Manhattan Project members articulated both regret and rationalization. The moral debate extended to education, influencing curricula on physics, ethics, and international relations, emphasizing the interplay of knowledge and conscience. Scientific societies engaged in dialogue with policymakers, advocating for safeguards, transparency, and international norms to prevent repetition of mass civilian destruction. In these reflections, Hiroshima and Nagasaki became ethical touchstones, highlighting the intersection of scientific achievement, military strategy, and human morality. The reckoning was not limited to history. It became a framework for understanding the broader implications of technological innovation. Ultimately, the debate underscored that knowledge alone is insufficient without ethical consideration. In Japan, the lasting debate encompassed not only the necessity of the bomb, but also its role in shaping post-war national identity and collective memory. Hibakusha testimonies, memorials, and literature reinforce the human cost, framing moral reckoning in terms of empathy, remembrance, and resilience. Public discourse questioned whether military surrender could have been achieved without atomic destruction, juxtaposing national trauma with historical analysis. Educational programs integrated survivor accounts, historical context, and moral inquiry, ensuring that younger generations confronted the ethical dilemmas alongside historical facts. Scholars examined the strategic, political, and humanitarian dimensions, debating whether nuclear weapons were employed primarily for immediate military advantage or long-term geopolitical leverage. The tension between understanding and justification remained unresolved, reflecting the multiplicity of perspectives within Japanese society. Media and cultural narratives emphasized ethical reflection, fostering public engagement with questions of justice, responsibility, and historical interpretation. Legal and philosophical debates further explored the principles of non-combatant immunity and proportionality in warfare, situating Hiroshima and Nagasaki within a broader ethical discourse. Political leaders navigated both historical interpretation and moral responsibility, seeking reconciliation with the international community while honoring survivors. Japan's moral reckoning thus became inseparable from national memory, shaping identity, culture, and diplomacy in the post-war era. The detonation of atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 marked not only the end of World War II, but the inception of the nuclear age, a period defined by both awe-inspiring technological achievement and profound global anxiety. For the first time in history, humanity had demonstrated the capability to annihilate entire cities, in a matter of seconds, and the implications rippled across politics, science, and culture. The immediate post-war period saw the United States emerge as the sole nuclear power, wielding a weapon that could determine the fate of nations. Military strategists and political leaders quickly recognized the potential of atomic weapons to reshape global power structures, ushering in a strategic calculus centered on deterrence, intimidation, and the threat of mass destruction. As knowledge of nuclear technology spread, fears of proliferation grew, particularly with the Soviet Union determined to develop its own atomic arsenal, launching a new era of geopolitical tension. Scientists, policymakers, and civilians alike grappled with the psychological impact of living under the shadow of potential annihilation, a constant reminder that human civilization had crossed an irreversible technological threshold. The Cold War would soon frame the global discourse, pitting ideologies, economies, and military capabilities against one another in a tense nuclear standoff. Public imagination was captured by images of mushroom clouds and apocalyptic scenarios, influencing literature, film, and art for generations. Debates emerged over the morality, strategy, and ethics of nuclear stockpiling as the world struggled to understand the consequences of instantaneous city-wide destruction. The nuclear age was not merely a scientific milestone, it was a profound societal transformation, blending hope, fear, and uncertainty about humanity's future. By 1949, the Soviet Union had successfully detonated its first atomic bomb, abruptly ending America's monopoly and igniting the Cold War arms race. The speed with which the Soviets developed nuclear capabilities shocked the West, triggering intense efforts to expand stockpiles and improve weapon design. The United States responded with accelerated production of fission bombs and began the development of more powerful thermonuclear devices while simultaneously consolidating intelligence and surveillance networks to monitor global nuclear progress. Military doctrines shifted toward deterrence strategies, emphasizing the notion of mutually assured destruction as a mechanism to prevent direct confrontation. Political leaders recognized that the existence of nuclear weapons introduced a paradox. Their use could end conflicts decisively, yet their deployment could also end civilization. The burgeoning arms race extended to delivery systems, including long-range bombers and intercontinental ballistic missiles, which further heightened global anxiety. Diplomatic relations between superpowers became inseparable from nuclear strategy, with summits, treaties, and negotiations often shaped by the threat of annihilation. Public fear manifested in civil defense measures, duck and cover drills, and educational campaigns aimed at preparing citizens for potential nuclear attack. Scientists and engineers raced to innovate, developing increasingly sophisticated weapons, while simultaneously advocating for ethical oversight and arms control. The nuclear age had transitioned from a singular historical event to a persistent global reality, shaping politics, culture, and human consciousness. The proliferation of nuclear technology became a pressing concern as more nations sought the strategic and political advantages conferred by atomic weapons. Countries such as the United Kingdom, France, and China pursued independent nuclear programs, motivated by security considerations, prestige, and regional influence. The dissemination of nuclear knowledge highlighted the dual-edged nature of scientific advancement. While providing energy and medical benefits, the same technology offered unparalleled destructive potential. International bodies, including the United Nations, began formulating frameworks for oversight, arms control, and non-proliferation, although enforcement proved challenging in a world divided by ideology. Fear of nuclear conflict became an integral part of national identity and policy, shaping education, media, and public perception. Governments invested heavily in civil defense infrastructure, evacuation planning, and propaganda designed to manage fear and maintain societal stability. Simultaneously, scientists, peace activists, and religious organizations raised ethical questions about the continued development, testing, and stockpiling of nuclear weapons. Public awareness of radiation, fallout, and environmental contamination grew, amplifying the moral and existential dilemmas associated with proliferation. Regional tensions escalated, particularly in Asia, the Middle East, and Europe, as states calculated the potential advantages of nuclear deterrence versus the risks of escalation. The nuclear age thus expanded beyond a technological achievement, embedding itself in global security, diplomacy, and moral consciousness. The 1950s and 1960s witnessed a dramatic acceleration of the nuclear arms race, characterized by unprecedented innovation, political maneuvering, and widespread societal fear. The development of thermonuclear or hydrogen bombs exponentially increased destructive power, with single devices capable of annihilating entire metropolitan regions. The United States and the Soviet Union engaged in a competitive cycle of testing, intelligence gathering, and technological demonstration, each seeking strategic superiority while maintaining a delicate balance of deterrence. Civilian populations lived under the constant specter of potential nuclear war, a fear amplified by the Cuban Missile Crisis, atmospheric testing, and media coverage of the mushroom cloud. Cultural expression reflected this anxiety, with literature, film, and art portraying apocalyptic scenarios, societal collapse, and ethical dilemmas associated with mass destruction. Governments invested in fallout shelters, early warning systems, and emergency protocols, embedding the possibility of nuclear conflict into everyday life. Diplomatic efforts, including arms control treaties such as the Partial Test Ban Treaty, attempted to regulate testing and reduce environmental hazards, yet mistrust persisted. Ethical debates intensified, exploring the morality of deterrence, preemptive strikes, and first-use doctrines. Academics and policy advisors debated the long-term implications of nuclear proliferation on global stability, civil liberties, and economic priorities. By mid-century, the nuclear age had transformed from a historical event into a permanent structural feature of international relations and human consciousness. Fear of nuclear annihilation shaped politics, diplomacy, and culture, influencing public policy and private behavior alike. Governments harnessed this fear to justify military budgets, espionage programs, and strategic alliances, while simultaneously attempting to reassure citizens through propaganda and civil defense initiatives. Educational curricula incorporated nuclear science alongside lessons on survival, ethics, and international conflict, instilling awareness and anxiety in successive generations. The global imagination was captivated by scenarios of total destruction, from literature to cinema, creating an enduring cultural narrative of nuclear peril. Social movements, particularly in Europe and North America, emerged to advocate for disarmament, testing bans, and ethical responsibility in scientific research. Scientists, veterans, and survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki contributed testimony and advocacy, emphasizing both the moral and humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons. Political negotiations sought to prevent escalation while maintaining national security, with treaties, inspections, and international monitoring becoming essential elements of diplomacy. Technological advances, including intercontinental missiles and nuclear submarines, intensified the perception that humanity had entered a precarious epoch, balancing innovation and annihilation. Public consciousness became defined by a dual awareness, the marvel of human ingenuity and the terrifying potential for self-destruction. The nuclear age was thus as much a psychological and moral condition as it was a geopolitical reality. As more nations acquired nuclear capability, the strategic calculus became increasingly complex and globally interconnected. Regional conflicts, ideological disputes, and historical grievances gained new dimensions under the shadow of atomic deterrence. The development of nuclear arsenals required immense financial, scientific, and industrial investment, reshaping national economies and priorities. Military planners analyzed scenarios of escalation, first strikes, and retaliation, embedding nuclear strategy into conventional defense planning. Ethical and philosophical debates proliferated, questioning whether the mere possession of such weapons constituted a moral responsibility or a form of coercive power. International organizations and diplomatic forums attempted to mediate proliferation risks, yet enforcement remained challenging amid secrecy, mistrust, and competing national interests. Cultural and literary responses reflected widespread anxiety, portraying nuclear war as both inevitable and catastrophic, and exploring the human consequences of global annihilation. Citizens lived under a constant tension between national security narratives and existential fear, balancing daily life with the possibility of sudden devastation. Scientists and ethicists debated the boundaries of knowledge, responsibility, and the appropriate limits of human experimentation in warfare. By the mid-20th century, the nuclear age had fundamentally altered perceptions of power, morality, and the fragility of civilization itself. The psychological impact of living under the threat of nuclear war became a defining feature of global consciousness during the Cold War. Children practiced duck and cover drills. Adults engaged in civil defense planning, and governments orchestrated public information campaigns to mitigate panic. Anxiety permeated art, literature, and media, from dystopian novels to films depicting atomic destruction, reflecting the ever-present awareness of humanity's capacity for self-destruction. Political leaders leveraged nuclear fear to justify alliances, military spending, and strategic posturing, while also navigating delicate diplomacy to avoid catastrophic escalation. Scientific discourse emphasized both the technical feasibility of weapons and the ethical imperative to prevent their use, creating a dual narrative of innovation and caution. Public debates, often amplified by media coverage of tests and accidents, questioned the morality of deterrence, proliferation, and first-use strategies. International negotiations attempted to balance sovereignty, security, and ethical restraint, reflecting the complex interdependence created by nuclear technology. The pervasive fear of annihilation shaped cultural norms, education, and civic awareness, embedding the realities of nuclear weapons into daily life. Generational consciousness was defined by the awareness that human survival now depended on technological restraint, ethical reflection, and global diplomacy. The nuclear age thus became a permanent condition, a defining feature of modern society, and a cautionary tale for future generations. Ultimately, the nuclear age began with awe and dread, merging scientific triumph with existential fear in a world forever altered by atomic power. Hiroshima and Nagasaki demonstrated the terrifying capability of technology to redefine warfare, politics, and morality. The ensuing Cold War arms race intensified global tension, proliferation, and ethical debate, creating an era in which nations lived. In the decades following Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the physical and emotional landscapes of Japan became enduring testaments to the human cost of atomic warfare. The cities themselves bore scars that were impossible to erase, charred ruins, flattened neighborhoods, and skeletal structures that stubbornly remained as silent witnesses to the devastation. In Hiroshima, the A-bomb dome, preserved amidst the reconstruction of the city, stands as a haunting symbol of both destruction and resilience. Its skeletal frame visible against the skyline as a permanent reminder of the inferno that obliterated the city in an instant. Survivors, or hibakusha, began to share their stories publicly, recounting the horrors of incineration, radiation sickness, and the long-lasting effects on their families and communities. Annual commemorations on August 6th in Hiroshima and August 9th in Nagasaki became central to the ritual of remembrance, featuring moments of silence, speeches, and the release of paper lanterns into rivers to honor the dead. Schools and educational institutions integrated survivor testimony into curricula, teaching generations about the moral, historical, and humanitarian lessons of atomic warfare. The Peace Memorial Park in Hiroshima was meticulously designed to convey reflection and hope, blending solemn monuments, museums, and green spaces to facilitate both mourning and contemplation. In Nagasaki, the Urakami Cathedral ruins and the Nagasaki Peace Park evoke similar sentiments, emphasizing prayer, remembrance, and the global imperative for peace. Artistic expressions, from sculptures to calligraphy, capture the interplay of grief and resilience, translating trauma into a visual language accessible to all. These memorials and practices solidified the ethos of never again, embedding the collective memory of atomic devastation in both local and global consciousness. The architecture and design of memorial spaces in Hiroshima and Nagasaki reflect a deliberate engagement with both history and morality. Pathways guide visitors through preserved ruins, reconstructed buildings, and contemplative gardens, creating a spatial narrative that mirrors the chronology of destruction, suffering, and recovery. Monuments such as the Children's Peace Monument, adorned with thousands of folded paper cranes, honor the innocent lives lost and serve as enduring symbols of hope, resilience, and global solidarity. Each structure, inscription, and artifact is meticulously curated to convey the human scale of the catastrophe while contextualizing it within broader historical, political, and ethical frameworks. Museums document not only the physical effects of the bombings, but also the personal stories of hibakusha, integrating photographs, diaries, and recorded testimonies to immerse visitors in lived experience. Educational programming emphasizes the ethics of war, the consequences of technological power, and the universal imperative to prevent recurrence. Annual ceremonies feature speeches by survivors, civic leaders, and international delegates, reiterating the call for disarmament and the preservation of peace. Pilgrimages to these sites often inspire reflection, empathy, and advocacy, reinforcing the notion that memory is an active, moral responsibility. The parks, domes, and monuments collectively function as repositories of trauma, history, and aspiration, bridging the local and global narratives of suffering. By integrating art, testimony, and ritual, the memorials create an enduring dialogue between the past and the ethical obligations of the present. Prayer and ritual play a central role in Nagasaki's memorial practices, reflecting both cultural traditions and universal humanitarian concern. Residents and visitors gather annually at the Nagasaki Peace Park, offering silent prayers, incense, and symbolic gestures to honor the dead. Buddhist, Shinto, and Christian practices coexist in these ceremonies, illustrating the pluralistic spiritual response to trauma while emphasizing shared values of remembrance and moral reflection. Bells are tolled to mark moments of silence, while students and citizens release doves, paper lanterns, and flowers, creating ephemeral representations of peace that drift over rivers and skies. Memorial services emphasize both mourning and education, highlighting the personal stories of survivors, their descendants, and the broader consequences of nuclear warfare. The preservation of ruins, such as the Urakami Cathedral and other bombed structures, provides tangible anchors for ritual activity, allowing prayer to occupy spaces directly shaped by history. Pilgrims often leave personal messages, symbolic artifacts, and written prayers, creating a participatory culture of remembrance that bridges past and present. International observers and delegations participate, signaling the global moral resonance of Nagasaki's memory practices. By integrating reflection, ritual, and symbolism, these memorials transform grief into an ethical call to action, reinforcing the promise of never again. The city's approach illustrates how collective memory can be harnessed not merely for mourning, but as a tool for global education and moral vigilance. Survivors' voices form the moral backbone of memorialization, ensuring that the human dimension of atomic destruction remains central to historical understanding. Hibakusha recount vivid experiences of instantaneous annihilation, the agony of burns and radiation, sickness, and the long-term physical and psychological consequences that persisted across decades. Their testimonies, often captured in oral histories, documentaries, and memoirs, provide a direct, ethical appeal, transforming abstract casualty figures into intimate human narratives. Education and museum programs emphasize these accounts, contextualizing technical and military histories within the lived reality of victims. Many survivors became activists for peace and disarmament, traveling internationally to speak, advocate, and ensure that the lessons of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not forgotten. The ethical weight of survivor testimony influences global discourse, shaping policies on nuclear proliferation, disarmament, and humanitarian law. Memorials frequently incorporate spaces for reflection on these personal stories, allowing visitors to confront the moral dimension of nuclear warfare. Artistic representations, drawings, origami, and photography amplify the voices of survivors, providing tangible expressions of trauma, resilience, and hope. By centering human experience, these narratives transform memorial spaces from static monuments into dynamic ethical landscapes. In doing so, they maintain a continuous dialogue between history, memory, and moral responsibility. Global engagement with Hiroshima Nagasaki memorials underscores the universal significance of atomic suffering, transcending national boundaries. International delegations, scholars, journalists, and activists frequently visit the peace parks, demonstrating that the ethical lessons of atomic warfare resonate worldwide. Educational programs encourage foreign students to confront the realities of nuclear destruction, fostering empathy, awareness, and cross-cultural dialogue. Monuments often bear inscriptions in multiple languages, signaling the shared human responsibility to remember and prevent recurrence. Art, literature, and film, inspired by the bombings, circulate globally, reinforcing awareness and prompting ethical reflection far beyond Japan's borders. Annual ceremonies attract media coverage, amplifying the message of never again and highlighting both historical memory and contemporary relevance. Collaborative projects, such as international peace conferences and museum exhibitions, translate local experiences into global advocacy. These efforts emphasize the interconnectedness of human survival, technological ethics, and international law, demonstrating that memory is both a local and a planetary concern. Public diplomacy, survivor testimony, and cultural production converge to create a shared moral narrative about the dangers of nuclear proliferation. By situating Hiroshima and Nagasaki within a global ethical framework, memorialization extends beyond history into actionable awareness. The architecture of memory, from the Hiroshima Peace Memorial to Nagasaki's prayer spaces, actively mediates ethical reflection, conveying moral imperatives through spatial, symbolic, and sensory design. Walking paths, water features, and sculptural elements guide visitors through a temporal and emotional journey, from devastation to reflection, grief to hope. Symbols like folded paper cranes, bell towers, and flame memorials create tangible connections between past suffering and present moral obligations. Exhibitions and museums provide both scientific and humanistic context, linking technical knowledge of atomic energy with ethical deliberation. Interactive installations invite visitors to confront questions about human responsibility, the nature of war, and the consequences of technological power. Commemorative ceremonies reinforce these messages, combining silence, ritual, and speech to embed ethical reflection within collective memory. International partnerships support the preservation of artifacts, archival material, and survivor testimony, ensuring historical continuity and moral relevance. Memorial landscapes balance solemnity with pedagogy, creating spaces that engage mind, body, and conscience. Educational programming emphasizes ethics alongside history, fostering awareness that extends beyond Japan into global responsibility. In this way, memorials operate not merely as markers of tragedy, but as instruments for ethical vigilance and humanitarian advocacy. The ethos of never again permeates every aspect of memorial culture, articulating a universal commitment to prevent the repetition of atomic catastrophe. Public ceremonies emphasize remembrance and vigilance, linking the historical record to contemporary ethical challenges, including nuclear proliferation and conflict resolution. Survivors, educators, and civic leaders advocate for nuclear disarmament, peace, education, and international cooperation as tangible expressions of this ethos. The moral narrative is reinforced through media, literature, art, and pedagogy, highlighting the enduring human cost of nuclear warfare. Each year, ceremonies and exhibitions provide opportunities to reflect on historical responsibility, ethical decision-making, and the fragility of civilization in the atomic age. Memorials encourage visitors to internalize both the historical and ethical lessons of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, transforming remembrance into active engagement. Ritual acts, from moments of silence to the release of lanterns, embody collective ethical reflection, creating a symbolic dialogue between past, present, and future. International collaborations extend the message of never again, linking local memory practices to global advocacy and policy initiatives. The preservation of ruins, artifacts, and personal testimonies ensures that the moral, historical, and emotional weight of the bombings remains tangible for future generations. Through these efforts, Hiroshima and Nagasaki serve as enduring ethical touchstones, reminding humanity of the consequences of unchecked technological power and the imperative for moral vigilance. Ultimately, memory and memorials transform the horrors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki into enduring lessons, emphasizing the intertwined nature of history, morality, and human resilience. The peace memorials, survivor testimony, and ritual observances collectively create spaces where reflection, education, and ethical deliberation converge. Visitors confront not only the scale of destruction, but also the human dimension of suffering, witnessing firsthand the consequences of technological power unrestrained by moral consideration. Artistic, cultural, and educational expressions amplify these lessons, creating a rich tapestry of remembrance that transcends national and generational boundaries. The ethos of Never Again challenges individuals and societies to engage with both the historical reality and the ethical responsibility that nuclear weapons entail. Memorials in Hiroshima and Nagasaki serve as sites of learning, activism, and reflection, bridging the past with ongoing global efforts for peace and disarmament. International engagement ensures that memory translates into advocacy, shaping contemporary nuclear policy, humanitarian initiatives, and ethical discourse. By integrating grief, history, and hope, these memorials preserve not only the memory of destruction, but also the imperative to prevent recurrence. They remind humanity that remembrance carries moral weight, demanding vigilance, empathy, and proactive commitment to peace. In doing so, Hiroshima and Nagasaki stand as both cautionary monuments and beacons of ethical responsibility for the world.